Trigger Break Book 10 in the Warriors series. By Ty Patterson. Chapter 1. Mr. Carter? Zeb Carter. The voice was young. Maybe it was scared, but Zeb couldn't be sure. He was driving, heading out from their office on Columbus Avenue when the call came, from a number he didn't recognize. A voice he wasn't familiar with. He looked at Megan beside him. She shrugged. She didn't know either. Chloe in the rear indicated she had no clue. As did Bear and Bawana, who were on either side of her. "Who are you, ma'am? How did you get this number?" "Mr. Carter, is that you?" She seemed to be desperate. Panic in her voice. He motioned for Megan to trace the call and made to answer when she broke off. "Hey," she called out sharply to someone. "Listen." "You," something smashed, a sound Zeb knew all too well. A car window breaking. "Find her," he whispered urgently to Megan, who was already punching keys on her screen, commanding Werner to trace and track. "Wait," the woman shouted. "You can't, Mr. Carter, please." A sharp report ended her call. Another report, followed by dead silence. Zeb braked involuntarily, his eyes meeting Bear and Bawana's in the mirror, the three of them silently recognizing what they had heard. "East 64th Street, Megan yelled, her voice strained. She too knew what had just gone down. Near Madison Avenue. Zeb floored his vehicle and jammed a hand over his horn, sounding it continually. They were near Columbus Circle. East 64th wasn't far. 10 minutes. 15 at the most. Traffic wasn't heavy, thankfully. He leaned forward as he drove, summoning the iron control that had stood him in good stead all his life. "Ma'am? Are you there?" His voice was calm. Even. No trace of the volcano bubbling inside. Silence mocked him. He reached out to the dashboard to dial the caller. Megan slapped his hand away and motioned for him to concentrate on his driving. She called the number back. It was dead. Zeb didn't speak. He focused on the traffic ahead, seeking channels of clear space, filtering out noise. No one spoke. All stared straight ahead, a sense of dread filling the vehicle. They knew what they had heard. An execution. A cold-blooded killing of a woman who had been reaching out to Zeb for help. Zeb drove, the SUV sensing his rage and responding to every touch on the pedals. Past 6th Avenue. Cutting past the red lights on 5th Avenue and barreling ahead. Swerving past oncoming traffic. Ignoring the sudden blaring of outraged honking. A minute since the call had ended. His mind started racing, calculating, even as he hung a left and surged ahead on Madison Avenue. Cameras at the scene. Getaway vehicles. Maybe an SUV. Gotcha. Megan understood him. She got Werner to seek out traffic and CCTV cameras at the scene. Check their feeds to see if a hostile vehicle could be spotted. An SUV because more often than not, hostiles used SUVs. East 61st Street flashed past. Zeb spotted a cruiser in his mirror, its light bar flashing. He accelerated. Now wasn't the time to stop and explain. 2 minutes away, Megan called out, voice tight. Werner's got a few cameras. No feeds yet. Keep looking. Chloe? Yeah? Call Chang or Pazaka. Get them to call off the cops on our tail. East 63rd Street came and went behind. A trucker leaned out of his cab and swore as Zeb nearly swiped him. The string of curses fell behind as Zeb pushed on remorselessly, his eyes searching, all their eyes seeking, as the crossroads of East 64th and Madison Avenue approached. Chloe was the first to spot it. 2R9. A crowd around a sedan. Gray. That could be the one, Megan confirmed. Coordinates match. Zeb risked a quick glance as he drove past without slowing. The sedan half climbed onto the pavement. Something or someone slumped across the wheel. Bystanders pushing and shoving. And then he was past East 64th, continuing on Madison Avenue. He felt his friends look at him in askance. "Getaway vehicle," he explained, tight-lipped. 12 minutes since the shooting. They'll still be in the city. Maybe on Madison Avenue. "You going to stop every speeding vehicle, bro?" Bwana asked softly. Zeb didn't reply. "Will they be on Madison Avenue still?" "I would. It's wider than the cross streets. More opportunity to speed up." East 66th Street approached. Lights turned red. Zeb didn't let up. He filtered through lanes, flashed his lights, and kept sounding his horn. An ambulance came from their right, its driver wide-eyed, heaving the wheel wildly to get out of their way. A tap on the brakes. A half-turn of the wheel, and they were passed behind the ambulance. "This is madness, Zeb. We can't just go on." Megan turned her pale face at him. Zeb didn't answer. His mind kept replaying the call. "Mr. Carter, is that you?" Something black and shiny caught the light far ahead. An SUV. Moving fast. Faster than the surrounding traffic. He zeroed in on it, vehicles scattering away from his approach like leaves flung in a storm. 4 vehicles separated them from the black SUV, a Tahoe. It powered through a red light on East 67th. Zeb followed. "It might be the one. If not, we'll do a citizen's arrest for speeding." Traffic thinned out just past the lights, a slim opening for Zeb. He took it. He slammed the pedal, scraped past a cab, overtook another vehicle. A third slowed and got out of the way, and then he was neck and neck with the Tahoe on its left. Darkened windows. Nothing visible, he noted from the corner of his eye. The Tahoe put on speed. Zeb's SUV kept pace easily. Underneath its hood was a souped-up engine that could outrun any commercial vehicle on the road. More open space ahead as drivers rushed to get out of the way. Zeb's SUV got its nose ahead, then it was clear of the Tahoe. Zeb continued racing till a car length separated them. It became 2 car lengths. "Brace," he warned his friends and jammed the brakes, yanking the wheel hard, making the SUV fishtail diagonally across the lanes. He was out of the vehicle even before it had stopped, his Glock appearing in his hand as if by magic. Bwana and Bear leapt out from the passenger side, and the 3 aimed their guns at the fast-approaching Tahoe. Megan and Chloe provided cover from behind. Though the approaching vehicle's windshield, Zeb could see 2 men, both black, the driver panicking as he tried to control the vehicle, tried to stop it. He tried too late. The Tahoe smashed into Zeb's SUV, metal screaming, people yelling in the background. Zeb's SUV slid several feet, its tires protesting, rubber burning and issuing dirty white smoke. The vehicles came to a stop, the Tahoe's front crumpled, Zeb's SUV's side doors bent and bucked. "Come out, hands above your head," Zeb ordered. The driver didn't respond. He was dazed and on the verge of losing consciousness. The passenger wasn't in any better shape. "Go." Megan came behind Zeb and aimed her Glock at the driver. Zeb lowered his weapon and, approaching from the side to provide the smallest possible target, pulled the Tahoe's door open. "Rear's empty," Bwana called out from the other side of the vehicle. "Just these 2 dudes." Zeb grabbed the driver's shirt and was pulling him out when several cruisers rolled up and surrounded them. A megaphone called out, "Stop. Raise your hands and step back." It took an hour for Zeb and his crew to extricate themselves, and that too, only after Chong and Pazaka arrived at the scene. The 2 detectives listened quietly as Megan narrated the events right from the time they had left their office. "You folks are lucky. Those guys in the Tahoe, they were running guns. There was a cache in the back. They belonged to a small gang in the Bronx. If they were innocents, you would have been in a deep pile of doo-doo." Chong ran his hand over his short hair as he addressed Megan and Chloe. "There's something else." He hesitated and flicked a glance at Zeb, who was standing a few feet away staring at nothing, his face an unreadable mask. "Zeb, Zeb? Megan called out sharply. Chong has some news. That girl, Chong began when Zeb joined them. She wasn't shot. The first shot you heard went into her seat. I think that scared her and made her break off from talking to you. What about the second shot? Megan demanded. On any other occasion, Chong would have wisecracked something about patience. It wasn't the time for humor, however. His eyes were somber. His face was grave. The second round killed her phone. Spit it out, man, Bear urged him. She wasn't shot. She was beheaded. There wasn't much more Chong could add. Bystanders had said 4 masked men leapt out of a black SUV as the sedan waited at a red light. They had run to the car and yanked its door open. One man had fired the 2 shots. Another man had grabbed the woman and hauled her out. A third man had drawn what looked out a sword and executed her. The attackers had shoved her body back in the sedan, along with her severed head, and escaped. No onlooker had been able to raise an alarm. The swiftness of the execution and its brutality had curbed any natural instinct to help. The woman's identity was still unknown. No onlooker had noted the SUV's license plates. We're just minutes into the investigation, Chong said, trying to lift their spirits. Something will turn up. Zeb led his friends away when Chong had finished, and all police procedural formalities had been completed. He forced his mind to go blank, not to dwell on the execution. He blanked out the woman's voice in his mind. He took a deep breath when he approached their SUV and looked at his palms. They were steady. Not a tremor. He opened the buckle door with difficulty and tried the engine. It turned reassuringly. He looked back at a loud sound. Bear and Bawana. Forcing the passenger door open. He set off when everyone had seated themselves, back to their office. An angry driver rolled up next to them and kept pace with them. He started cursing, gesticulating. It was New York. People drove in controlled chaos. What Zeb had done wasn't controlled chaos. It was mayhem. Zeb had to be arrested, the driver swore. He ranted and spat. Bawana rolled down his window. He didn't speak. He didn't even look at the driver, who took one look at the large black man and at his stone-cold visage. The driver swallowed, turned back to the road, and accelerated away. At any other time, Megan and Chloe would have sniggered. Not this time. Both were ashen-faced, Megan's eyes filling. Zeb's phone rang after what seemed like hours, the SUV's speakers picking it up and amplifying it. Megan reached to the dash and accepted the call. Zeb. The voice was female, one they were familiar with. Claire, the director of the agency, the clandestine government outfit they all worked for. What they weren't used to was the strange note in her voice. Ma'am? Zeb replied. Zeb, did you hear about? Another call came, from a number Zeb knew very well. He did something he hadn't ever done. He put Claire on hold and took the incoming call from Avichai Levin, the director of Mossad. Achi, he asked. Achi. Brother. Levin and he went a long way back. Zeb, my brother. Levin sounded terrible. Did you hear? Hear what, Avichai? Zeb asked him, his sense of foreboding deepening. They killed her, my friend. Avichai Levin, one of the most powerful men in the world, broke down and started sobbing. They killed my daughter. Some people raged or swore in times of intense anger or stress. Others punched windows and walls or broke glass. Broke something. Zeb did nothing. He stopped the vehicle in the middle of traffic and sat as if turned to stone while Megan continued the call with Levin. Mr. Carter, please. Megan hung up after finishing with Levin, apologizing to the waiting Claire, who brushed her apology away. They all knew Zeb. He wouldn't have kept anyone on hold without reason. The vicious killing of Avichai Levin's daughter was reason enough. Megan ended the call and turned to Zeb. She flinched when she saw his face. It had an expression that she had seen only a handful of times. It was his death face. Zeb Carter, the most lethal man she knew, was going to war. Chapter 2. The patriarch walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows of his apartment and looked down at the street below. His apartment was on the 17th floor, and from that height, street level looked like a miniature toy set. Small cars and vehicles moving around in the morning rush hour. Ant-like figures of people dressed in suits, many of them carrying briefcases. The patriarch came to the same spot at the window every day and watched the same scene. The view never changed. The morning rush was repeated every day. That pleased the patriarch. He liked continuity. He wasn't resistant to change, but change had to be managed so that tranquility and continuity weren't lost. Continuity. He rolled the word on his tongue. He didn't like the English word. He liked the word in his native language better. But regardless of language, the word was important, especially for him. The patriarch ran an empire, a fiefdom that went back 2 centuries. He was a direct descendant of the clan that had founded the fiefdom. Some people called the fiefdom a gang. The patriarch accepted that definition. A gang was easier to define. It stuck in people's minds. But what the patriarch ran was more than a mere criminal gang. It had several criminal activities that were thriving in several countries. Prostitution, assassination, drugs, extortion. The gang had a hand in all of those. But the empire was more than illegal enterprises. It was a business that had interests in construction, in the stock market, in banking, electronics, gambling, automobiles, entertainment, and shipping. Its market value was several billions of dollars. The sheer breadth of the empire's activities humbled him when he thought about it. Sure, the empire or the gang or the fiefdom, whatever name the media gave it, had criminal activities. It was brutal, vicious, and bloodthirsty when it had to be. But it wasn't violent for the sake of violence. It wasn't like those Russian or East European gangs that used violence to cow people down. Maybe the patriarch's ancestors had used violence in that manner, but under his reign, brutality and killing were just another set of tools to achieve an objective. The empire ran on a strict unwritten code. Honor. That code wasn't unique to the empire. Honor and face were fundamental to his country. Parents instilled those values in their children. Those children grew up, became adults, and passed on those same values to their offspring. However, his people had taken honor to a different level. Those who joined his empire left behind their families and friends. Their primary allegiance was to the empire. They forsook all other emotional bonds. They still had friends, families, lovers, but if they had to sacrifice those relationships for the empire, they would. Honor and face maintained continuity in his kingdom, and that brought him to his current situation. The patriarch was 75 years old. He had an ascetic-looking face, clean-shaven, a full head of hair that he dyed jet black each week. The wrinkles on his face accentuated his presence and personality. He was lean and fit, and he ran 10 miles each day, followed by an intense workout. However, there was no denying that he was old. And that meant it was time to hand over the reins to someone else. There were only 2 contenders for that position, head of the empire. One was his eldest son, and the other was his youngest. Everyone in his fiefdom knew that one of those 2 would take over the business and criminal empire. No one objected. No one challenged. It was accepted. It was how the empire clan had been founded and how it had grown. Only direct descendants of the clan could rule the empire. The patriarch's dilemma was who to select. The older was the more mature of his 2 sons. There was no denying that. He was thoughtful. He considered all eventualities before making any decision. He was less inclined to use violence. He was more like a modern-day corporate executive. The empire would be in safe hands under his stewardship. The younger son was very different from the older. He was charismatic. He was impulsive. He drew people to him like a magnet. He was fascinated with the older ways. He readily identified with honor and face, whereas the older one didn't have much regard for those values. The younger son would increase the empire's membership, which was sorely needed. The police had waged a war against the fiefdom over the years. They had arrested the street soldiers and closed down the neighborhood gangs. Membership was falling as the youth in the country had more opportunities open to them, not just those provided by the gang. The younger son could restore that falling membership. Young people would be drawn to him, seduced by his personality and his commitment to honor and face. However, he was reckless too. His occasional rash decisions could threaten the various businesses. There was a third option open to the patriarch. He could appoint both sons as joint heads. They would have to work together, of course, and manage their personalities. The more he thought about this option, the more he liked it. How to test his sons, though? How could he confirm which of the two would be the best choice? Or if he selected both, how could he know for sure that they could work together, harmoniously? It was then that he had hit upon his idea. He summoned both sons and told them he was going to test them with 5 tasks. They would have to work together on each task. After all the tasks had been completed, he would make a decision. He and he alone would decide who his successor would be. Maybe it would be the older son. It could be the younger one. Or it could be both. He waited for their objections. There were none. They were eager to hear the tasks. Kill Avichai Levin's daughter. His sons knew all about Avichai Levin. The director of Mossad had been responsible for the death of their youngest brother several years ago, in California. Levin hadn't acted alone. That operation had been a joint one, along with the intelligence agencies of several other countries. The patriarch's youngest son had been overseeing the Californian business when the joint task force had raided its premises. That business was in the entertainment business, but not the kind of entertainment one went to watch in mainstream movie theaters. It produced and distributed snuff films. The youngest son and his men had opened fire on the joint task force. They had retaliated. Several rounds had struck the youngest, and during the hostile encounter, the premises had been set ablaze. The son had died in the fire, and his body had never been recovered. The patriarch had lost not only his son but also face in that one event. His desire for vengeance had never died over the years, and the series of tasks was the perfect opportunity to redeem the clan's honor. The killing cannot be traced back to us, he told his sons. They nodded. That was obvious. The patriarch smiled as he continued watching from the window. His sons had pulled it off. Spectacularly. Beheading Levin's daughter in New York. That must have been the younger son's idea. The older one would never entertain such a brazen act. He would have preferred a sniper. No, this had the younger son's fingerprints on it. But how had the older son contributed? And how would his sons ensure the killers couldn't be traced? He went to his desk and got his executive assistant to call his sons. It was debriefing time. And then he would issue another order. He observed them for a moment when they arrived, bowed, and stood silently, waiting for him to speak. Discipline, good habits, respect for elders, they had it in them. He swelled with pride but kept an impassive face as he looked at them. Both brothers were in suits. Older one was in a pinstripe, a red tie on a white shirt, black shoes gleaming, while younger was in a tan suit. He was tie-less. His first shirt button was open, giving him a rakish air. If they all had been American, his younger son would probably have flung himself on the couch and cheekily asked, "What's up, Pops?" They weren't American. His sons wouldn't speak unless he broke his silence. "I saw the news." "Well done. Tell me everything." Younger turned to his elder with an air of deference, and his older son started. Both had planned the killing. Initially, the older had wanted to go in a different direction. He had wanted to hire a sniper. It would have been a clean kill. However, Younger had persuaded him to go down the flashier way. They had lost their brother in a blaze of fire. Younger wanted to make a statement with the girl's killing. Not one that would lead a trail back to them, but it had to be as spectacular as the fire. Younger brother had been very persuasive, the older one acknowledged with a smile. The patriarch didn't return the smile. Don't you think it was a risk killing her like that? Now the police will know it wasn't an ordinary killing. How many countries use swords? No, Papa, the Younger answered. There's no risk. Don't forget, Islamic terrorists use swords. They behead people. And if the cops look beyond that, we have left clues. Like what? The patriarch demanded. The killers are Vietnamese, from the gang we know in LA. The patriarch knew the Los Angeles gang. There were very few organized criminal enterprises in the world he didn't know of. Brother, the younger one continued, arranged their hiring. We verified them, and only then gave them the contract. The patriarch considered that for a moment. He didn't insult his sons by asking them if they had taken care in arranging the meetings. Of course they would have. They each handled business units worth several hundreds of millions. They knew all about planning and responsibility. And in any case, it wasn't the first time they had arranged killings. Still, the killers can be found. Levin is a dangerous enemy. The Mossad is the world's best intelligence agency, for a reason. Older son bowed his head in acknowledgement. We have factored that too, Papa. The father listened expressionlessly while his son explained how. He nodded in approval. That will work. In addition, younger son cut in, the cops will get an anonymous message that the Vietnamese gang were involved. There's history there. The patriarch smiled briefly. That was a smart move. Yes, there was history. The Vietnamese gang had helped a terrorist group that had bombed civilian targets in Jerusalem. One day, a year ago, Mossad killers had acted. They had infiltrated the gang leader's house in LA and had assassinated him. The Israelis had deliberately let it leak that they were behind the killing, as a warning to other gangs that no one was beyond the reach of Mossad. The Vietnamese gang had been riven with rivalry after that, but a new leader had emerged who had vowed vengeance on the Mossad. The gang would be at the top of the list of suspects. Having the Mossad and the American cops go after the Vietnamese had another bonus. While the patriarch's gang did business with the Vietnamese, it was an uneasy relationship. They were primarily rivals who occasionally worked together. If the cops shut down the Vietnamese, the patriarch could grow in LA. Your travel? The patriarch asked. It can be tracked. No, Papa. We used false papers and traveled commercial. There are cameras at airports. We both wore prosthetic noses, ears, and cheek pad fillers, Papa. We can't be recognized. The patriarch's stern face relaxed as he regarded his offspring. They had done well. The older's careful planning and the younger's flamboyance had resulted in a spectacular kill. But one task was too early to make a decision on. Your next assignment will be in France. Kill Mandel Leclerc's daughter. He didn't have to tell them who Leclerc was. They knew. Leclerc was the head of the French Secret Service. Chapter 3. Zeb adjusted the cuffs of his rarely worn suit and waited for the rest of his crew to assemble in their office. The office was enormous and unlike the stereotypical security firm's office. This one had multicolored couches, rugs, throws, and wall hangings. A basketball hoop was mounted on one wall. An archery board with bows and arrows was in another corner. A small golfing strip was near the floor-to-ceiling glass windows that overlooked the street. The office was where Zeb's team worked. It was also where they relaxed. It had been decorated by the twins, Megan and Beth Patterson, whose vibrant personalities were reflected in the decor. The agency had been established to go after terrorists, international criminal gangs, and any other threats to national security. Claire, the only female director the agency had ever had overhauled the clandestine unit once she headed it. She reported only to the president and knew that he didn't want yet another covert counter-terrorism outfit. There were enough of those in D.C. and its surroundings. She dismantled the agency, reassigned all its agents to their parent units, and started from scratch. Near zero administration footprint. Lean. Very responsive. Able to operate anywhere in the world. Those were her requirements when she was looking to restructure the unit. The problem was, the moment she took on operatives, there was accompanying administration. She could work with a private military outfit. That was another operating model. That would give her deniability, and came with very little administrative overhead. There were already a few covert units who worked in that manner. However, that model didn't appeal to her. She wanted her own operatives, whom she could trust. She wanted control. She also wanted deniability, and didn't want paperwork. She spoke to other intelligence heads, directors of other covert divisions. She came away dissatisfied. None of the existing or proposed models appealed to her. All the models came with internal politics, something that she hated with a passion and didn't want to see in the agency. The answer came one evening when she was dining with her closest friend, Cassandra. Cassandra and she had studied together and worked in the same political machine that was D.C. Cassandra was in the State Department and knew where her friend worked. The two respected each other's opinions and often used their meetings to sound out ideas. Midway during their conversation, Claire had noticed the tall, lean man lounging against a lamppost outside the restaurant. He had an air about him. Passers-by gave him a wide berth. He had brown hair cut short. Clean-shaven. Alert eyes. He rested against the post, utterly relaxed, and even across the distance she could make out his alertness. "That's my brother Zeb Carter," Cassandra had said, following her gaze. "He's the most lethal man I know." Claire had looked at her, intrigued. Her friend wasn't the type to make over-the-top comments. "What does he do?" "He was with the Special Forces. Now he's a security consultant. Has his own firm in New York. It's small, just him alone, but he's never out of work." "Chasing the money, no doubt," Claire commented dryly. Cassandra shook her head. "Nope. Zeb has made some good investments. He has his own apartment in New York. Money isn't something he lacks. Nor is it a driver for him. He has a code of honor. He only takes those assignments and clients that appeal to that code. I've said too much already." She laughed and changed the topic. Claire had looked up Zeb's file that night, and what she'd read had astounded her. The operative had been to the most dangerous hotspots in the world. He had been involved in all kinds of missions. Counter-terrorism. Recovering stolen nuclear warheads. Busting mercenaries. He was highly commended. His awards and medals filled several pages. Her eyes stayed on one particular award, the Congressional Medal of Honor for his actions in Iraq. There were several mentions of deep black missions, and the file was heavily redacted. Claire had the highest security clearances, however, and she could access those portions too. There was that bit about what had happened to his wife and son. She read through the details thrice, looking away frequently, blinking her eyes rapidly. How did he come out of that? Any other man would have broken. She made a note to ask him, and then shook her head unconsciously. If he's the kind of man I think he is, he won't answer. And it would be an insult to ask him. I'm just glad he's on our side. I want him, was her last waking thought. Zeb had heard her politely when she'd visited him in New York, and had turned her down. I am honored, ma'am, but I don't work well in large groups. Politics. Egos. I've had enough of those. I want him even more. There will be none of that in the agency. You handpick the operatives. A small number. Who will they work for, ma'am? The agency, of course. That's the problem, ma'am. You can't have zero admin and have your own operatives. She'd used all her persuasion, but he was unmoved. She returned to D.C. disheartened. Went to her office. Addressed the piles of paper. Spoke briefly to the president. Went home and when she checked her phone found a missed call from Zeb. I have a proposition, ma'am, he said when she returned his call. I'll continue to work in my firm. I'll recruit the operatives, but they'll work for my firm. The firm's in effect our cover. We'll work on the firm's business when there are no active missions. That'll reinforce our cover. All the logistics for missions will be routed through the firm. It will be plausible. The firm works on many sensitive cases. There's frequently a need to go hot. Hot as in going armed, into high-risk, highly volatile situations. She puttered around her kitchen as she thought swiftly. What about conflicting interests? There are none, ma'am. The firm's the agency, in effect. You'll know who the firm's corporate clients are, and will have final say on whether we take on or drop any client. You'll call the shots. The firm is just a legend. She didn't take long to arrive at a conclusion. Welcome aboard, Zeb. Start putting your team together. I know who I want, ma'am. Broker was one of the first recruits Zeb had onboarded. Friend, ex-ranger, and an ace intelligence analyst, Broker had had a formidable reputation when he'd worked at the Pentagon. He had set up his own information business, a very successful one, on leaving the Army. He joined Zeb at first approach. Bawana and Roger had followed. Friends again. Both ex-Special Forces. Then came Bear, another Special Forces operative. Bear didn't come alone. Bear lived with Chloe Sundstrom, who was from the 82nd Airborne. She too had joined the agency, readily. All of them knew one another, had worked with one another. More importantly, all of them shared a deep friendship. The last two to join the elite operatives were the twins. They didn't have an Army background. They were born into an illustrious cop family and had lost their parents early on. They were businesswomen, having their own firm in Boston. Zeb had rescued them from a gang of assassins while on vacation in Wyoming. The twins had pestered Zeb to allow them into the agency once they'd found out what their enigmatic rescuer did. Zeb had stonewalled them for months, but he had underestimated their persistence. He'd finally caved in and stood aside in bemusement as they took charge. They worked with Broker on the intel and logistics side. They managed Werner, their supercomputer. On one mission, the agency had rescued a Middle Eastern royal's daughter from a slavery ring. The grateful father had presented a check with several zeros on it to Claire, who'd handed it to Zeb. That reward had funded the purchase of their Columbus Avenue office, a building that the 8 of them owned outright. It also had bought them their Gulfstream. There was still a lot left over, funds that Zeb and Broker had wisely invested. The twins had done up their office, re-outfitted the Gulfstream, and managed its operation. They brought humor and vitality. They were the agency's glue. Broker was the only operative Claire had interviewed. After meeting him, she didn't involve herself in the recruitment anymore. She blindly approved the rest of the operatives. Congratulated herself on finding Zeb, for each one of his picks was top-notch. Zeb was the lead operative, however, there was no chain of command, no hierarchy. They were friends. They were family. They hadn't let the president down. Not once, since their coming together as the agency. Chapter 4. Zeb turned when Megan tapped him on his shoulder. They were ready. All of them formally dressed, all of them serious-looking, because they were heading out to meet Avichai Levin. They took 2 SUVs, Zeb driving the first, Megan beside him. Beth in the back, with Bawana. Bear drove the second one, Chloe at his side, Roger and Broker in the rear. It took them 40 minutes to get to 1PP, 1 Police Plaza, the NYPD's headquarters. They were met by Chong and Pazaka, who escorted them silently to the upper floors. Chong and Pazaka headed a special unit in the NYPD that tackled high-profile and high-visibility cases. Zeb and his crew had helped them crack several cases in which both the agency and the NYPD had an interest. The NYPD had taken the credit, which suited Zeb fine. The agency wasn't after recognition. The two cops also knew just enough about the agency not to ask too many questions. "How is he?" Beth asked Chong as they went up the elevator, referring to Levin. "Holding up, considering all that's gone down." Chong was the more laid-back of the two detectives. He was normally dressed in a wrinkled suit, his hair ruffled. He had made an effort for that meeting. His suit was sharply creased, his shoes gleamed, and his hair was neatly parted. Pazaka had model-like looks, he dressed like one and was a minor celebrity. He had written a few books, which had brought him fame and accompanying rewards. He thought Zeb and his friends were vigilantes, and had a permanent look of disdain when dealing with the operatives. Despite that, the two cops got along well with Zeb's crew. Chong knocked once on a door and opened it at a muffled "come in." NYPD Commissioner Rolando rose and hugged them. He knew them all. There was history, good history. At the end of the polished walnut table sat a steel gray-haired man. He wore reading glasses as he flicked through several sheets of paper, making notes on one. Avichai Levin. The Israeli's normally stern face was haggard. His eyes were red. Despite his loss, he was a widower, Shira his only child. He was smartly dressed in a brown suit and a white shirt. He wordlessly clasped Zeb tight and bowed when shaking hands with the twins and Chloe. No words were exchanged. No condolences were offered by anyone. None of them in the room believed in pointless verbosity. "Anything?" Zeb asked the commissioner. Rolando raised an eyebrow at Chong and Pazaka. The latter took his cue and shook his head. "Too early. Not even 24 hours have elapsed." He repeated the previous day's version of the story, with a few more details. Shira Levin, Avichai Levin's daughter, had been in New York for a year, studying music at the Juilliard School. She had a small circle of friends, shared an apartment in Brooklyn with two other girls, and by all accounts led a quiet life. She was 32, had no romantic entanglements, and other than the occasional show or quiet dinner with friends, didn't socialize much. The route she took, on which she had been attacked, was normal for her. Routine. She had a protection detail, 2 Israeli men, who usually followed a car length behind. That particular day, they had been 4 cars behind. Caught up in traffic. They hadn't seen the killing, traffic obstructing their view. The attacker's SUV had been found in Brooklyn. Abandoned. Clean. No prints. No DNA. It had been reported stolen 2 months ago. A few bystanders had managed to film the killing on their phones. Those videos had made it to the mainstream media, but the killers still remained unidentified. They were all dressed in black sweatpants, dark sneakers, black masks, and black gloves. No onlookers recollected hearing any of the killers speaking. It was a quick, clinical kill. The media has gone to town, replaying the videos zillions of times. Our toll-free numbers are flooded with crazies. Some claiming to be the killers, others saying they know who the killers are. We're running down everything. Chong picked up the ball when Pazaka paused. We're working with Mr. Levin. Drawing up a list of his daughter's friends. We've sent a team to question the girls she roomed with. Another team is at Juilliard. Mr. Levin. Avichai, the head of Mossad, corrected him in a gravelly voice. Avichai is compiling a list of people, threats he's received. Enemies. It's likely to be a long list. No one commented. It would be a long list. There would be many people, criminal gangs, terrorists, nation-states, who would want to harm Levin or his family. Zeb rose from his chair as Chong continued and went to a window. The street below was flooded with TV camera crews, journalists, and curious onlookers. There will be diplomatic pressure, media pressure, outrage from Joe Public. Levin will want to unleash his YAKUZA and his kitten. The YAKUZA were field officers who gathered information, ran agents, and often conducted investigations. The kitten, which literally meant tip of the spear, were the elite assassins who carried out the wet work. Zeb leaned against the windowsill, his back to it, and gazed reflectively around the table. He was confident Chong and Pazaka would carry out a first-rate investigation. He looked in the direction of the woman who sat next to Levin. She hadn't greeted them. She hadn't risen. She hadn't even smiled. Her eyes were gray. Zeb had seen senators and congressmen quail before those eyes. She was his boss, Claire. She had flown down from D.C. to extend her support to Levin. "I can help," Levin cut over Chong and turned to address Rolando. "My people can work with yours. We can set up a joint task force." "Not at this moment, sir. We have enough resources. If we need more, I won't hesitate to call," the commissioner replied diplomatically. "Avichai," Zeb called out when Levin made to protest. "Let the NYPD run their investigation. They're good. Don't involve your YAKUZA or your kitten." "It's my daughter," Levin protested angrily. "We can help." "Your means are different, Avichai. This isn't a Mossad mission." Levin's face grew mottled, and he thrust his chair back to rise angrily when Claire spoke. "Avichai," she chided. That was enough for Levin to control himself. "I want to know who and why," he warned Zeb. "You will." "Chong?" "Yeah?" "The swords." "I was getting to that. We got people to enhance the videos and images, and do whatever geeks do. There isn't great clarity on the sword. It could be an Asian ceremonial sword. It could also be an extra-long butcher's blade. Islamic terrorists use swords, don't they?" Bear rumbled from his corner. "Yeah. We're looking into that angle too. So far, no terrorist group has come forward to claim responsibility. Later today, we'll be questioning all those on our watch list and the FBI's." The watch list was just that, a list of people law enforcement agencies monitored. Some of them were on the list for the media they consumed. Extreme propaganda. Hate preaching. Maybe they had uttered threats publicly. Some of those on the list could have arrest records. There was no single list. Each agency had its own, and they often shared such lists with other bodies. The existence of such lists was rarely acknowledged. What about criminal gangs? Terrorists? Those the Mossad has attacked? Those too. As soon as we have Mr. Levin's list. A knock sounded on the door, and an officer entered. He whispered briefly in Chang's ear and departed. "We might have something." Chong couldn't suppress the excitement in his voice. "We got a call from an informant. Someone who's quite reliable. He says the killers were from the Hanoi Brotherhood, a Vietnamese gang in Los Angeles." Levins leaned forward quickly. "Hanoi Brotherhood." "Yes, sir. You know of them?" Levin hesitated, battling with how much he could share. "You took out their leader Bao Nguyen, didn't you? Last year," Claire guessed. "I remember reading the reports. They were helping terrorists in Jerusalem. Funding them. We took out the killers and also Bao Nguyen." Rolando's brow creased. Why would a Vietnamese gang help those terrorists? "Snuff films," Levin sighed heavily. "The terrorists made snuff films and sold them to the Vietnamese. The Hanoi Brotherhood got a new leader, Duan Ban, early this year. He swore revenge on the Mossad. He waved a sheet of paper. They're on my list. We'll get the LAPD to question him." Chong took Levin's sheet, glanced at it briefly, and handed it to Pazaka. "You know anything more about them? They would use swords?" "Yes," Levin affirmed. "They are not a large gang. Maybe 200 on the West Coast, but they are very vicious. Brutal. Execution by sword is a common form of punishment. I don't think they will admit anything to your LAPD. Duanban will not even talk. He will, Zeb said confidently. Why? Levin asked, dubious, voicing the expression on everyone's faces. Because the person who goes to question them will be Bao Nguyen's killer. Levin frowned. I can't expose my people. You won't have to. Then? You're looking at Bao Nguyen's assassin. Chapter 5. Zeb held a hand up when a chorus of protests broke up. You have any better ideas? The LAPD will get him to talk. If needed, Chong and I can fly out. This isn't one of your missions. Pazaka glared at him, minding his words, conscious of Claire's presence. Why do you think he'll admit it was his killers? You don't know who the killers are. There's no way you can track them back to the Hanoi Brotherhood. Why would he even agree to meet you? Floundering, Pazaka looked at Chong for support and got none. This is no different from any other investigation. If the gang boss doesn't meet us, we'll have to do this the hard way. Investigate the gang. Suit yourself, Zeb replied indifferently and returned to his seat. That's it? Pazaka asked in disbelief. I thought you'd protest more. It's your investigation. You should run it the way you see fit. Pazaka searched his face but couldn't read anything in it. He returned to briefing them, actions that his team would be taking, reporting liaison points with the media. Zeb tuned out after a while and mentally ran down a list of contacts. In Los Angeles. You're going to the West Coast? Claire asked him in the elevator with the 8 of them, after the meeting had ended. Yes, ma'am. You don't want the cops with you? No, ma'am. Will you be taking anyone with you? Bawana, Roger, and Bear, standing behind Claire, raised their hands silently. Maybe, ma'am. I haven't decided yet. Let Hall know. Jeffrey Hall was the LAPD's chief of police. He wouldn't like vigilante action on his turf. Even if it was by his best friend. Was planning to, ma'am. Hall was a very good friend. Claire walked out of the elevator when it reached the lobby and waited for her team to catch up with her. Ma'am, Levin needs to be controlled. He cannot let his people loose. He won't. He's a professional. He's been in the game long enough. In any case, I'll manage him. I'm coming with you, bro, Bawana said softly as they approached their parked SUVs. He's too big, Roger shot his friend down. He can't move fast. He'll stick out like a sore thumb. I'm your best bet. Raj's too good looking, Bear said, putting his 2 cents in. He's easily distracted by women. I should come along with you. Zeb turned around and faced them. I'm going alone. Chloe, you and Bear go along with the NYPD's teams. Sit in as they interview the watch list. Bawana, you and Roger talk to our watch list. The agency had its own list that they had collated over the years. It tracked social media behavior and online subscriptions, monitored emails and camera feeds. Its list wasn't shared with law enforcement agencies since its method of acquisition was dubious. Broker and the twins had a very loose definition of what was legal when it came to gathering intel. What about us? Beth flared. Your work's the most important. We're just the heavies. A rare smile crossed Zeb's face. Broker and the 2 of you will work on Werner. Check all vehicles. All cameras. All social media posts. Talk to all those people who recorded the killing. Get the footage. There might be more on their phones. And get my name back on the website. Their security consulting website, their front, didn't have any names on it. During missions, Zeb had his name up on it. The twins tracked the page to see who had checked it out and followed that trail as far as it led. There were a few instances when the badasses they had been hunting had left an easy electronic trail. The drive back to their office was silent, each one of them wrapped in their own thoughts. Levin's face was fresh in their memories. Chloe was the first to break the silence in the second vehicle. "You're shadowing him." It wasn't a question. "Yeah. Bawana and I, or Raj and I." "Nope," Roger drawled from the rear. "Bawana and I will go. The two of you stick with Chong and Pazaka." They all knew Zeb liked to work alone. That didn't mean they didn't have his back. Bawana and Roger would fly commercial, shadow Zeb, and pitch in if their friend was in trouble. It was SOP, standard operating procedure, for the 7 of them. Zeb took the Gulf Stream that evening and reached Los Angeles as night was falling. A short, balding man was waiting for him at the airport. The man gave him a car key and disappeared into the crowd without a word. The agency had SUVs stashed in major cities around the country and internationally. Each SUV was kept in a veteran-owned and operated garage. Every vehicle was identical. Armored body. Cache of weapons beneath the floorboards. Run-flat tires. Reinforced windows. Several gadgets that would be at home in the Batmobile. The vets provided the vehicles whenever Zeb's crew needed them, collected them after each mission, serviced them, and kept them ready for the next call. Zeb paid them from a trust fund they had set up, a generous allowance that more than covered their garage's operating costs. Zeb drove out in the black SUV, they were always black, under the night sky, and joined the traffic in the city that manufactured dreams. He nosed into the new LAPD headquarters on West 1st Street, a gleaming glass and concrete building, and found a parking space. He gave his name to a burly man behind the desk and went up a silent elevator. It was night, but the building was busy. Suspects were being interviewed, cops were on their phones, plainclothes men and women bustled about with files and coffee mugs in their hands. He spotted the ubiquitous donut boxes on a couple of desks. He knocked at the office he was seeking and pushed open the door when a gruff voice called out. The man behind the walnut desk was large, built like a tank, and coal black. He had a forbidding expression on his face. LAPD Chief of Police Jeffrey Hall waited for Zeb to shut the door, and only then allowed a wide grin to split his face. Zeb knew there was a running bet in the corridors of the building. Whoever witnessed Hall's smile would come into a nice pot. As far as he knew, no one had claimed that money. Hall rose from his seat, walked swiftly around his desk and crushed Zeb in a bear hug. Hall was the same size as Bawana and Bear, had the same build and the same crushing hugs and handshakes. Zeb gingerly felt his ribs for effect, at which Hall laughed and pointed to a seat. "What brings you here, Zeb?" Hall asked. "Megan gave me a heads up, but didn't say why you were visiting." Hall and Zeb had served in Iraq, and on one occasion, Zeb had saved him from a sniper attack. A debt like that couldn't be repaid, and Hall didn't even try. That bond forged in the heat of battle hadn't dimmed, and Zeb and Hall made it a point to look each other up when they were in the other's city. "Your visit related to Levin's daughter. I heard about it. Nasty stuff." "I'm hunting Du and Bon." Zeb brought Hall up to speed quickly and watched his friend go businesslike. "He'll never admit to being involved in Shira Levin's killing." Hall stroked his chin. "However, if he knows Nguyen's killer is with us, he might come." "Has he shown up previously?" "Rarely at first call. We know where he usually hangs out. We leave messages at those places. After several such messages, he turns up. Accompanied by a lawyer. But your ruse might just work. My guess is he'll come running. Don't expect any revelation, though. He's never admitted to being in a gang. At the least, I can observe him. Ask him to come in. Where does he hang out?" "In East Long Beach. A lot of Asian gangs are out of there." "I thought you didn't see much violence these days." "We don't," Hall admitted, leaning back in his chair and crossing his arms behind his head. Drive-by shootings, random shootings in restaurants over gambling debts, physical attacks, these were all quite common 10 years back. Folks didn't come out of their houses at night, it was so bad. It was a turf war out there in East Long Beach for the Asian gangs. It's different now. There are still gangs, but the violence isn't so obvious. The gangs have become more sophisticated and have branched out from extortion and killing. They push drugs, run women. They've become more businesslike. Outright violence is rare. They know we'll come down on them like a ton of bricks. What about Doan Bon? He's a bad one. Hall grimaced. He's old school still. He's quite young. In his mid-30s. He grew up here, rumored to have killed his first victim when he was 11 years old. Of course, he denies all gang activity. He runs a motel in Long Beach. That's his front. That's where we usually leave our messages for him. He has 5 men around him at all times. We asked him why he needs protection for running a motel. He said they're for his self-confidence. You'll see for yourself when he comes in. You'll tell him you have Bao Nguyen's killer. Nope. Hall's lips tightened. I'll talk about it in the hallways. It'll get picked up. We know Bon has a few crooked cops on his payroll. The news'll get to him. It might also help me find out who those dirty cops are. Hall's face was like granite, and his words were cold, a taste of the reception Bon's cops would receive. Doan Bon swaggered in the next afternoon, with 5 flunkies, just as Hall had predicted. Bon was lean, wiry, with very short hair and eyes that were never still. They flicked to the left, to the right. They rested on people, moved on, and took in everything. He was wearing a short-sleeved white tee that showed tats running up and down his arms. Blue jeans over white sneakers. His heavies were bigger men, all Vietnamese, and had the cold, flat eyes of killers. Zeb watched them through the one-way mirrored window and listened as 2 cops questioned Bon. Bon started off aggressively, demanding to know why he had been summoned. He narrowed his eyes and looked surprised when the cops told him the reason. New York. Killing a woman. He spread his hands wide, an honest citizen expressing outrage. I'm a businessman, officers. I run a motel. I've never been to New York. I'm not in a gang. I thought you brought me in to identify Nguyen's killer. One of the cops pointed out a tat on his right arm. This one, he exclaimed. I didn't know it was gang ink when I got it done. I haven't bothered to remove it. Where's that killer? You don't have him, do you? You've wasted my time. Who told you we have Nguyen's killer? He was killed by the Mossad, wasn't he? A cop queried. Bon realized his mistake immediately. Why else would you call me? He blustered. I've done nothing wrong. I pay my taxes. I've never committed a crime. Bao Nguyen was my friend. I thought you'd caught his killer. I should have realized you cops are just fat and lazy. You see how he is? Hall came from behind and stood alongside Zeb, watching the interrogation. Everyone who comes to these rooms claims to be honest. Upright. If we had so many honest folks in our country. Hall chuckled soundlessly. His mirth died when he saw the expression on Zeb's face. No vigilantism. Not in my town, Bubba. Me, a vigilante. Hall brushed away Zeb's protest and hugged his friend before seeing him out. Zeb was climbing into his vehicle in the parking lot when the sound of raucous laughter attracted his attention. Bon and his heavies came into sight, the gang boss doubling over in delight as he mimicked the cops' questions. They passed Zeb's vehicle without spotting him, climbed into a Hummer, and drove away. Zeb followed them out and turned away from them when he hit the street. Getting Bon come to the LAPD had served 2 purposes. Zeb got a first-hand look at the man, how he behaved. He had also seen some of Bon's hitters. It was time to execute the second part of his plan, in which Bon didn't laugh at all. Chapter 6. Bon lived in a fortified house opposite his motel in East Long Beach. Just a strip of road separating him from his secure pad and his business interest. Well, it was his official business interest. His real businesses were spread across East Los Angeles, the usual stuff gangs were involved in. Drugs and prostitution were the mainstay. But movies, hardcore porn, and snuff were fast-growing lines of business. Or had been. His face darkened as his ride stopped at a gas station, and one of his homies sauntered inside to buy a pack of smokes. If Bao Nguyen hadn't been killed, those lines of business would have been the most profitable. However, there was a silver lining to everything. If Nguyen hadn't been killed, Bon wouldn't have been king of the Hanoi Brotherhood. His lips curled as he remembered the two rivals he'd had to kill. One he had stabbed 1,000 times as he'd lain tied to a bench. Okay, maybe not 1,000 times, but surely 100. How the man had howled. He had cut the genitals off the other man before killing him. One of his hoods met his eyes in the mirror and looked away quickly. That was good. Most of his men feared him. With reason. Bon was unpredictable. One moment he could be sharing a smoke with them. The next he could fly into a killing rage. He rolled down his window and yelled at his man, "Get your ass moving. It's late. I need to check on the motel." The man waved his hand from inside, stopped chatting with the girl behind the counter, and hurried out. They all knew Bon was irritable of late. Ever since their 4-man kill team had gone missing 2 weeks ago. That kill team was the best in Los Angeles. Fellow Vietnamese, they were coldly efficient, ruthless, and savage when they had to be. They served the gang without complaint and didn't care who the leader was. Bao Nguyen or Du Van Bon, it was all the same to them. They hadn't gotten involved when the gang was going through a transition, and Bon was fighting to lead it. The 4 men were brothers, and no one was really sure how they had joined the gang. Bao Nguyen knew, but he hadn't told anyone else. After his death, it remained a mystery. The killers used to hang around Bon's house, in their own private world. They didn't talk to anyone. No jokes. No smiles. No mention of women. They dined separately and slept randomly around the house. They occupied no fixed room. It wasn't as if the house was small. It had 8 bedrooms, and the only other occupants were Bon and 3 homies who were his protection detail. But the brothers didn't take any rooms. They slept on the floor in the living room or in hallways. They weren't particular. Bon had asked them once why they didn't occupy a room. "Don't like closed spaces" had been the laconic answer. The brothers were a killing machine. A rival gang boss had to be taken out quietly. They infiltrated his house, and the man was never seen again. A victim was to be killed, viciously, as a message to everyone. They chopped his hands off. They were good with gun, knife, and sword. They spent hours practicing martial arts, and Bon had once asked them if it was karate that they practiced. They gave him blank eyes and continued their moves. Bon sometimes suspected they worked for other gangs. They disappeared occasionally for days after telling him they were off. Just that. That they would be back in 2 or 3 days. No asking for permission. No giving any reasons. Just a bland statement. And they would return as silently as they had gone. The recent absence was the most prolonged one. The eldest brother said they were going for a long time, but would be back. "Are you going to Vietnam?" Bon demanded. He didn't reply. He turned his back on Bon and filed out along with his siblings, and they weren't seen again. Maybe they have gone to Hanoi. They must have family there. They'll be back soon, Bon consoled himself as his ride turned inside the motel's entrance. The brothers had cell phones, but all of them had been switched off. Bon had made discreet inquiries in Los Angeles to check if any other gang had seen his kill team. No one had. He jumped inside, went to the office, and inspected the books. It was a regular thing for him. Not only did he have to maintain appearances, he genuinely liked the motel operation. It was a clean business. Was profitable and ran smoothly. He ranted for a few minutes when he saw occupancy was down. He pointed at a dying plant in a flower pot in a hallway and yelled. The motel wasn't a fancy place, but appearances had to be maintained. He vented on the rest of the staff and stormed back to his vehicle. His heavies drove him quickly back home. As quick as they could, since they had to join traffic, go a long way down, and turn back at a light. "Get me dinner," Bond yelled, as he disappeared into his room to shower. Ever since the Killer brothers had vanished, he had added one more man to his protection detail. He had 4 people with him now. They were good men, but they didn't have the edge the brothers had. Thankfully, there wasn't much warfare with other gangs. The Mossad seemed to have disappeared after they had killed Bao Nguyen. The 4 hoods could protect him till the brothers returned. He returned to find dinner laid out for him on the dining table. Just for one person, for Bond ate alone. Always. He was halfway digging through his chicken when he heard a chair scrape and someone else join him at the table. "You know the rules," he said coldly without looking up. "I eat alone." "I don't care," a voice replied. Bond looked up, startled, and gaped at the lean brown-haired man who was sitting a couple of feet away. The man was wearing thick dark shades even though he was indoors. He had a headset around his ears. "Who are you?" he asked stupidly, trying to comprehend the stranger's presence. "Finish eating." The stranger pointed to Bond's plate. "You'll need strength." "Strength? For what?" "For answering my questions." "You will refuse to answer. Claim ignorance. I will become aggressive. You'll need your energy for all that. Eat." The man's tone voice was even. Almost bored. As if he was discussing the weather. "Go. Kim. Lin. Phuong. Where are you?" Bond bellowed and pushed his chair back. Footsteps came pounding. Go was the first to appear in the dining room, opposite the stranger. The stranger shot him with a gun that had materialized out of thin air. The report stunned Bond. He leapt to a chest of drawers where he had guns. The next moment, he was yowling in agony as the stranger flung the bowl of hot soup at his face. He scrabbled at his face desperately. Caught glimpses of the stranger as he turned to face his men. The man seemed to move as if in slow motion. Thrusting his chair back. Half turning, without rising to full height. Dimly Bond knew why. To present a smaller target. The stranger's gun bucked once. Kim went down, a red rose blossoming on his forehead. Lin and Phuong appeared from the kitchen, guns blazing. The stranger heaved the dining table to its side and used it as a shield. He didn't return fire. His hand rose and something flew from it. It landed between Lin and Phuong, and then the room went blinding white, and a roar of sound assaulted Bond. He blacked out. When he came to, he found he was tied to a chair. His ears were still ringing and tears were streaming down his face. He turned his head slowly. Go was still on the floor. Dead. As was Kim. Phuong and Lin seemed to be alive but were trussed tight, their mouths gagged. A shadow moved at the edge of his vision. The stranger. He came in front of Bond and held a glass of water to his mouth. Bond gulped greedily, breathing heavily. "Why did you kill Levin's daughter?" Bond blinked fast to dislodge the sweat on his eyelids. "Do you know who I am?" he shouted. Something hit him in the mouth. He fell choking, spat out teeth and blood. Gasped when the stranger hauled his chair upright. "Why did you kill Levin's daughter?" The same question. Uttered in the same monotone. Bond's eyes darted wildly, going to the various entrances in the dining room. Hoping his 4 killers would appear as if by magic. They didn't. "You had better get away before my men come," he said defiantly. He didn't hear the shot. He didn't feel pain. Not at first. He just felt shock and his thigh jerked involuntarily as a round pierced it. Then the pain came, like fire spreading through his body. He screamed, and through his body's throbbing and over his own shouting, he heard the man repeat the question. "Don't know," he gasped. Zeb watched him, considering his answer. He had read up on Bond and knew he was a vicious criminal. Bond liked blood sports. Liked killing. Zeb had expected resistance. Denial. But the man's answer seemed to have a ring of truth. Yesterday. In New York. You and your men killed her, he prodded Bon. Was not in New York. Don't know girl, Bon mumbled, his head sagging on his chest. Zeb touched his barrel lightly to Bon's wound. The Vietnamese jumped as if electrocuted. Don't know. Didn't kill any girl yesterday, he babbled, yelling, the words spilling out faster than his tongue could move. Zeb rose and paced the living room. The two living hoods on the floor stared at him balefully. If looks could kill, Zeb would have been dead and cremated. Zeb ignored them. Was the snitch lying? An idea struck him. He pulled out his phone and brought up the video, then grasped Bon's head and made him watch the recording. This isn't you. Your men? Bon groaned at the sudden movement but didn't reply. He watched, his chest heaving, and when he looked at Zeb, his face was white. He moistened his lips. That's not me, man. I didn't order that. He flinched when Zeb's gun rose. Wait, he yelled, edging back in his chair. Those men. They look familiar. Those moves. Who are they? Bon hesitated and then rushed to answer when Zeb moved threateningly. They look like my killers. But I didn't order them, he continued quickly when Zeb's face tightened. They have been missing for 2 weeks. Zeb listened as Bon told everything he knew. It sounded plausible. The timeline fit. They could be taking contracts. 2 weeks would be enough time to prepare. He searched Bon's phone and found a couple of photographs of the brothers. The four heavies' phones had more images. He transferred the images to his phone and forwarded them to Megan. He scribbled a number on a sheet of paper and waved it in front of Bon. Call this number when they return. Are you a cop? Bon asked him, wincing as he tried to stretch his legs. No. Did you hear me? Yes, I heard you. I will call if they return. But I will kill you before that, Bon shouted in sudden fury. Zeb crouched in front of him and looked him steadily in the eyes. Don't even think of that. Run your motel. Disband your gang. You just might live long. He rose, and as he was walking away, Bon asked him another question. Are you from the Mossad? Zeb couldn't help smiling. You wouldn't be alive if I was. Chapter 7. Bon waited till he was sure the stranger had left, and then let loose a long string of curses. He cursed his protection detail. He would kick their sorry asses once he was free. He cursed his entire gang. What good was it when its members couldn't come together for its leader? He cursed the city of Los Angeles. Why had it allowed the stranger in its vicinity in the first place? He saved his choicest curses for the Mossad. All his problems had started when the Israeli outfit had taken a hand in the gang's operations. Bon panted when he had run out of breath. He asked the surviving hoods if they could get to a phone. They shook their heads. They were bound tight. Bon closed his eyes and jumped, and his chair moved an inch. Fire lanced through him again, and he shrieked in agony. He gritted his teeth, swore vengeance on the stranger, and jumped again, in the direction of a landline phone. It took 10 agonizing minutes for him to get close to the sideboard, and by the time he was near, his clothing was soaked in sweat and blood. He leaned forward and nudged the phone off its cradle with his chin. It took several more attempts to speed dial a number, but he finally achieved it. 5 gang members rushed through the door half an hour later and stood stock still for an instant, gawking at the sight. They jumped into action when Bon screamed and cursed their fathers and mothers and likened them to dogs. The new arrivals cut their friends free, and one of them started attending to Bon. That's a nice sight, isn't it? A voice drawled from the doorway. 8 heads turned, startled, and stared. A large black man and a slightly shorter blonde were surveying them. Standing loose. Relaxed. Brotherly love. No finer sight. It gets me bawling every time, the black man agreed. Kill them, Bond screeched, not caring whether the intruders were friendlies or hostiles. For the second time in the night, he watched as time seemed to slow. The intruders split up, the black man going right, the blonde going left. The black man's hand chopped to his waist and came up with a silvery object. Tongues of fire laced from it, and 2 hoods dropped. The blonde dropped to his knees and fired equally rapidly. Bond had numbers on his side, but the intruders had surprise on theirs. They were faster, had quicker draws, and in no time Bond's men were down. The sound of rolling thunder died slowly, and the air was thick with the smell of gun smoke when the men approached Bond. Bond looked dazedly at his men. All dead. A few of them had gotten off shots, and in fact one of them had hit the blonde, but he seemed to be wearing armor. The strangers weren't even scratched. Bond tried to stand. The black man shoved him back in his chair and stood over him. Bond nearly passed out when the man gouged his gun into Bond's open wound. "What do you want?" he managed to choke out. "That should be obvious, shouldn't it? We came to teach you good habits." "There's a gap in your schooling," the blonde joined in solemnly. "We aim to rectify that." Bond was bewildered. What were they talking about? His puzzlement must have shown, for the black man smiled unpleasantly. "What did that other dude tell you?" Bond racked his brains. The brown-haired man hadn't told him anything. He'd only been asking questions. Bond's brow cleared. "Stay away. Don't go after him." The black man nodded approvingly. "That wasn't hard, was it?" His face turned cold. "And what were you planning to do when you were free?" He slapped Bond lightly, and the Vietnamese nearly fell off his seat. "They never learn, do they, Raj?" "Nope. I wonder why we waste time." "Should I plug him?" "No," Bond yelled. "I didn't mean it. I will mind my own business. I won't go after him." The blonde one clicked his tongue. "You saw the mistake he made." "Yeah. He didn't say anything about us." "I won't come after you either. I don't know any of you." "That's better." Another approving nod. The black man lowered his gun but didn't move. "What? What now?" "I promised," Bond pleaded desperately. "Well," the blonde one drawled, "it's like this. We ain't sure if you told our friend the truth. We're just double-checking, you know." "I did," Bond replied and shouted loudly when the black man shot him in the other thigh. "Just to be sure, you know," he heard an apologetic voice say as he sobbed and swore and cursed. They asked him the same questions, some new ones, and variations of the old ones. They slapped Bond awake when he was on the verge of passing out, and kept at him until they were satisfied. They finally straightened and holstered their guns. "Remember your promise," the black one warned. Bond nodded dully. "Yes," he whispered. He raised his head with all his strength, parted his chapped lips and looked at them with glazed eyes. "Are you with the Mossad?" "No. We're worse." Bond believed them. Neither Bawana nor Roger nor Zeb paid any attention to the lampposts outside Bond's house. If they had, they might have spotted the miniature black devices mounted high up on 2 of the posts. Those devices were small and very easy to miss. There were 2 of them, both facing the gang leader's residence. They sent out a wireless feed to a central console a few streets away. The cameras had been planted by the Patriarch's gang in L.A. A phone call from Senior, the elder brother, had gotten a few hitters to climb up the lampposts, fix the devices, and turn them on. Those images and videos reached the siblings, who were hunched over a screen as they watched the feed. "Who are they?" Junior, the younger brother, asked as they watched the brown-haired man enter the house and leave after an hour. Then the black and the blonde men arrived. Their LA gang hadn't been able to plant any surveillance devices inside Bond's house. The siblings had to rely on their imagination to guess what was going on inside. Senior, the elder brother, shrugged. Stun grenade, Junior murmured as they watched the house light up from inside, shortly after the brown-haired man's arrival. Aha, his sibling confirmed. The brown-haired man walked out, and for a moment he faced one of the cameras full on. A printer on the desk came to life, and the stranger's face rolled out on 2 white sheets. The 2 men studied the printout for long moments and shook their heads at the same time. They didn't recognize him. They returned to the video and resumed watching. Neither of them knew the black and the blonde men, either. The printer spat out their images too. I'll pass them to our men. Let them ask around. You email our friends abroad, Junior suggested. Senior didn't respond. He was looking at a calendar. At a particular date. 2 days away. Everything's ready. Junior slapped his brother on his shoulder. You worry too much. Senior brooded as he looked at the printouts in his hand. None of this was to his liking. The gang, the business empire, and its members were going in a direction he wasn't happy with. He was aware that his father knew of his reservations. As did his brother. They think I am conservative. They think these acts will revive us. But it's they who are stuck in the past. Nothing good comes out of killing. He wasn't squeamish about bloodshed. He and Junior had dirtied their hands many a time. As had their father. One didn't rule a fiefdom of that size without taking lives. No, it was the approach his father was taking that he didn't agree with. He can test us in different ways. We are already running business divisions. He can make his judgment based on our performance. But no. He wants to recapture past glory. He was a dutiful son, however. He would do what his father bade him. And do it well. There was no better planner than he. That was where he and his sibling differed. He had attention to detail. Junior had the vision. The 2 weren't friends but worked well together. That would be the best outcome for the business. The 2 of us at the top. But Papa favors him, I know. Papa wants to make him the head of the gang and the empire. This whole test is just to ensure that Papa is seen to be fair. I won't give up, however. I will fight for that role. For he had his father's blood in him. The genes of his ancestors. They were conquerors. Empire builders. Senior, too, wanted to rule the fiefdom. He rolled the sheets into a cylinder and went to make calls and send emails. To America and Europe. The 2 brothers had to identify who these strangers were. Work out just how big a threat they were. And then kill them. Chapter 8. Holly Nicholson called the emergency board meeting to order. She and 5 other women were at the University Club in San Francisco. It was an exclusive institution, membership by invitation only, and one had to attend a prestigious school to be considered for membership. Nicholson had been to Stanford, as had her fellow board members. They were all members, but the club and its grand decor weren't on her mind. The 6 of them sat around a conference phone, waiting for 5 more women to dial in from Asia, Europe, and South America. There used to be 12 of them, and they'd called themselves the Kick-Ass Women's Club. It had started off as a networking group when they were in college, but had morphed into something vastly different. Now it was a private equity group that invested in technologies and companies around the globe. Not all the TKWC women were wildly wealthy. But all of them were extremely well connected and had sound business acumen, and it was those traits that had made the club one of the most powerful equity groups in the world. It was also a very high-profile group because of its guiding principles. TKWC was very particular in the firms it took a stake in. The companies had to offer products or services that made the world a better place. The firms had to have gender equality and have female board representation. The gap between the highest and lowest earners in the investee firms had to be low. Board members of the TKWC frequently dined with presidents and prime ministers of the world's richest nations. They spoke at global forums. Their social media pages had large followings. When a TKWC board member spoke, political and economic leaders around the world listened. Holly Nicholson was its current president, a role that rotated every 2 years. When all the callers had joined in, Holly glanced around the ornate table. All of them were of similar age. Holly was blonde and slim, a child of the West Coast. There were African Americans, Hispanic women, Europeans, and Asian women in TKWC. It was a diverse group. One chair was vacant. "Stay strong," she told herself. "You might have heard of Shira Levin's death," she opened the proceedings. The eyes of those present went to the empty seat. Those on the phone whispered in assent. Shira had been a board member. What's more, she had been a friend to all of them. She, Holly, and 3 other women had been the original founders of TKWC. "I have spoken to Commissioner Rolando of the NYPD and will be flying out later today to meet him. It's too early in the investigation. He didn't have anything much to offer. I spoke to her father too. He was remote, distant. You can understand why." They knew why. Avichai Levin hadn't approved of his daughter being in the public eye. It had set her up as a target. Shira was a determined woman, however. TKWC was her passion. She wasn't going to let her father's job define her. Holly's voice cracked as she reminisced about her friend. The 11 of them shared stories and anecdotes. Tears were shed, and it was only after a couple of hours that Holly brought up business. Shira was on the board of 3 companies, she said, mentioning their names. Heads nodded around the table. One firm sold technology that tracked nuclear material as it was transported either to reactors or to defense establishments. World governments were its customers. Another firm was in the cybersecurity space. It prevented consumer data from being misused. A third was a robotics company that developed artificial intelligence technology for elderly care. As you're all aware, all 3 companies had offers from bidders. Shira had been evaluating those bidders when Holly trailed off, dabbed her eyes, and put on her game face. TKWC's rules for selling a company were as stringent as its acquisition criteria. A bidder had to show a 5-year plan. It had to meet TKWC's gender and pay equality rules. If an acquirer defaulted on their commitments, TKWC would get its portfolio company back. All these evaluations will be deferred to an appropriate time. We have to vote on a member to take Shira's place. That member will carry on Shira's role. Is there anyone who doesn't want to be considered for the role? No hands were raised. No caller voiced an objection. She wrote their names on 11 slips of paper, folded them, and put them in a glass bowl. She handed the bowl to Miyako Nagasawa, who was on her right. Miyako shook the bowl and passed it on to Alicia Negrete. Alicia closed her eyes and picked out a note. She opened it and read out the name on it. Mulan Yao. Mulan was based in Tokyo. She and Maya Indrawati, who was in New Delhi, looked after their Asian interests. Both Mulan and Maya were on the conference call. Any objections to Mulan's appointment? Holly asked her board. No one had any. Holly swiftly ran through the details of Mulan taking over Shira's responsibilities, and after discussing other business matters, she called the meeting to a close. Do I need to meet her father? Mulan asked from Tokyo. That stopped Holly. She had never considered a possible meeting. Avichai Levin had no connection to TKWC. Normally, there wouldn't be a need to meet him. However, these weren't normal circumstances. You're flying out tonight to join me in New York, aren't you? Let's meet him there. He said he'll be in NYC for as long as it takes. For as long as it took for his daughter's killers to be found. Mulan agreed, and after discussing logistics, Holly wrapped the meeting. She joined Miyako, Alicia, and Helen Garrido for a quiet drink, and they talked about Shira. About how the five of them, the original founders, had bonded while in Stanford. How the idea for TKWC had come up during an evening of pizza and beer. "We have been through a lot," she mused. "She more than all of us," Helen replied. "Her father, none of us had to deal with that kind of background." "Teresa and Susan," Holly agreed. "They too come from similar backgrounds. But Shira's was unique." "What do you think he'll do?" Miyako asked. "He. Avichai Levin." Holly's lips twisted mirthlessly. "He's the head of Mossad. What do you think he'll do?" "Have you heard of the Kick-Ass Women's Club?" Beth asked Zeb as soon as he entered the office. He had flown back from LA in the night. Had caught a few winks in his Jackson Heights apartment. The twins were the first to greet him in the office. "I'd rather go against 10 terrorists than these two. Especially when they're charged up." And they were. Beth was bouncing in her seat the way she did when she had uncovered something important. Megan was more restrained, but she too had that gleam in her eye. Broker was practicing his putts on the golfing strip. Something he did only when there was a breakthrough of some sort. Zeb ran through this mental database. All the names and organization he was aware of. Nope. That name didn't ring a bell. "Is it some gang of female assassins?" he ventured cautiously. Beth snorted. "Way off, dude. Way off." "Get to it, sis," Megan urged her. "Or else our tame killer might do some damage." "They're a private equity group. They raise capital and invest in companies." Zeb nodded as he recollected the name from the business pages he'd read. "They're into ethical investment, aren't they?" "That's a strange name for an investment firm." "It's what they called their outfit when they were in college. They stuck with the name. And this is relevant because Shira Levin was on their board. Not just that, she was a founding member. She was on the board of 3 of their portfolio companies." Zeb sat down and blindly accepted the mug of coffee Megan thrust at him. "I thought she was in New York to study music." "That too," Megan elaborated, "but TKWC was her primary focus." "Why didn't Avichai say anything?" "He probably did. To the NYPD. We didn't speak much with him, remember? Chong and Pazaka might know. But they would have figured we knew too." Zeb leaned back and absorbed the details the twins narrated. About TKWC. Its formation. Its members. The companies it had invested in. The robotics company is in Boston. The cybersecurity company is in Seattle, and the fissile material tracking company is in Israel, Megan finished. Corporate deals normally don't become bloody, Zeb pondered. But he knew there were exceptions. Another wrinkle, he mused. Personal revenge, or a terrorist attack. Or terrorists exacting vengeance. Those had been the motives he and his crew had figured on. None of them had thought of any business angle. But then, we didn't know of her business interests. Until now. We need to talk to Avichai. See what else was going on in her life. And also talk to this club. Have set it up already, Beth confirmed. As it happens, TKWC's president is meeting Levin tomorrow. He suggested we sit in on that meeting. The twins and broker worked on Werner, digging into TKWC, its board members, and their investments. They hadn't found anything at the kill site. Camera feeds and cell phone footage had proven to be frustrating. No big reveal on the killer's vehicle. Werner was still working on the Killer Brothers photographs that Zeb had gotten from Bon in his heavies. Bear and Chloe called in later in the day. All the interviews they had attended had been fruitless. Bawana and Roger arrived. Bawana shrugged his shoulders when Zeb looked askance at them. No one's got a clue, he growled. You left anyone alive? He asked his friend. They exchanged a look he couldn't read. Only those who matter. Zeb went back to making his calls. To contacts in the intelligence world and in criminal enterprises around the world. All came back with an unequivocal no. Not a whisper on who the killers could be. Or whoever was behind it. When it was late evening, he rose and stretched and surveyed his crew. They were all on headsets or on screens. Life of a special ops team could be surprisingly mundane. Sure, there were bursts of action. But there was a lot of legwork. Megan felt his gaze, looked up, smiled briefly, and went back to writing algos. There wasn't any of the light-hearted humor of previous investigations. This one was different. Avichai Levin was a friend. He was like family. Chang's call came just as they were breaking up at 9 p.m. Zeb took the call, and when he hung up, he felt everyone's eyes on him. They could see something in his body, even though his face was as impassive as ever. They found 4 bodies. All shot. Single bullet through the temple. Chapter 9. It had been the easiest job the assassin had ever undertaken. He was used to killing difficult targets. There was one time he'd had to take out a businessman as he sat in his car, waiting for a light to change. In Cairo, amidst surrounding traffic. He had created a diversion. He had made an ambulance explode, and while people ran in terror, he'd slid inside his mark's car and executed him. There was another time he'd had to kill a mobster when he was with his mistress. The crime lord was in his security compound. The assassin had penetrated the security setup and had finished the mobster. And had left the mistress alive. He had chuckled in disbelief when Senior and Junior, the patriarch's kids, had approached him. "You want me to hand off a kill job to another set of killers?" "That's precisely what we want," they had told him. The assassin had used the killers before. The two parties knew one another. But on all previous occasions, the assassin had used the brothers as a diversion. He had done the wet work himself. "And when it's over, you have to finish them," Senior carried on. Now it made sense. The job had gone smoothly. The assassin had helped by inserting his vehicle in between Shira Levin's and that of her protection detail. The killer had been impressed by the brothers' efficiency. That sword cut showed hundreds of hours of practice. "It's good we are on the same side." He'd watched the execution go down and had fled the scene like other onlookers. Of course, he was wearing a prosthetic face. He wasn't an amateur. He'd met the brothers under an abandoned bridge in the Bronx when it was evening, the 4th day after Shira Levin's killing. The bridge was in Van Cortlandt Park and was once part of the Putnam Line, a railway line that ran from the Bronx to Brewster, New York. It was a splendid location for an execution. The smell of dead and decaying organic matter, the rust and peeling paint of the structure, the sound of distant traffic, all that gave the execution the right atmospherics. There were those 13 stone structures nearby, stone samples that had been placed there to test their durability, so that the right ones could be used to build Grand Central. Those stone pillars could act as oversized gravestones for the 4 brothers. The assassin dealt in death, but even he could see the poetic elegance in the location he had chosen. There wasn't much conversation between him and the brothers. Mumbled words. Appreciation from the assassin. Thanks from the eldest brother. The assassin opened a briefcase to show stacks of bills. One of the brothers inspected the bills, tested some under a pocket UV light, and nodded his head. The briefcase exchanged hands. The assassin leaned forward to shake the eldest brother's hand, held onto it firmly, and shot him in the head with his left hand. He swiveled smoothly to shoot the rest of them, who were taken totally unaware. Unprepared. Good. But not as good as me, the assassin sniggered, and departed into the depths of the park. The park was taped off when Zeb Broker and the twins reached it. Chong was there, his face pale under the floodlights. Pazaka was present too, as immaculate as ever, his shades catching the lights and reflecting them. "Maybe he thinks it's a modeling shoot," Beth snickered. Megan hushed her as they ducked under the tape and were stopped by a burly cop. "Let them through," Chong called out, and beckoned them to the bottom of the bridge. Used to be a railway line. Long before any of us were born. Now it's a walking trail. The bodies lay randomly. One of them was on its back. 2 on their sides. 1 face down. All of them were in black. Loose track pants. Black tees. Black sneakers. Zeb knelt beside one body and looked at it silently. Clean shot. Not from up close, but not a sniper kill either. There isn't any place for a sniper hide in the park. He looked around at the darkened park, away from the oasis of the lights. There were walking trails in the park from what he could recollect. Maybe a sniper could burrow himself in the ground and make a hide, but he doubted it. The sight lines wouldn't be good enough. Who found the bodies? Runners. A bunch of them. They go running in the dark with those lights around their foreheads. Chong shook his head as if anyone who ran was insane. Chong didn't believe in running unless it was absolutely necessary. Cars had been invented for a purpose. One of them thought he heard the shots when they were some distance away, but couldn't be sure. What time? 8 p.m. We got here an hour later. You want to question them? Chong jerked a shoulder at a bunch of men dressed in tracksuits. They were hopping from one leg to another, keeping warm, drinking fluids from flasks. You've taken their statements? Yeah. We kept them back in case you want to talk to them. Let them go. There isn't anything new they can tell me. They're the same, aren't they? Megan whispered from beside him. He knew what she meant. Bond's killer brothers. Yeah. Someone is tidying up. You know them? Pazaka asked sharply, having overheard them. They could be Shira Levin's killers. Zeb rose, brushing away dirt from his hands. Pazaka froze, as did Chong and a couple of cops who were close enough to hear. They crowded around Zeb and the twins, questions on their faces. You're sure? How do you know? You're holding out on us. Zeb held his hand up to stem the flood of questions. I'm not sure. That's why I said they could be the killers. He briefed them as much as he could. Bon, who Chong and Pazaka were aware of from the snitch's call. His killer brothers. When did you get this information? Pazaka demanded. The LAPD told me they hadn't interviewed Bon yet. They had called him, but he hadn't turned up. Yesterday. I was in LA. Hall must have his reasons for not mentioning Bon turning up. You met Bon? And he just told you. Pazaka again. Challenging. Angry. Yeah. I asked him politely. You should try it sometime. He'll blow his stack if I tell him the real story. You. Enough, Chong snapped. These men are dead. How Carter got that info doesn't matter. Carter, because there were other cops present. Formalities had to be maintained. Zeb and his crew were consultants to the NYPD in cases where both the agency and the NYPD had an interest. Your theory. Chong turned back to Zeb when his partner kept silent. Good possibility these were her killers. Whoever is behind them is cleaning up. Go back to the scene tomorrow, Chong ordered a bunch of cops. Show their photographs and see if anyone remembers these men. Talk to those dudes who captured the killing on their phones. Don't think we'll get far. The men were masked at the kill site. Zeb ran a hand through his hair in frustration and stood aside for the photographer to do his job. Cops, the assassin sneered as he watched the scene from several hundred yards away. He lay in a hollow in the ground, his body covered by leaves and rotting branches, his face masked, NVGs pressed to his eyes. Cops had searched the crime scene in widening circles, but they hadn't searched far enough. The assassin lay outside their search periphery, safely undetected, and observed the proceedings with quiet glee. If there was one fault he had, it was that he was supremely confident of his own abilities. He knew it was a fault. A killer couldn't be too careful. But I haven't met anyone better than me. Senior and Junior had wanted him to hang around at the bridge and see who showed up. Hence he had stayed, though it wasn't standard operating procedure for him. He watched the brown-haired man approach the bodies and kneel over them. The women with him looked like sisters, and the older man didn't retch or turn green at the sight of the bodies. Neither did the brown-haired man. They have seen dead people before. He wished he could hear the conversation, but had to resort to lip reading. That didn't help much since the brown-haired man, who did most of the talking for the civilians, had his back to the assassin. What was more, his body covered that of the lead cops. Which meant he caught nothing of the discussions. He took photographs and sent them to Senior and Junior, and then melted away, congratulating himself on another clean kill. "Have you seen it?" Junior called Senior as soon as he received the assassin's message. "Yes. It's the same man who visited Bonn. He's a threat. We should set the assassin on him." "Not yet. We need to know who he is. Find out what he knows. We shouldn't kill needlessly." Junior hung up and stared into his glass of wine. Papa was right. Senior was soft. Maybe it was time he, Junior, did something and take the lead in the test. Chapter 10. Zeb drove them back to their office, the twins conversing softly with each other, Broker looking pensively out in the night. "I thought it was a terrorist attack initially," he broke his silence when he felt Zeb's eyes. "There are enough crazies out there, and Avichai has enemies. A lot of them." "You're not sure now?" "Dang right I'm not sure. Maybe Avichai will have something for us tomorrow." Zeb knew he didn't sound hopeful. This looked like it would turn out to be a long, frustrating investigation. They had experience with those, but not many of them had been so personal. "We were estranged," Avichai Levin told them the next day. He was dressed in a crisp white shirt and a muted red tie over khaki slacks. His brown shoes gleamed, his hair was immaculate. It was his eyes that were the giveaway. They showed he hadn't slept much. There was something else swirling in their depths. Guilt. Zeb brushed aside his thought and listened, not surprised by Levin's revelation. He had figured it would be something like that. Or else Levin would have told me that his daughter was in New York. He would have asked me to keep an eye on her. You know, she lived here. New York was her home. Did her undergraduate at New York University. MBA from Stanford. Zeb knew. The twins had played back Shira Levin's life for him. He didn't interrupt Levin. Neither did the twins, nor Broker. Let him speak. She worked for a few years in the corporate world before joining her friends. They had started this club while in college. They decided to make it an investment firm. They had connections. They were smart. My Shira, Levin looked away for a second. Once she set her mind on something, she went all out on getting it. Like that music thing. One day, she decided she wanted to get into it. She goes and gets into the best music school in the country. Gone was the head of the Mossad. In his place was a proud father. She didn't like my job. She wasn't a pacifist or anything like that. She knew the value of a strong intelligence arm. It's just that she thought I played God. She thought talking, negotiating, was a better way to secure end goals. She grew up here. Levin pointed out the window of his hotel room, as if that explained it all. And it did. Outside was downtown Manhattan. Millionaires and billionaires rubbed shoulders with tourists. Deal-making was the city's lifeblood. It was a different world from Levin's. She wanted no part of my life. She resented the protection detail. I forced them on her. Megan discreetly curled her forefinger and thumb in a circle. Zeb got what she meant. The 2 bodyguards had checked out. Nothing suspicious there. Levin seemed to realize he was rambling and got himself together. You've already got the list of threats I received. Shira didn't get any. If she did, she didn't tell me. What about her private equity firm, sir? Beth asked him. I've met most of her board members. Naturally, I checked all of them out. Shira was furious with me when she found out. A small smile appeared on his lips and faded quickly. She asked me to investigate that Israeli firm. She was worried its technology could be misused. She wanted me to check its directors and senior managers out. There was nothing there. It's a good company. Principled. Shira made a good investment there. She didn't come to you with anything else, sir? Beth probed. You didn't have father-daughter conversations with her? Her unspoken words hung in the air. No. Levin's faint smile appeared again. He knew what Beth had asked. We didn't have that kind of relationship. She said the day I quit would be the best day of her life. I didn't get to tell her I was proud of her. His voice cracked. He rose, went to the bathroom, and when he returned, his eyes were hard. Those of Avichai Levin, director of Mossad. I sent those photographs to my people, he told them, referring to the Vietnamese kill team. Chong had emailed him the images the previous night. They are not in our database, but we will keep looking. Someone should talk to Bon. His meaning was clear. If the NYPD didn't, he would. You promised to stay out of this, Zeb reminded him. Levin stared daggers at him, and his shoulders drooped fractionally when Zeb didn't look away. I'll keep my promise. But my people are available. You know that. I know. The twins went back to questioning Levin about his daughter. About her social life. She didn't have any. I am sure of that. Her protection detail reported back to me. They would have told me. That firm was her life. Why did she share her apartment with others? She was wealthy enough to buy her own. That was my Shira. Money meant nothing to her. You know, her roommates were students at NYU. She paid most of the rent. She tried to help people out wherever and whenever she could. A discreet knock sounded, and an aide thrust his head in. They're here, sir. Show them in. Zeb rose when 2 women entered the room. One was blonde, the other Asian. Japanese, I think, going by her features. They must be from TKWC. Holly Nicholson and Mulan Yao. Levin guessed as he introduced the entrance. Yes, sir. Mulan is based in Tokyo. She looks after our Asia-Pac investments. Holly smiled briefly in Zeb's direction. Her gaze lingered on the twins and broker, and then settled on Levin. Zeb, broker, Beth and Megan, Levin said, reading the question in her eyes. They are good friends. You can say anything in front of them. It will remain in confidence. He didn't elaborate. You've come a long way, Mulan. Zeb suppressed a smile. Avichai Levin had a reputation for being abrupt. He got to the point. Didn't waste time on niceties and expected others to do the same. His daughter's death hasn't changed any of that. He wants to know why they've come. Holly expressed her condolences simply, elegantly, and Zeb saw Levin was impressed. No drawn-out eulogy. Just heartfelt words that showed how much Shira had meant to her and the firm. Mulan will be taking over her role, sir. Zeb felt Megan's eyes on him, knew what she was thinking. Mulan Yao will have to be checked out. You might know, Shira was on the board of 3 companies. We were considering bids for all of them. She told you any of that, sir? No. But I know of the firms she was handling. 2 of those companies had 3 bidders each. The Israeli firm had offers from a Japanese corporation, a Chinese one, and an American one. The robotics company had bids from a Japanese company, a Chinese conglomerate, and a European firm. Levin leaned forward. Those? The 2 Japanese and the 2 Chinese bidders were all separate entities, sir. No connection to one another, Holly Nicholson said, anticipating his question. The thing is, the bidding was getting nasty. The American and the European firms had tabled the lowest offer, but we were planning to go with them. We liked them. There were shared principles. But the Japanese and the Chinese weren't taking no for an answer. They used to call Shira at night. Their representatives. They wanted to know when we would take up their offers. They said they were prepared to outbid anyone, Mulan cut in smoothly. Her English was perfect, with only slight traces of a Japanese accent. Shira spoke to their CEOs. Said it was harassment. That it wasn't helping their cases. The Japanese companies stopped immediately. But the Chinese companies didn't. One representative said it wouldn't be good if they didn't win the bid. Zeb could almost feel the twins quiver in excitement. Maybe this was the break they were looking for. You've got. We have everything here, sir. Holly handed a file to Levin. We thought Shira might have mentioned all this to you. No, she didn't. I have one more copy. Mulan brought out another folder when she saw Megan trying to read over Levin's shoulder. I have a third copy as well. We were planning to give it to the NYPD. We'll pass it on to them. We are consultants to the NYPD, Zeb replied to her in Japanese. He handed her his NYPD card and took the third set of documents from her unresisting hands. Mulan Yao looked at him in astonishment, but before she could say a word, there was the sound of pounding feet outside the door. Down? Zeb yelled and dove off of his couch. He lay prone, facing the door at an angle, his Glock covering it. It burst open. Levin's aide entered and blanched when he saw Zeb and the twins covering him. He raised his hands instinctively and sought out Levin. There's been one more killing, sir. Mandel Leclerc's daughter. A split second of shock before a low moan broke out from Holly Nicholson. She's one of us. Chapter 11. Senior had gaped when Junior had told him of the plan to take down Teresa Leclerc, Mandel Leclerc's daughter. Junior had been practicing with his sword, his body moving like a ballet dancer's as he went from thrust to parry, attack to defense, his arms whirling, the steel blurring and slicing air into thin ribbons. Come again. Junior laughed and stopped his swordplay. He wiped his face with a towel, swigged water from a can and outlined the plan again. Senior had been dumbfounded. The sheer audacity of the plan stunned him. This is why everyone likes Junior. He comes up with these outrageous ideas. And they usually work. That's too. He struggled for words. Too high profile. That's what Papa wants. Now get to the organizing, Senior. I've done all the thinking. Junior smiled and clapped his brother on the shoulder. Senior had recruited a kill team of mercenaries. 4 men who would carry out the actual work. He liked the number 4. It had a special significance, especially for those in the business of death. He organized a wider team to support the mercenaries and set the rest of the logistics in motion. The plan went down just like it was supposed to. There was high traffic density as drivers approached the Arc de Triomphe, one of the most famous monuments in Paris. The Arc had been commissioned to commemorate Napoleon's victory in Austerlitz, and it soon became a focal point for victory parades. It was also a significant choke point for traffic, since the Arc was at the center of a star, from which 12 avenues radiated. Tourists, either on foot or on buses, flocked to visit it and take pictures. Parisians drove around it on their way to and from work. Tourists and everyday commuters meant traffic. A convergence of roads meant traffic. There seemed to be another reason for the traffic that particular day. A movie shooting. There were signboards on the lampposts that warned drivers of possible congestion. Those enormous arrays of lights, soundboxes, technicians walking around with cameras and mics on the pavements were additional clues. There were changing vans on the pavement, and bunches of men huddled together, talking purposefully. Food stalls were erected to serve coffees, tea, and baguettes. A man went around with a megaphone, calling out instructions that no one seemed to heed. Drivers slowed down and craned their heads to see if they could spot any French actors. There were a few gorgeously dressed women and men, but none of them were the headline stars. Maybe they were shooting a TV series. Not all the French drivers were interested in spotting any stars. Many of them swore, mared, honked loudly, and tried to overtake, but there wasn't any room. The result was a bottleneck that extended to over a mile. The logjam made it easy for what went down next. In fact, the traffic buildup had been planned. An irate driver rolled down his window and cursed in colorful French at the vehicles in front of him, at the movie shooting, at the government, and at a cameraman who ran next to him and started shooting. The driver gave the cameraman the bird and tried to overtake the car ahead, which was edging out too. The two cars crashed and more swearing spilled out from the angry driver. He swung out of his car, inspected the damage, and bore down on the two suits who had sprung out of theirs. None of the three drivers were paying attention to the action scene 4 cars ahead. 4 masked men ran to a black Peugeot, closely followed by a cameraman and a sound technician. 2 broke off and shot through the driver's window. One of them leaned in and opened the rear door with a gloved hand. A third man leaned inside. The bench seat at the rear had just one occupant. A woman in her early 30s. Surprise and shock were turning to fear when the man leaned in. She shouted. It got drowned in the sound of honking and swearing. The single shot didn't register with anyone. Those who were looking from other vehicles saw a spray of red on the windows. They saw the cameraman speak briefly to the 4 masked men and clap them on the back. The action shot was perfect. No retake was necessary. And they just disappeared. Zeb asked incredulously, eyes narrowed at the conference phone. They were in 1 pp, having driven there swiftly, crowded in a conference room, with Chong and Pazaka briefing them. Commissioner Rolando was present. Impassive, but for the twitching of a muscle in his jaw. Holly Nicholson and Mulan Yao were pale and looked as if they had been punched in the gut. Which they had been. They had just lost yet another close friend and co-worker. Yes, Norman Duplessis, Director General of the French National Police, answered in French. Everyone thought it was a movie shooting. No one interfered. Some people even clapped. Duplessis broke off when a cruiser's siren drowned out his voice. The masked men disappeared after the shooting. No one saw where they went. One of the camera crew came out in the traffic and got it moving. The driver who crashed into the bodyguards, he kept them distracted. In fact, more drivers came out and crowded around them. All those drivers are missing. It was very smoothly done. 2 hours later, there was nothing to show of the shooting, except the trailers. It was only when an inquisitive tourist peered inside the kill vehicle that the shooting was discovered. Normand, but surely a movie shooting would require permits. Rolando leaned forward, his brow furrowed. He too spoke in French. There would be cops. Security. Yes, they had permits. Everything was arranged. But the shooting was for tomorrow, Duplessis replied angrily. His rage wasn't directed at Rolando. Someone somewhere in the French police would feel his wrath. You didn't get a single person. Just one. A driver in one of the trailers. He was sleeping. We have arrested him, but he knows nothing. His trailer is part of a firm that rents out equipment to the film industry. We have nothing, my friend. Except one dead body. And Mandel Leckler is a grieving father. An angry one. Zeb knew Leckler well. The agency had helped the French Secret Service on several missions. He's as old as Avichai. And no doubt grieving as much. Levin looked tired and weary when Zeb snuck a glance at him. He was talking softly with Rolando, seriously, intently. The twins were with Holly and Mulan, while Broker was with Chong. Leckler would have received as many threats as Levin. Was his daughter estranged too? We need more intel. Broker and the twins will start on that once we get back to the office. Zeb. Megan interrupted him. Teresa sat on 2 companies. Both tech firms. Something to do with the cybersecurity space. Both had bidders. A German and an Australian one. Do you think we're all targets? Holly Nicholson asked him, a noticeable shiver going through her. Possibly. We don't know enough, ma'am. All of you should take precautions. I can recommend some good people who specialize in close protection. Maybe you should. They should stay here in New York for a few days. Change their routine. Beth exclaimed. I'm sure the NYPD can arrange protection too, she added, directing her remark at Chong and Pazaka. Yes. We can sort that out, Chong replied. The visiting women looked uncertain, still processing the most recent killing. Shock and horror had temporarily disabled their faculties. Zeb had seen it before. It was why terrorists went for shock. It momentarily incapacitated reaction time and rational thinking. They can stay with us. We have enough space on Columbus Avenue, Zeb countered. What I was thinking. Beth smiled briefly and got back to her call. I'm checking where the others are, she responded to Zeb's questioning look. Others. Bawana, Roger, Bear, and Chloe. His team would stick tight until they knew what was going down. The killings look random. But there's something and someone behind them. It's not random to the masterminds. We'll regroup, he told Rolando, who nodded. Staying any longer at 1 pp would cramp all of them. Avichai, why don't you stay with us too? He asked his friend in Hebrew. We have enough empty apartments. Eyes flashing, Levin shook his head grimly, conscious that everyone was trying to follow their conversation. No, Achi. I'll stay in my hotel. My kidden are with me. We won't be caught unaware again. If someone comes after us. He didn't need to complete his thought. If anyone went after Levin, all bets were off. The Mossad wouldn't hold back. Zeb was deep in thought, figuring out the killings. There could be a business angle to them. Shira and Teresa were in the midst of disposal proceedings. What about the intelligence angle? Both of them were daughters of intelligence heads. And how coincidental is it that Shira and Teresa went to the same college? Or did they? He had emerged out of the NYPD building and was on the top of a flight of stairs to its side. Always to its side. Ingrained habit. There was a cop just off center of the stairs speaking on a cell. A few people were climbing up, heading inside the building. Street level was busy, as it always was in New York. Cabs and buses battled for concrete with cars, trucks, and SUVs. New Yorkers shoved through ever-present crowds of tourists. All those barely registered with Zeb. They were normal. What wasn't normal was the car stopping right in the middle of traffic. The 2 men emerging from it, carrying something long and metallic. The beast within him exploded to life. Zeb had caught only a fleeting glimpse of the men, his radar sensing something not right, and the beast surged to life. Shooters, he yelled. Chapter 12. Zeb crashed into the twins and the visiting women, all bunched together, and went down on top of them on the stairs. His Glock came up instinctively as rounds peppered the steps and splintered the glass front of the building. 2 men. Spraying and praying. Standing side by side. Pedestrians ducking. Traffic screeching to a halt. Honking. Screaming. His first shot went wide. He corrected. His position was awkward. Someone below him was writhing. Yelling. Louder shouting from behind him. From inside 1 pp. The familiar gray fog enveloped him, blanketing out everything other than the threat vector. He rolled off the body beneath him onto the lower step, ignoring its hard ridges jabbing him. Right arm raised straight as a ruler. Left arm spread out for balance. Both gunmen turning in his direction. The spray coming nearer. Barrel covering the upper body of the first shooter, coming to rest on his chest. A fraction of a second to steady himself. A chip of concrete slapped his face. He didn't blink. Soft pull of the trigger. The Glock's round flew straight and true, speeding at over 1,000 feet a second. The shooter went down. The second gunman looked sideways at his companion. When he turned back to resume his deadly attack, a hail of bullets slammed into him. Firing at a police headquarters wasn't a good move. It had armed cops. Hundreds of them. During the aftermath, Zeb stood at a distance, the way he usually did when coming down from action. His way of dealing with it. He listened to everything, was aware of all that was happening. But he was more tight-lipped than normal. His people knew that about him and gave him his space. As did the cops. The police officer who had been on his phone on the stairs had suffered injuries. Rounds piercing his chest. It looked like he would survive, though the wounds were serious. Holly Nicholson had a cut on her forehead from when Zeb had slammed into her. Mulan had twisted an ankle. The twins were unharmed. They had lain on top of the TKWC women, protecting them. They had acted without conscious thought. Training and ingrained instincts at work. 3 more cops inside the building had cuts and grazes from flying glass. Broker, inside the lobby, had thrown himself at Chong and Pizaka. Quick thinking that had saved the 3 of them, for rounds had cut through the space they had occupied. A pileup on the street had injured several New Yorkers. No injuries that seemed to be serious. Gunmen on the streets of New York were a police commissioner's nightmare. An attack on 1PP was a declaration of war from terrorists. Rolando acted appropriately and immediately. His face stony, he locked down several blocks around the NYPD headquarters. He brushed aside the media vans who had turned up like bees to honey. He had a city to protect. Questions to be answered. Were the 2 shooters acting alone? Were they part of a plot? Did they have accomplices? How did they tie into Shira Levin and Teresa LeClaire's killing? Were they terrorists? The cops quickly identified the gunmen. Amin Qureshi and Nidal Aswad. They were 2 of the men the police had interviewed after Shira Levin's execution. Bawana and Roger, who'd arrived soon after the shootings, had confirmed their identity. They had sat in on that interview. The 2 men were known sympathizers of Islamic terrorists and had attempted several times to join the various factions in Syria and Iraq. Cops had been watching them for a long time, and they had been 2 of the first to be questioned after Shira Levin's killing. Some onlookers reported that the men had been shouting while firing. Harassment, one spectator heard. He didn't hear any more since he was busy diving to the sidewalk, trying to seek cover. Another bystander, a tourist, confirmed she heard a similar word. There was no cell phone footage this time. Rounds had a way of being indiscriminate. Everyone had been too busy seeking shelter. I can't see how these 2 are connected, Bawana mused as he drove through the nearly deserted streets around 1PP. It was evening. They couldn't accomplish anything more at the NYPD headquarters, and were returning to their Columbus Avenue office. By his side was Roger, and behind him were the twins. Zeb was driving the other vehicle with Broker, Holly and Mulan. The other kills were clean, Roger agreed, stifling a yawn. This one was just lone shooters. Maybe they were triggered by our interrogating them. You both okay? He turned to the rear to check out the sisters and got a flipped finger from Beth. I guess you are. Did you pump any rounds? More than you did. Megan glared at him balefully. You and Bawana were probably dunking shots in the hoop while we were saving the city. Us men of action need our rest, Bawana replied loftily. I wonder how those ladies are faring with Zeb. Bwana chuckled. They weren't having much success. They had numerous questions, but Zeb answered none of them. Broker, normally voluble, took his cue from his friend and fobbed off all those that came his way. Both men were alert, checking out their mirrors, keeping an eye on Bwana's ride behind them. They didn't spot any surveillance. I didn't expect to find any. Zeb turned into their basement parking lot and waited for Bwana to draw up before alighting. They unconsciously formed a security cordon around the visitors as they led them to the elevator. The building had several apartments, 2 of which were Beth and Megan's. The others were crashed in whenever needed. Zeb had his own residence in Jackson Heights, but he often stayed at the office during missions. Beth showed Holly and Mulan their accommodations and went back to their office. Zeb was alone, at a window in the darkness. He felt her presence and waved a hand without turning around. Tomorrow, he said. Zeb ran through a list of people in his mind. Those who wished him harm. They wouldn't use Qureshi and Aswad. They wouldn't go for a random shooting. Nope, those guys were on their own. I'm sure the NYPD will confirm that. He turned his attention to Shira Levin's and Teresa LeClaire's killings. Those were sophisticated. They required planning. Eyes on to know their routines. The why stumped him. He turned around motives, ruling out jealous boyfriends and jilted lovers. Maybe the heads of all secret services are being targeted. Those who are allies of the U.S. Why their daughters? They are softer targets for sure, but why them? He stood motionless, figuring, examining each thread as the night deepened and the city's pulse slowed. New York never slept, but it certainly snoozed, and as he watched, the dog walker cut a solitary figure as he walked his pet. The dog sniffed scents on the sidewalk, darting here and there in no apparent pattern. Just like me. Random stabs in the dark. Zeb gave up when it turned 3 a.m. He was no closer to any flash of insight. He removed his shoes and draped himself on a couch. He pulled out his phone and checked an unread message on it. It was a reply from Mandel Leckler. Zeb had sent him a text earlier in the day. "I am with you," he had typed. "I know," Leckler had replied. "They're going after my friends," Zeb thought. "They may not know about me, but they will. Soon." Someone somewhere had declared war on his friends. They didn't know that Zeb Carter was a master of war. Chapter 13. Who are you people? The question woke Zeb. He sat up on the couch and looked around. His team was there, as were Holly Nicholson and Mulan Yao. Bright sunlight streamed through the windows, and from outside came the muted sounds of the city. On a large flip chart, Megan had written names. Shira Levin. Teresa Leckler. Avichai Levin. Mandel Leckler. Several others. She had drawn diagrams, connections to people and possible events. Business angle. Vengeance. Targeting the TWKC. Something in Levin's and Leclerc's pasts. She had listed plausible motives and had several question marks at the bottom of the chart. The twins used flip charts and whiteboards to test their theories. In combination with Werner's algos, they usually got the who and the why right in their investigations. "We started without you," Megan told him when he rose and stretched. He nodded, greeted the others, and went to the office's bathroom. "We are a security firm, ma'am. We often work with the NYPD, advising them on critical cases," he answered Holly's question after he joined them, fresh from a shower and with a coffee inside him. He answered more questions and then asked one of his own. "How is it that Shira Levin and Teresa Leckler went to the same school as you?" "It's not uncommon, Mr. Carter." "Zeb." "Zeb. Only if you call me Holly and her Mulan." "Yes, ma'am." "Ignore him," Megan cut in impatiently. "He's like that." "Okay." Holly gathered her thoughts. It's not a coincidence that Shira and Teresa went to the same university. Their fathers move in the same circles. They share similar lifestyles and security risks. Such people generally discuss schools, homes. For example, many ambassadors to the U.S. send their kids to the same schools. Makes sense, Zeb thought, considering her reply. There's familiarity, but also reduced security risk. Which brings me to my next question. Who else is on your board? Megan knew what he was asking and tapped the flip chart. There's one more. Zeb read the name she had circled and rose abruptly. He knew the name. Susan Thompson, daughter of Sir Alex Thompson, head of British MI6. She's in London. She and Teresa manage our European operation. She too has 2 companies that are for sale, Holly said, reading his train of thought. Zeb took in both the women fully. Neither of them looked like they had slept well. Their faces were pinched. Their eyes reddened. Fine lines around their lips and eyes. They've lost 2 friends in a very short time. In brutal killings. They were shot at. They don't know what to think. I spoke to Susan last night. She was shocked, like all of us. Her father wanted her to drop her business commitments. But she's determined. She'll carry on. She has made one concession. She has agreed to a bigger security detail around her. All this. It was Mulan who threw her hands up in a helpless gesture, her shoulders sagging. Ma'am? They looked at him, hearing the tone in his voice. Go about your business. Stick to your routine. Tell the rest of your members. Nothing should change for you. That's the quickest way for all of you to get back to normalcy. But what about these killings? They seem to be targeting us. Mulan again, her voice less shaky. That's our job. And the NYPD's and the French police's. You should trust us. Beth will arrange security for the rest of your members. We know good people. She'll talk to the local police and... All done, Beth interrupted. As of 7 a.m. New York time, all of TKWC's women have been covered. Except Susan. She has her dad's security detail. We were working while you were having your beauty sleep. She smirked. The twins. They never missed an opportunity to rib Zeb. We can't just stay away from our offices. We have businesses to run. People to see. I can't stay in New York forever. Here, Mulan said stubbornly. Ma'am, this is the safest place for you in the city, Bwana rumbled from behind them. Mulan craned her neck to look at him, and maybe it was his size, or that of Bear who stood next to Bwana, or it could have been the confident looks on their faces. You'll protect us? With our lives, Chloe answered before Bwana could. Why? That's what we do. Commissioner Rolando rates them highly, Mulan. I spoke to him yesterday. Let's go with Zeb's plan for a few days. We can conduct our business from here. Mulan nodded reluctantly. I guess we can. Megan slapped her hand on her thigh. Business. Let's get down to it. We need to. Eliminate suspects, Beth cut in. Bon needs to be interviewed again. Who's Bon? Holly asked, puzzled. Later, Beth spoke over her. These acquisition companies need to be spoken to. Ruled out. The business angle is the easiest to check out. 2 of those companies are right here. In New York. The Japanese one that was bidding for Shira's Israeli company, and the Chinese one after her robotics firm. But why would they admit anything if they were involved? They will, Beth replied confidently, when we ask them. Yes, Bwana? Raj and Bwana lowered his hand. We'll ask Bon. Go, Beth replied swiftly. Zeb? I'll ask the Japanese one. Bear and Chloe can question the Chinese firm. Broker Megan and you will be here. Zeb stood outside the concrete and glass building on Madison Avenue for a few moments. No one seemed to pay him any special attention. The building was a block away from the New York Society Library, in walking distance from the Metropolitan Museum of Art, where he had spent several hundred hours browsing. Back in the day when he'd had a wife and a son. The building was home to NLTC, the Nippon Logistics and Transport Corporation. It was a business conglomerate that was over 100 years old, diversified into many domains. They were into computer manufacturing and software products. They ran shipping lines and also supplied products to nuclear power plants. The company had listed on the NYSE several years back and had moved its world headquarters to New York. Megan had briefed Zeb on the company, its CEO, Masamitsu Enomoto, and several of its board members. NLTC had been the first to become aggressive when Shira had told them they weren't frontrunners for the Israeli company. Enomoto had upped his price and told her they wanted to buy the company at any cost. He had made veiled threats and had sneered at her gender. Women shouldn't be making such decisions, he had said. On an offbeat Japanese website, Megan had found several posts on NLTC's links to Japanese organized crime. Enomoto had been questioned several times in Tokyo in relation to the suspicious death of a competitor. He had lawyered up and the case had never gone to court. Enomoto had refused any meeting requests from Megan, which left Zeb with no option. "I'm here to meet Enomoto-san," he said, bowing to the diminutive Japanese woman behind the reception desk. She blinked at his use of Japanese. "Do you have an appointment, Carter-san?" she asked after he presented his business card. "No." He smiled self-effacingly. "I am a big fan of Enomoto-san, and I wanted the privilege of meeting him." "I'm sorry, Carter-san. He has a board meeting today and is not meeting anyone." Behind the reception desk was a partition that partially covered a hallway that ran parallel to the elevators. Men and women in suits, all Japanese, passed looking important, holding papers and briefcases in their hands. Zeb wore a tee, a thin jacket, jeans and sneakers. They were freshly laundered, but they weren't business attire. Zeb knew the boardroom was on the same floor as the reception. The floor plans had been easy for Werner to acquire. He hung around, ignoring the receptionist's pointed looks. A delivery man arrived and took her attention, giving Zeb his break. He moved quickly to the hallway, past cubicles in which people hunched over computer screens, into the first glassed-in room. Too small. Maybe a meeting room. He went past more conference rooms and reached a pair of wooden doors. He paused, smiled at a passing woman and bowed at her, and pressed an ear against the door. Murmuring from within. He pushed the doors open without ceremony and walked inside. 6 men sat around a polished teak table. All were in suits and wore muted ties. All had notepads and tablet computers in front of them. Enomoto sat at the head of the table, as befitted his position. He was surprisingly youthful, in his mid-40s. His black hair gleamed when it caught the light, and his face was smooth and unwrinkled. Maybe good living. Or a good surgeon. All 6 heads turned at Zeb's entrance. "Who are you?" one man asked in Japanese, and repeated the same question in English. Zeb didn't answer. He walked around the table and went to Enomoto. "Enomoto-san?" he asked. Masamitsu Enomoto nodded, bewildered. Zeb grabbed his hair and smashed his head on the table. Chapter 14. Enomoto shrieked in agony and fell back in his chair when Zeb released him. His nose was bleeding, his lips were split, and his eyes were wide in panic. Blood dripped onto his pristine white shirt and turned it dark. A moment of shocked silence while Zeb ripped out the telephone on the table and threw it across the room. Then the reaction set in. The 5 other men shouted, 2 of them running around the table to grab Zeb. Both were in their 50s and reasonably fit for their age. One man came from his right, the other from his left. There wasn't any coordination or planning in their approach. They were yelling. The rest of the men were trying the door. They found it was locked and started pounding it with their fists. Zeb ducked an incoming fist and thrust his palm against the first attacker's chin. The assailant's angry words choked off when he bit his own tongue. He howled and broke off his attack. The second man was cannier. He grabbed a chair and shoved it at Zeb. The chair rolled on its wheels, approaching Zeb fast. He stopped it easily and pushed it back at the attacker, who dived away but couldn't escape Zeb's jab to his chin. A third man pounced on Zeb from behind and got an arm around his neck. Zeb leaned forward, took the man's weight on his back, and flung the man on the table in a judo move. "Sit down," he roared. Enomoto jerked as if electrocuted, and his co-workers stopped in shock. "Sit down and nothing will happen to you," Zeb ordered. "I want to ask some questions." "Who are you?" Enomoto challenged, wincing as he spoke. "You can't walk in and attack us." "I just did." Zeb sat next to him and crossed his legs. He looked at the double doors, wondering why no one had banged on them. Surely they would have heard the commotion. "It's soundproof," one of Enomoto's men offered reluctantly. "You can only hear if you put your ear to the doors. No one will dare to do that." The men who had attacked Zeb rose and dusted themselves off. One of them looked around the room, searching for a weapon. "Sit down. I won't tell you again. It will be far worse for you if you resist," Zeb told them coldly. Inwardly he was surprised at how quickly they had caved. Maybe they're taking their cue from Enomoto. The Japanese CEO was dabbing his nose and lips with paper towels. Another man held a phone in front of him and turned on its camera to let Enomoto examine himself. He's making a show. To buy time. To collect himself. "Do you know what you have done?" Enomoto said softly, confirming Zeb's thinking. "You have interrupted a board meeting of one of the largest companies in the world. You have physically attacked me and my board members. You are going to prison, whoever you are. For a very long time. Who are you? How dare you enter our office?" A coworker hissed, taking courage from his CEO's words. Zeb leaned forward and slapped Enomoto across the cheek, a heavy blow that rocked the CEO's face. Enomoto almost fell out of his chair, cursing, and when he raised his face, his lips were split wider. The trickle of blood down his chin became bigger. Zeb looked around at the explosion of sound as the suits started shouting hoarsely, three of them rushing to their CEO's aid. "Why did you kill Shira Levin?" No one paid heed to Zeb's question. "Why did you kill Shira Levin?" he repeated, louder. Enomoto raised a hand to stop his men fussing around him. "What?" he asked through thick lips. "Shira Levin. Why did you kill her?" Enomoto frowned and waved an approaching suit away angrily. "You are accusing me of killing her?" "Yes." Enomoto sprang up in sudden rage, showering the table with a spray of blood. "You barge into our office. Attack me. And now you are accusing me of murder. Who are you? Why did you murder her?" "I didn't murder anyone. I'm a businessman, not a killer." "So you hired assassins to kill her?" Enomoto bent low and showered Zeb's face with spittle and blood. "I didn't hire anyone. I'm clean." "Hamada," he shouted at one of his men. "Call the police on your cell. Right now. Let's get this man out." Zeb removed his cell and tossed it at Enomoto. "Sit down. Make the call yourself." Enomoto looked startled. He sank slowly into his seat and fingered Zeb's phone. "Take it. Make the call yourself. I'm not going anywhere. You know the NYPD's number, don't you? Call the commissioner. I have his direct number." Zeb recited the number, and when Enomoto didn't react, he leaned across, retrieved his cell, and punched in Rolando's number. He thrust the cell back at Enomoto, who grabbed it in anger. "I will tell him. I will report you, he grated and put the cell to his ear. Go ahead. But remember this. I will tell the Mossad that you murdered Shira Levin. I'm sure you know who Shira Levin's father is. The Mossad, they don't play nice. This, he pointed at Enomoto's face, is gentlemanly stuff for them. The Mossad aren't gentle. Your body will be found one day. Since you killed Levin's daughter, you won't die quickly. Rolando's voice sounded on Zeb's cell. Hello, Zeb. Enomoto dropped the phone like a hot poker and pushed it across to Zeb. You want to report me to the NYPD? No, Enomoto backed off, his face pale. Hang up. Please. Zeb hung up and watched as the CEO wiped the sweat and blood off his face. I didn't kill her. We don't do that kind of business. He spoke rapidly, after gulping from a glass of water that a suit brought him. I was shocked. I wanted to offer condolences to her father, but didn't think it would be appropriate. You threatened her. You wanted her company. Enomoto's hands trembled. Yes, but I didn't kill her. Please. You have to believe me. You have links to Japanese gangs. It would be easy for you to hire assassins. Some Japanese killers use swords, don't they? I didn't have her killed. Desperation laced Enomoto's voice. You can investigate me, but don't tell the Mossad. I'm innocent. Zeb believed him. Bear and Chloe's interrogation of Lee Chan-seng, the CEO of Sino-Ameritech Corporation, was less dramatic. Sino-Ameritech, headquartered on Wall Street, manufactured intelligent robots in plants in Boston, Seattle, and China. Shira's company was of interest to them because they had no presence in the elderly care market. Acquiring the TKWC company would give them market share. Seng confessed everything when Bear walked into a meeting the CEO was having with a customer. Behind Bear were a trail of distressed-looking employees, all of whom were imploring the strangers. 4 employees, rugged-looking men, had tried to overpower Bear. 3 of them had broken jaws. A 4th had a dislocated shoulder. The receptionist had called the NYPD and had shut all exits so that Bear and Chloe couldn't escape. Bear had tossed out the client, a bespectacled Chinese man, and had shut the door to Seng's office. Chloe had drawn out her Glock and placed it in front of her. You killed Shira Levin. Why? Seng's eyes darted between the Glock and the door. His people were hammering on it and yelling from the outside. Who are you? He asked nervously. She picked her gun and pointed it at him. I asked first. Seng caved in, and his words spilled out faster when Chloe threatened him with Mossad. He told them everything that he knew. Which wasn't much. What was relevant was that he had no hand in Shira's death. Bawana and Roger landed at Los Angeles International Airport at 3 p.m. and picked up the SUV that was awaiting them. Where to? Roger asked as he donned a pair of shades and checked out a bunch of women as they walked past. They eyed him appreciatively, and one of them smiled. Roger smiled back. The good Lord had blessed him with looks and charm. He was duty-bound to make the best use of those gifts. So what if he had a steady girlfriend back in New York, who he deeply loved? He was just looking. You done? Bawana sighed. Yeah. Roger climbed into the vehicle. Where to? He asked again. We'll go to his motel. Bon wasn't at the motel. The manager didn't know where he was. Did he know how to contact the gang leader? Of course he did, the manager huffed. Make the call, Bawana told him. The manager thought of protesting, but one look at the hard-faced men convinced him otherwise. Tell him his house is on fire, Bawana told him. The manager peered out his window at the house across the street. But sir, it isn't. Bawana rolled his eyes. Are they like this in L.A.? Maybe it's just him. Roger pursed his lips. He withdrew his combat knife and toyed with it, his eyes steady on the manager, who got the message. He's coming. The manager licked his lips when he had hung up. You won't warn him, will you? Bwana growled. That would be unhealthy. For you. The manager shook his head, terrified, and closed his eyes in silent thanks when his visitors left. You. Bon gasped when he saw Bwana and Roger at his dining table. Sit down. Bwana waved with his Glock. He eyed Bon's 4 heavies, who were grasping at their guns at the sight of the strangers. Ask them to stop. They might get hurt. Stop. Bon yelled and burst into a string of Vietnamese curses. We are good friends, aren't we, Bon? Roger clasped the Vietnamese by the shoulder and led him to a chair. Yes, yes, Bon stammered. So why did you lie to us? Bon gulped. I didn't lie. I told you everything about those brothers. Roger brought his knife out and cut a nail. Bwana didn't speak. He glowered at Bon and at the heavies, his Glock within easy reach. You lied. Roger brought a photograph of the killers' bodies, lying in Van Cortlandt Park. Recognize them? Yes, those are the brothers. I didn't kill them. You got them to kill Shira Levin. Then you got them killed. Why? No, Bon babbled and fell off his chair when Bwana slapped him. Don't. Bwana's Glock rose swiftly to cover the heavies. Stay out of this. You just might live. They questioned him for more than an hour, during which the heavies stood watching as their leader got taken apart. One made a move for his gun, Roger shot him in the shoulder, and after that, none of them offered any trouble. Bon, however, offered no insights. He stuck to his original story. He's not involved. Zeb heard Roger's voice on the conference phone as he entered their office. Bear and Chloe had arrived before him, and they gave him thumbs down. Lee Chan-seng had no hand in the killing. Megan ended the call with Roger and pushed her hair back. She was taut as a bowstring, and when he looked at Beth, she too was on edge. What? He asked. Shira didn't date much, Megan answered. Yeah. I know. So. A few years back, she was involved with a guy in the music business. She met him at some concert. This dude runs a chain of nightclubs in Manhattan. He was abusive. She swallowed. Physically. Extremely. She was a wreck, and when she tried to end it, he threatened to kill her. He had a record. A criminal record, Beth interjected. Surely the cops know of this. She must have reported him. No. Only Holly, she nodded in the TKWC's woman direction, and a few others know. Why didn't she go to the police? Because of her dad. She was scared what Levin would do to this guy. Avichai would kill him, Zeb acknowledged with a got-it gesture. He goes on our list of suspects, he stated. Yes, but there's more. And this time he could almost feel her vibrate with tension. Avichai Levin knows about him. Chapter 15. Zeb was moving even before she had finished. Bear broker. Coming. They didn't question why or where. They followed him down the elevator and to their ride. Levin's kitten will grab Murphy. Probably kill him. My people know that. He drove out of their parking lot, nearly swiping a cab as they emerged, and turned on his lights. Where? He asked when he straightened. Pink Rhino nightclub in Greenwich Village, Megan's voice came over the speakers in their SUV. His name is Dale Murphy. Big as bear. Slickly dressed. I got his details, broker said, holding up his cell in front of Zeb. Wide smile. Green eyes. Clean shaven. Blonde hair. Handsome. Zeb took in the picture on broker's cell. Tried Levin. Yes. He isn't answering. Bear entered the coordinates to the club as Megan recited its address on West 3rd Street. Half an hour to get there. Is he at the club? Zeb asked. Every evening. He's there right now. What time will he leave? Late. 2 a.m. Did you warn him? His phone is turned off. Called the club. They're trying to page him. Cops? You tell me. I was waiting for you. Cops can storm the club, empty it, and arrest the kitten. But that will put Levin in a bad spot. No cops, he decided. When did Levin know? An hour back. He'll need some time to call up his kitten. Not from his protection detail. He'll need others. He will need an interrogation site. They won't question Murphy at the club. Too risky. We might just make it. He didn't ask how Levin had found out about Murphy. The how wasn't relevant. Probably slipped from Holly. He knew Levin spoke to the twins every few hours, asking for updates. Holly must have joined in one of the calls. He focused on his driving, controlled speed in the peak traffic of the largest city in the world. He battled for room with office workers and deliverymen, large trucks and Harleys. He used his horn often and flashed his lights. His friends were used to his driving. Even so, Bear closed his eyes on a few occasions when he cut and overtook, a hair's breadth separating them from other vehicles. Angled into West 4th Street, left on McDougal Street, a hard right on West 3rd Street. Drawing up in front of nightclub, parking illegally behind another vehicle. He slid out of the vehicle and donned a miniature earpiece. You know how they'll look, he told his friends. Brown or black-haired. Middle Eastern types. Smooth movement. We should be able to recognize them, Bear replied. The kitten could go undetected in any country, in any environment, but Zeb knew what Bear meant. They would have that special liquid movement that only highly trained operatives had. The bouncers at the door stopped them and were shoving them back when Zeb flashed his NYPD identification. Police business. With Murphy. He's expecting us. He thrust a hard shoulder and the large men gave way. A lounge where a woman was taking names, coats, and hats. Deep bass and heavy beats rumbled through the floor and seemed to make the building throb. Where's Murphy's office? He asked, showing his credentials again. Upstairs. There's a staircase behind those concealed doors. She came out from behind her desk and pointed over the crowd of revelers. There were over 200 people in the club. Dancing. Singing. Talking. Drinking. Zeb tried to edge around the crowd. There wasn't any space. Through the crowd was the only option. Bear made it easier. He barreled through, using his height and weight to scatter people. Broker followed, Zeb behind him, their eyes scanning under the dimmed strobing lights. Spotting the kitten in the crowd was an impossible task. In any case, they won't be here. The crowd thinned when they reached the concealed door at which another bouncer stood. Bear shouldered him away like brushing off a fly, and the sound abruptly lessened when the doors closed behind them. Zeb took the lead, climbing swiftly, silently, and entered a balcony on which a few clubbers lounged. Must be some kinder exclusive section. There were couches. There was a bar. Partitioned spaces for parties. No one stopped them, though a few bartenders looked their way. Murphy's office. Zeb raised an eyebrow at one server. She pointed at the far end of the hallway. He strode quickly, reached the opaque glass doors and entered the business part of the club. Cubicles. Computers. Offices. All empty. Except one. In front of which stood a lean man. Dark eyes. Alert. His eyes swiveling to take in the visitors. Turning to face them. Zeb went quickly to him. Murphy. He's busy, the man replied, accentless, his gaze flicking to Bear and Broker. Zeb sensed the tension flooding through him, one operative recognizing others, and didn't wait for polite talk. The kitten was acting, one hand was darting behind his back, another rising to tap on the office door. To warn his fellow men. Zeb grabbed him by his shirt, dragged him forward and handed him over to Broker. An unexpected move that caught the kitten by surprise. Zeb didn't wait to see what happened. He flung the door open and entered the office. Murphy, face down on his desk. A kitten pointing a gun to his temple. Speaking softly. Two kitten on either side of the door, instantly turning to face the visitors. One to Zeb's right, his hand blurring up to reveal a gun. So fast that Zeb was surprised for a fraction of a second. The kitten's eyes were black. Dark. Expressionless. Face grim. Zeb fell to his knees and sank a fist into the kitten's groin. The round from the silenced gun grazed his hair, and then the kitten was counterattacking swiftly. Sharp short strikes that struck Zeb on the face and shoulders. One stunned him so hard that he lost his grip on the man's groin. The kitten raised his gun to bring it down on Zeb. Zeb flung him against the wall, smothering him with his body. Grappled for possession of the kitten's gun. A hard smack against the wall, and the gun fell. They are Levin's men. I can't draw against them. The kitten's mistake was that he had no room. He had been standing too close to the door and the wall. Zeb used that to his advantage, crushing the man against the office. An arm around the kitten's neck. Squeezing the breath out of him. The kitten didn't give up. He tried to knee Zeb. He tried headbutting. One such strike caught Zeb above his left eye. Zeb had had enough. He rolled back suddenly and used the momentum to execute a complex judo move. He threw the man over his shoulder. The kitten landed on Murphy's desk, momentarily winded. The room seemed to freeze, and Zeb took that opportunity. We are on the same side, he said in Hebrew. He raised his hands. Glanced swiftly back and saw Bear had subdued his opponent. Bear raised his hands too. Release Murphy. We'll question him. I am Zeb Carter. A friend of Avichai Levin. Murphy's kitten didn't let up. He had been watching the action unfold in front of him, knowing he had the upper hand as long as he had Murphy. He ground his barrel into Murphy's temple. I don't care, he replied in English. Accentless again. No sneering. No smirking. No anger. These were operatives of the highest caliber. Levin is on the line with you, isn't he? Zeb pointed to the kitten's earpiece. Tell him I'm here. The kitten didn't reply. Avichai. I'm here in Murphy's office. Ask them to stand down. The kitten didn't reply. We'll question him, Avichai. Don't do this your way. The kitten didn't move. Avichai. Are you going to ask them to shoot me? The kitten stood down. He sheathed his gun, grabbed Murphy and lifted him upright. He punched Murphy in the gut and left without a word, his fellow kitten following him. Murphy wheezed and spat blood. Thanks guys, he gasped. I thought I was a goner. Who were they? What language was that? He lumbered to a bathroom and washed his face. His face had regained some of its color when he returned, his breathing close to normal, though there was matted blood on his temple. He adjusted his clothes and tucked in his shirt, trying to regain his composure. Who were those dudes? They just barged in, and that guy was asking me about Shira. She was in my past, man. He toweled his face and sank into his chair with a sigh. You folks saved my bacon. Who are you anyway? His brow creased. Bear stepped forward and broke his nose. We are more trouble, he said above Murphy's howl. Chapter 16. Murphy confessed to beating up Shira Levin. Several times. He was a control freak. A man insecure about himself. Shira wasn't the first woman he had abused. His past relationships were all damaged and broken. 2 women had filed charges against him but had withdrawn their statements when he had paid them off. He was a broken man by the time he finished talking. Bear didn't have to savage him anymore after that first blow. The kitten's assault and Bear's looming presence had been enough to crumble his defenses. "Shall we hand him to the cops?" Broker looked at the sobbing man distastefully. "He needs to be behind bars." "No." Zeb rose to exit. "His confession is worthless. It was extracted by us." "We just leave him here?" Bear battled with anger and incredulity. "Yeah. But he won't have an easy life. Did you figure out who those men were, Murphy?" A dawning light came in Murphy's eyes and his face turned gray. "You guessed right. They were Mossad killers. Avichai Levin, the director of Mossad, knows how you treated his daughter. You're on his radar now. You will forever be looking over your shoulder." "I still think we should have heard him more," Bear argued as he settled in their vehicle. "That insect walks free while Shira is dead." "You really think Levin has given up?" Zeb laughed humorlessly. "He's backed off for now. Murphy's days are numbered. One day he'll disappear." Zeb stopped momentarily when he saw Avichai Levin in their office. The Mossad director was in a dark suit and blue shirt. No tie. His shoes shone and reflected the ceiling lights. It was his face that was the giveaway. It was mottled with rage, and his eyes flashed when Zeb entered. He pointed a finger warningly, too angry to speak. You. We stopped your men from carrying out a crime." Zeb didn't allow him to finish. His team was hanging around loose, ready for anything, but Zeb knew there would be no violence. Levin was alone, no kitten with him. There hadn't been any of his men in the lobby or outside the building. "He's here to vent." Levin vented. "He harmed my daughter. Beat her. You want me to sit back and do nothing?" he roared. "Yes." "Did you sit back when they murdered your wife and child? In front of you?" Someone gasped. Zeb didn't turn around to see who. His face felt stiff. His body had gone rigid. The roaring started in his ears and drowned out all noise. Blackness surged upon him and stomped out light. He saw nothing but what was immediately in front of him. A pale circle in which people were shapeless, faceless blobs. He wasn't conscious of moving or changing. But he must have, because he was running in Central Park, the beast snarling inside him. The beast powered him, feeding from the blackness roiling inside him. That darkness that he had kept carefully locked away in tight white boxes in his mind. The beast thrived on such bleakness. It loved rage and anger and danger. It made him go faster, push himself harder, his legs pumping, his arms pistoning, his eyes dead and flat, seeing nothing. Till the darkness started fading, and the beast started going quieter. The city returned. First the green space of the park. Runners and cyclists appeared. It was night but not late, and there were several park users. They grew sharper and became people. Then the street returned with its noise and constant motion. Zeb found himself executing moves. Muay Thai, Wing Chun, Jiu-Jitsu, Krav Maga, Eskrima online, certain exotic arts that were taught and practiced by ancient men in the remote, forgotten parts of the world. He had taken moves from all those and had fashioned a style for himself. He didn't know when he had stopped running and when he'd started the moves. All he knew was his heavy sweatshirt was soaked. Perspiration fell off his chin in a steady stream. With the return of consciousness came a babble of voices. He slowed, stopped, panting, breathing through his mouth and nose, and looked behind. A bunch of people watching him. One man taking photographs, his flash winking. He flicked sweat off his face and walked towards them. "Don't," he said, his voice sounding strange to him. He reached his hand out to the cameraman, who understood, and reluctantly handed over his equipment. "It's expensive, man. Don't go do something stupid. Like smashing it." Zeb fiddled around with its controls for a moment, and then deleted his photographs and handed it back. There was no trace of the darkness or the beast when he approached their lobby. Bitterness remained. Helplessness was there. Not at Levin but directed at himself for not doing more for not. He stopped, breathed deeply and closed his eyes. The white boxes opened. The emotions went inside them and they slammed shut. The boxes disappeared and all that remained was white. White walls in his mind. Empty. None of his friends looked in his direction when he entered the office. They were all there even though it was night. Levin looked uncertain, regretful. Holly looked stricken, her lips quivering. Probably berating herself for telling Levin about Murphy. Mulan was by her side, swallowing nervously. Wondering what she and Holly have gotten into. Things moving too fast for them. Not fully taken in Shira and Teresa's deaths. Not able to grieve either. He went to a vacant apartment before anyone could speak, took his time showering. Blasts of hot water followed by cold. He dried himself, put on a spare set of clothing, and returned to the office. "I'm sorry." Levin rose and addressed him in Hebrew. "My anger. It has been my weakness. I didn't mean it, Zeb." His hands were clenching and unclenching, his eyes moist, his voice breaking. "I've never seen him like this. Not even after Shira's death." Zeb went and hugged him. "We've both lost people. Nothing needs to be said. So you're okay if I set my kitten free?" Levin chuckled wryly. Zeb shook his head ruefully and caught the twins' eyes. "Where've we gotten?" "We." "Who's we?" Beth scoffed. "Megan and I do all the hard work while you guys go gallivanting." "We," he says. And with that, normalcy was restored. There were several threads that the twins and broker were running down. Who had hired the Vietnamese killer brothers? The corporate connections behind the killings. While Enomoto and Seng had denied any involvement, which Zeb believed, it couldn't be a coincidence that both women were killed while selling their companies. There was the intelligence forces angle. Was there an elaborate plot to weaken the secret services of the Western world? Intelligence agencies could be attacked in various ways. Their agents could be exposed. Their systems could be hacked. Or the children of their heads could be killed. There could be something in the women's lives. That was another thread, and the last one was the TKWC. Why were their members being targeted? The twins didn't have much, which didn't surprise Zeb. Whoever was behind the killings was a sophisticated operator. One or more of those could be false trails, Bear mused from his couch. He propped himself on an elbow as a thought struck him. Is there a pattern? What pattern? Megan queried. The first killing was by sword. The second was a movie set. Anything to link the two? She bit her lip, considering his words. Not a bad idea, Bear. I'll get Werner to run some algos. Looks like those few brain cells you have are still alive, she said cheekily. Bear gave her a mock glower and settled back. It wasn't surprising that he and the rest of Zeb's people came up with flashes of inspiration. Bawana and he were members of Mensa. Roger read philosophy in his free time, while Chloe could debate science with a Nobel laureate. Broker was considered to be one of the best intelligence analysts in the world. The twins were whip-smart. They aren't mere blunt hammers. Zeb stifled a smile and cocked his head at Levin. What about you? I know you're investigating too. Of course I'm investigating, Levin huffed and then grimaced. We're at the same place as you folks. Nothing stands out. I thought Murphy would be. He isn't, Zeb cut him off. Let's check with Mandel. Mandel Leckler took the call, even though it was late night in Paris. He knew Zeb very well and always picked up the American operative called. He spoke crisply, but the flowery words that he normally used were absent. Levin and he exchanged condolences, their voices sounding heavy and momentarily defeated. The police arrested the equipment rental agency's officers, but Zeb, that's a meaningless gesture. That agency doesn't have a clue. They were hired by a Hollywood production house that doesn't exist. No cameras, Mandel. No images? Zeb prompted. No. Nothing. Those drivers who were hassling her bodyguards, they were fake too. They have disappeared. Was she dating anyone? Yeah. A British banker. He is clean. She didn't tell anything to me or my wife. No stalkers. No harassment. Her emails are clean. Her phone records are bland. Their work emails and phone calls too, Megan whispered. Both of them. Nothing in there. Another call to Chong, who said their progress was slower than the twins. That too wasn't surprising. The NYPD had to follow rules and procedures. The agency didn't. Those shooters, Qureshi and Aswad, they were lone men. There are messages on their phone. To each other. They felt threatened by the interrogation. They were determined to go down in a blaze of fire. They got their wish. No cameras around Van Cortlandt Park. None that showed those killers enter. We know that, Megan mouthed at the phone. Her sister glared at her to shush her. They heard papers rustling, muted talk. Pazaka, probably. Enomoto was very eager to speak to us. Usually these business executives lawyer up and take their time. He called us. Met us alone. He was also sporting several bruises, Chong narrated suspiciously. Megan hung up on him and regarded Zeb thoughtfully when Zeb didn't rise from the phone. She recognized the expression in his eyes and knew there was something on his mind. Call Alex, Zeb told her. Zeb? Alex, where's Susan? No pleasantries exchanged. Right now, she's fast asleep in her apartment in Marylebone. It was past midnight in London, but he sounded alert. He was aware he, his agency, or his daughter could be under attack. I have good people around her. They brief me hourly. She needs a driver. Sir Alex Thompson's frown was apparent in his voice. She has one. One of my best people. There's a security cordon of cops around her office and her apartment building. We don't need any more protection people. Alex, Zeb repeated without inflection. She needs a new driver. Chapter 17. They are the same, aren't they? Junior questioned his brother as the two men watched the recording from the cameras outside Bond's house. Senior bent over the keypad and froze the video. A black man and a blonde guy. Walking with easy confidence. He went to another folder and pulled up the previous recording, when Bond had had his visitors. Yes. He shut down the video player, leaned his butt against the computer desk and crossed his arms. It means they have identified the brothers. There's no other reason those two would return. Carter didn't return. Carter would have come. Junior jutted his lips out stubbornly. They knew the brown-haired man who had first interrogated Bond was one Zeb Carter. The business empire had teams of computer specialists, many of them hackers. The hackers worked in the legal as well as the criminal side of the fiefdom. It hadn't taken them long to match the brown-haired man's image to a security firm in New York. Zeb Carter. Ex-Army. The website gave some details of his Army career. Most of it was bland. Carter now advised corporations on perimeter and executive protection. The site didn't reveal who else he worked with. No list or pictures of who his associates were. We have to assume these two are with Carter. We still haven't found how that man is involved, Senior reasoned. We'll know in a day or two. My people are checking with their contacts in the NYPD. He could be with the police. We should eliminate Carter. Quickly. Junior's phone chimed before Senior could object. He listened for a moment and nodded. Papa wants to see us. He started walking out without waiting for his brother. whirled when Senior hadn't caught up and found him adjusting his tie. Junior didn't need to adjust anything. He wasn't wearing a tie and looked the image of a billionaire playboy. Enough preening, he smirked. You look like the head of a billion-dollar empire. Not if I can help it, he corrected himself when Senior joined him. The patriarch was in his office when his offspring entered after a deferential knock. They sat when he bade them to, after bowing deferentially. Tell me about Paris, he commanded them. Junior began. The idea and the setting had been his. He had then searched for the right location to execute the plan. They knew Teresa Leclerc's routine. They had eyes on her. The Arc de Triomphe had been the most obvious venue. It was crowded, it was where several movies had been shot. The location was ideal. You went along with it. The patriarch played with an ornate silver pen, his eyes on Senior. Not initially, Papa. I didn't think there was a need for a show. We could have killed her more discreetly. She would still be dead. There would be less risk. What changed your mind? Junior reminded me you wanted to send a message. But not take unnecessary risks. The patriarch directed his glare at both sons. There's no risk, Papa. Junior was the picture of confidence as he lounged in his chair. The plan was foolproof. We used a mock production house in Los Angeles to rent the equipment. The extras were supplied by an agency who thought we were working on a French action movie. Where are they now? In the Caribbean. It was a condition that they had to disappear. There were confidentiality clauses. Alive? Yes, Papa. They don't know anything. The killers are South African, Papa, Senior interjected. This wasn't going to be a Junior show. Not if he could help it. They are back in their home country. We used cutouts. Middlemen who we trust. They don't know about us. Why didn't you kill them? There was no need. Too many bodies are risky. Even these tasks. He trailed off. He saw the glimmer in the patriarch's eyes and knew his message had been received. There were different ways to test the brothers. Face and honor were important, but only if achieving those were without risk. You know why, the patriarch thundered. This is not up for discussion. What about the Vietnamese assassins? They are dead, Papa, Junior took over smoothly. We used our assassin. He made sure the brothers wouldn't talk. Why did you kill them and not the South Africans? Senior has a point, Junior acknowledged. We should eliminate risk where possible. There is history between us and the Vietnamese. That couldn't be allowed to emerge. You did the planning, the patriarch looked at Junior and then at Senior, and you did the organizing. Yes, Papa, they chorused. Good. You are keeping track of the police? Yes, Papa. What about London? You'll know when it happens, Papa. Junior smiled confidently. Junior hung back when the patriarch had dismissed them and requested a separate meeting with his father. Alone, he told his father's EA. Yes. The patriarch looked over Junior's shoulder when he approached his desk. No, Senior. It's just me, Papa. I wanted to talk to you in confidence. I'm listening. I am worried about Senior, Papa. Why? He's too scared, Papa. He's too worried about risks. He doesn't look at the big picture. He is a detail man. Such men can't rise high. Junior knew he was taking an enormous gamble by approaching his father in this manner. But he had to. He didn't believe in playing fair. If he could sway his father in his direction, his daring would have paid off. Being careful is good. Yes, Papa. But one can dream big as well as be careful. Both are possible. The patriarch leaned back in his chair and steepled his fingers, his face expressionless. If you took over, where would you lead our business? I would take it to the heights you have dreamed of, Junior said boldly. I would enter politics and seek to be the most powerful person in the country. I am sure I could do it. You know the following I have. Junior was regularly profiled in business magazines, as well as in the gossip columns. He managed his public persona carefully, moving swiftly to kill any stories linked to their criminal enterprise. The patriarch gave no indication of his thoughts. He didn't reveal whether Junior had convinced him or not. He dismissed Junior and swiveled his chair to face the window when his son had exited. He could do it, the father thought, a thrill running through him. Politics. It had been his dream. But he was too closely linked with crime. Junior, however, he was clean. To the outside world. What of Senior, though? He is a good organizer. The smile disappeared from his face. Senior wouldn't stand by silently while Junior took the fiefdom in a particular direction. The sunlight pierced through clouds, entered his office, and lit on a ceremonial sword in a glass case. He had seen Junior use a sword. There were hidden depths to his younger son that only he could see, only he was perceptive enough to sense. Junior had cut that traitor to pieces. With his sword. Junior will sort out Senior. He will have to if he wants to win. Organizers aren't hard to find. Visionaries are rare, and Junior is a visionary. Still, I have to give them a fair chance. It is the honorable thing to do. I will win. Junior hurried through the hallways to his office and pulled out his cell. He would take care of Carter. He was sure the black and the blonde men were connected to Carter. Once Carter was disposed of, he could focus on those two men. Senior didn't need to know of this. And when the time comes, I will deal with Senior. Appropriately. Chapter 18. Remind me again, why are we crossing the Atlantic? B'Wana peered at Zeb through one eye as he lay outstretched in the Gulf Stream. Zeb's original plan had been to fly alone, after the call with Alex the previous night. However, B'Wana and Roger had insisted on coming along. We'll just take commercial and shadow you, Roger had said. He had been vehement, backed up by his friend. You don't get to see the sights alone, buddy. We're tagging along too. Zeb didn't mind the company. While Alex had good people around his daughter, B'Wana and Roger were a league apart. He'd caved in without much protest, and as the day dawned, the three of them had boarded their aircraft at JFK. Susan Thompson could be in danger, Zeb replied softly, not wishing to disturb Roger, who was asleep, his hat over his face. I know that, dang it, B'Wana exclaimed. But why us? Surely Alex and the cops in London can secure her better than us. You know something that we don't, B'Wana accused Zeb when he got no answer. Nope. But so far, we've been behind the curve. I want to be there if they attack. And grab them and see where that leads us, B'Wana finished for him. Yeah. There's something else. Zeb opened the window shaded and looked at the expanse of blue far below. Tiny dots of white marked the sea. Waves. Freighters that carried automobiles, grain, ore, and luxuries from one port of the world to another were larger specks. Bear said something. About a pattern. Something in his subconscious had stirred at that word. But it was half-formed, and all his mental nudging didn't bring it forward. It will come. He too stretched out and joined his friends in sleep. London would be hectic. If his assessment was right, they wouldn't be having much rest. A man sporting a golfing cap greeted them at Heathrow and took them to their ride, a gray Range Rover. He looked B'Wana up and down and shrugged. I would have brought a truck if I knew he was coming. British humor. A package for you in the boot. He opened the rear door and pointed at a large gym bag. Try to bring back the vehicle in one piece. The last one had to be towed away. Are you always this miserable, Eddie? Bwana grumped as they stowed their bags and climbed inside. Nope. You haven't seen me when I'm down. Eddie, their London garage owner, gave them a limp wave and departed with a last shot. Try to stay alive. London. Gray and overcast with a hint of rain. Small roads and vehicles that drove on the wrong side. People who were excessively polite and didn't speak much. Whose sense of humor was understated and subtle. The city had few of the soaring skyrises of New York. It didn't have the electric feel of its American counterpart. What it had was history. Thousands of years of it that reflected in the Georgian buildings of central London. In white-columned museums and public buildings. On blue plaques in front of residences that announced a literary or historical heavyweight had once lived there. Zeb felt at home in London. He loved the British Reserve and the tongue-in-cheek humor. Sure, the narrow streets and the small cars took some getting used to, but that only added to its charm. Strip away the history and the facade, it's as modern and as fast as New York. He drove to a modern glass-fronted building that overlooked the Thames. The lobby was discreet, and there was no signboard listing its occupants. A polite suited man stopped them and asked for their credentials. Here to see Sir Alex Thompson, Zeb told him, aware that there were cameras in the ceiling recording their every move and word. Another suit came down in an elevator and hustled them to an upper floor, past cubicles and desks on faded carpet. To a glassed office in which the head of MI6 sat, leafing through a report. Zeb, he exclaimed and shook his hand tightly. No hugging. No backslapping. Sir Alex didn't believe in overt displays of emotion. The handshake was enough. Zeb had worked with him several times. Had rescued the lives of some of his key agents. The firm grip told it all. Zeb introduced Bwana and Roger, who lined up against a wall, preferring to stand after the flight. No chatter. The MI6 chief shrugged elegantly when Zeb looked askance, a silent question on his face. Terrorists usually are quick to claim credit. They're playing the long game if it's one of the Middle Eastern groups. How's he bearing up? Levin. As you might expect. Beneath his game face he's a volcano, Zeb replied. He's agreed to stay tight. For now. A flunky knocked on the door and entered, bearing a pot of tea and cups. He served them and left quietly. It won't kill you, Bwana, Sir Alex laughed when he saw the operative take a cautious sip. Your first time here? No, Sir Alex. Been here several times. London's as familiar to me as home. Just didn't get used to tea. Alex will do. That Sir nonsense is for the media. Alex Thompson didn't look like a spy chief. He had long brown hair that was styled neatly, dressed in a pinstriped suit, and wore glasses that gave him a professorial look. Zeb knew beneath that exterior was a razor-sharp mind, and a man who was equally comfortable with a knife or gun as he was in a boardroom. My men took some convincing to allow you folks to take their places. You might get some hard looks, sharp words. Zeb had expected nothing less. What he had proposed was unusual. The MI6 had good men, very good operatives. They would have felt affronted when they heard that a bunch of Americans would take over the protection details. We'll live. Where is she? At home. She returned early from work. Holly called me yesterday. She's sharing all their work correspondence. Susan too. We and Scotland Yard checked out the companies Susan was selling. One was in the construction space. They build nuclear facilities, among other structures. Another was a care home provider for elderly people. Both companies checked out. The four bidders were Chinese, German, French, and Japanese. They are clean. There's usually something in such cases, but these killings are the cleanest ones I've ever seen. No fingerprints. This could be an attack on the friendly intelligence forces. By another country, Zeb suggested. That's going to the top of the list of motives. Alex emptied his cup and pushed it to a corner. There are enough countries out there that support terrorism. I spoke to Mandel, Avichai, many others. Claire too. They agree. We aren't ruling anything out, however. Bwana leaned against the glass wall, which groaned from his weight. He stepped back quickly and inspected it for damage. Makes no sense to me. Why not take out more high-profile targets? Like you or Levin? Why your kids? He needs a lot of explaining, Roger apologized to Alex and gave a withering look to his friend. It makes total sense. What do you think we're doing right now? Discussing the who and why. And Alex, Levin or Mandel couldn't have spent that time better. You've seen Levin. Despite his game face, you think he's functioning at full capacity? He straightened a finger. Killing the children distracts the intelligence organizations. Drains their capabilities. Another finger uncurled. It's also a message. If Shira Levin and Teresa Leckler couldn't be protected, who's safe? I would have figured it out, Bwana sulked and crossed his arms. Yeah, Roger smirked, like by the time the world was ending. Good luck. Alex broke off from observing the byplay and smiled faintly at Zeb. The assassin spotted them as they exited the anonymous building. He recognized the brown-haired man immediately. Excitement flooded through him. Things are about to get interesting. Chapter 19. London also had Paul and Liam. No last names. One red-headed, the other black-haired. Buzzcuts. Both shorter than Zeb by a couple of inches. Powerfully built. Eyes that never stopped moving. Dressed in plain clothes, lounging in the parking lot of Susan Thompson's apartment building. Look what the cat dragged in, Paul sneered when Zeb alighted with his friends and approached the two men. Yanks? Liam's lips curled. Come to show us how to do our jobs. It was fighting talk, but no fisticuffs broke out. Bwana let out a whoop and rushed forward to fist bump Paul and then Liam. Your boss, he didn't tell us you'd be meeting us. Told him not to, Paul, the red-haired one declared. It would have scared you off. Zeb surveyed the building as he half listened to the good-natured exchange. Alex. Trust him to have operatives we've worked with before. The MI6 men had been part of a joint operation in Iraq that Zeb had led. They were quietly competent and had gelled very well with his crew. Which floor? He interrupted the small talk. 8th, boss. Overlooks the street. Liam pointed to a drape-covered window. Boss, we can do away with that. Zeb followed his finger and checked out the exterior of the apartment. Metal grills on the outside were the only indication that the resident was security conscious. Yes, boss, Liam chuckled. There was no way Paul and he were going to stop using that title. A habit picked up all those years ago. It wasn't deference. It was respect. 2 more men upstairs, Paul joined in. We accompany her wherever she goes. Check out restaurants or offices. Be as close to her as possible. Once on the road, there are 2 vehicles following her. Keep rotating. He took them to another Range Rover. Near identical to Zeb's. That's our ride. Paul slapped its side. The 2 other vehicles are outside. Let's meet her. Her Highness isn't happy, Paul warned as they trooped to a waiting elevator. Susan Thompson didn't bother to conceal her distaste. What's so special about you lot that you have to replace my detail? We aren't replacing them, ma'am, Zeb countered. They'll be in a second vehicle. Following. What makes you special? Susan spat, her tiny frame quivering, a blonde lock falling over a fiery blue eye. Ma'am, Shira and Teresa were your friends, weren't they? The TKWC member blew out a long breath, all the fight leaving her like air escaping a punctured balloon. She straightened her hair and made a gesture of apology. I'm just stressed. I was just coming to grips with Shira's when Teresa died. Ma'am, Liam said, stepping forward, I know Zeb. Bawana and Raj too. They're the best. We're all here to prevent any more killing. The assassin followed the brown-haired man in a discreet vehicle. A silver Vauxhall Corsa. There were many such vehicles around, and his blended in. He maintained a safe distance, several cars away. Following in London had its drawbacks. Streets were rarely laid out straight. There were several lights. Cabs cut in and out. Those drawbacks helped the assassin. It kept him out of the radar of the brown-haired man, who he knew would be looking out for surveillance. He let out a puff of air when his targets arrived at Susan Thompson's building and were met with her protection detail. The assassin couldn't hang around. He drove past, found a parking space and hoofed it back. There was a bus stop just off Thompson's building, and he stood there, shades on, jacket collar turned up, a golfing cap on his head. He made a show of looking at bus timetables and at his watch, keeping an eye on the building's exit. His targets didn't leave, and that firmed a suspicion he had been harboring. They're joining her protection detail. He had been in London for several days, supervising arrangements for the kill. He knew Thompson's routine. He had decided on the location. His kill team was ready. 6 of them. The arrival of the brown-haired man and his companions didn't make any difference. Nevertheless, he would shadow them for a day. Junior took his call. His name is Carter. Zeb Carter. He was in the U.S. Army, Junior briefed him. A vanilla soldier or anything more to him? Hold on. He heard Junior typing. No details. Just how long he served in the Army. Can you find out? Why? I want to know how dangerous he could be. Assume he will be. The assassin hung up and wondered why Junior had made that cryptic remark. Junior didn't ask the assassin about the black and the blonde man. It didn't strike him as being important. There was a chance that Carter was linked to those 2 men, and if so, then they too would be in London. Has he been hired by the intelligence agencies? Why would they? No. He discarded the thought. There had to be another reason why Carter was popping up all over. He made several calls and urged his network in America and Asia to work faster. To get more details on Carter. They had his photograph and that of the black and blonde men. Senior doesn't need to know. The assassin has to get rid of Carter. Not yet, however. Let Thompson be dealt with. Susan Thompson huffed in protest when Bawana and Roger flanked her at the rear the next day. She didn't say a word though, and gazed stonily out of the window as Zeb drove them out of the building, towards her office in Canary Wharf, with Paul and Liam following. Canary Wharf was in East London and was one of the 2 financial districts of London. The other was the older City of London. Canary Wharf was located in what was once the West India Docks, one of the busiest docks in the world. Once the ports had declined and the docks closed, a bunch of investors had turned it into a retail and financial hub. The Tube, London's subway, had come to Canary Wharf just before the turn of the century. That had accelerated the growth of the financial district. Banks and professional services had arrived in droves and occupied most of the floor space. TKWC's London office was in 1 Canada Square, the 2nd tallest building in the country. Susan Thompson's office had a view of the River Thames as it curved around the Greenwich Peninsula. Her office was open plan and had 3 other women working on desks. They greeted Susan and stared open-mouthed when Bawana and Roger entered and checked out the premises. You really think someone's going to barge in here and kill me? Susan glared at the men. We don't think, ma'am. That's Zeb's job, Bawana replied straight-faced. He spoke into his mic and gave Zeb the all-clear. Zeb was outside the office, in the hallway that had elevators and doors to other businesses. A lot of foot traffic throughout the day. Alex has checked out all the residents, as well as Susan's London co-workers. No threat there. Paul and Liam were on the ground floor, milling around. Blending in. Another surveillance team was parked just outside the building. A third vehicle was close by. The office was as secure as they could make it. She won't be attacked here. Too crowded. Not enough escape routes. Too many cameras. The day was uneventful. The twins were subdued when he called them for an update. They had returned from visiting Levin on the last day of Shiva. No, they hadn't found anything more conclusive on the Vietnamese killers. The TKWC had been thoroughly vetted by Werner. No possible suspects in their pasts. None of their snitches or informants in the underground network had come forward. Holly and Milan were fine. They had occupied desks and were working on their businesses. Still in shock. But the routine of work seemed to be helping. Chong was despondent. Nada. Zilch. Zero. How many more words do you need? He sighed. Zeb knew the pressure he and Pazaka were under. A high-profile beheading. A shooting at 1 pp. No clues. No progress. The media would be at their throats. Levin wasn't very communicative. Zeb sensed he was on edge and hung up swiftly. Mandel Leckler uttered a string of curses, an indication of his frustration. The killer seemed to have disappeared into thin air. His wife had fallen apart. On top of that, the public wanted swift results. Merde, they think I am a magician. I can produce killers from nowhere? They have forgotten that was my daughter. Zeb was thinking of cameras as he navigated the Range Rover in the evening traffic. Britain had one of the highest densities of CCTV cameras in the world. 1 camera for every 11 people. London was the second largest security camera network city. Cameras make it more difficult for killers. If they strike, how will they do it? And where? He was on the verge of ruling out an all-out attack at Susan's apartment or her office. It's still possible. A pack of masked killers could burst through and let loose. They wouldn't get away, though. We'd cut them down. That left the open spaces. An attack on the streets. But she doesn't go out alone. She's changed her shopping and social habits. There's always a cordon around her. He worried at the problem until they reached the apartment, and then gave up. It was late in the night when he woke, feeling restless. He was in the small living room, on a couch. Susan was in one of the bedrooms. Bawana, Roger, Paul and Liam were outside, sleeping in coves and nooks, concealed from unwary eyes. An additional detail was in the parking lot. He sat up and tried to chase the thought that had woken him. No luck. He walked silently out of the apartment. A run, he whispered to Bawana, who had woken cat-like. The night was cool. 3 a.m. Hardly any traffic. Lines of cars parked on the street. An ambulance went by when he started jogging past silent vehicles. He went past the brightly lit tube station and approached Regent's Park. He lengthened his stride and let his mind roam free. The air felt fresh, and alone in the night, the beast emerged and ran along with him. He returned an hour later, sweat drying on his face, his track top sticking to his body. He walked past the vehicles, entered the parking lot, and crouched swiftly. He held a finger to his lips when Paul poked his head out a vehicle. He ran back to the street, bent double, and using a vehicle as cover, he waited. He didn't know what it was that had alerted him. It was a sense that he was being watched. So faint that he could be wrong, but he wanted to be sure. This isn't an ordinary soldier. The assassin didn't move a muscle as he lay flat in the rear seat of his Casa. It was down the line of cars, within sight of the building's exit. He had watched Carter come out for a run and had seen him return. He knew Carter couldn't see him because his head wasn't above the window. He had mounted a camera on the dash that fed a signal to his cell. He could watch without revealing himself. There was an additional camera beneath the license plate, and its feed showed Carter's legs beneath an SUV. He's waiting. Watching. He must have sensed something. The assassin didn't pull out his gun. Even the slightest move could make the small car shake. Carter would spot that. He lay still, breathing easily, and smiled suddenly. Carter was good. Very good. I doubt he's better than me. Tomorrow will tell. Chapter 20. The next day was Thursday, and those days had a different routine for Susan Thompson. On Thursdays, she went to Canary Wharf earlier, left her office just before noon, and came to Trafalgar Square. She lunched with a bunch of women in a restaurant in the square, all young, starting out in business. She was their mentor and made sure she made that event every week, come rain or snow. Zeb checked out the line of cars outside her building early that morning. There were several empty spaces, their owners gone for work. There weren't any clues. No placard saying, "Dude, I was watching you." The street looked like 1,000 other streets in London. Paul looked quizzically at him when he bent to peer underneath cars. "Lost something?" "Probably my senses." Zeb grinned, but the nagging feeling didn't leave him. There was someone watching me. My radar has never let me down. He headed back to the building when Roger hailed him from Susan's apartment and pointed at his watch. The drive to Canary Wharf was quiet, each of them lost in their thoughts. Susan looked pensive, meeting Zeb's eyes in the mirror every now and then. "How long will this last?" she said, breaking the silence. "She means how long will we be with her?" "At least a week more, ma'am." "And if they don't attack in a week?" "We'll wait. Assess. And then decide." "You all quit your jobs just to be here?" "This is our job, ma'am." They returned from Canary Wharf earlier than Susan usually did, when Bawana pointed out a flyer on a lamppost. A motorcycle rally on the mall just after noon. To honor war veterans. Traffic would be affected. An early start from her office got them to the restaurant before the logjam started. The restaurant was dark-glassed and upscale. Bawana and Roger checked it out thoroughly, Roger using the opportunity to flash his smile at the women waiting for Susan. "All clear," he told Susan when he returned. He cocked his head at Zeb. "Maybe I should be inside. Keep an eye, you know?" "Keep an eye on what?" Bawana muttered under his breath. Zeb waggled his fingers in acceptance. Having a person inside would help, and for all his show, Roger never got distracted when on a mission. Zeb did a mic check. Paul and Liam were at the rear of the restaurant, the delivery and staff entrance. The third vehicle was in the square, circling Nelson's column. The square was named after the Battle of Trafalgar, in which a British naval force led by Lord Nelson had vanquished 33 French and Spanish ships. The attacking fleet had suffered heavy losses, and the battle had thwarted Napoleon's plans to invade Britain. Zeb donned his shades and climbed out when Roger and Susan disappeared inside the restaurant. He had parked illegally on the curb, having Alex Thompson's assurance that they wouldn't be troubled by any traffic police. To his left was the Admiralty Arch, a grand building that connected the mall and Trafalgar Square. He could see bikers lining up, revving their engines, all clad in black, wearing various regiment colors on their shoulders. The mall was a ceremonial road that ran from the arch to the Queen Victoria Memorial, which was right in front of Buckingham Palace. It was red in color to give the appearance of a giant red carpet, just over half a mile long. Visiting heads of state were welcomed by riding in a state carriage on the mall. National celebrations were conducted on it. History. Britain has a lot of it. Traffic diversions were in place when Susan's lunch ended. The new route took them around St. James Park and up Birdcage Walk, where they stopped at a set of lights for the bikers to come off the mall and dissipate into the city. The sound of throbbing motors filled the air for several moments, and all they saw was a river of helmeted riders as they streamed in front of them. Zeb searched for the following vehicles in his mirror. Didn't find them. "Where are you?" 5 vehicles behind," Paul answered. "This diversion set us back. The other one is even further back. We'll catch up." A bike came up to his Zeb's right and idled. Another rode up to his left. Neither helmet turned in their direction. There was a third motorcycle at the rear, and behind it were lines of vehicles waiting patiently. The British had patience in abundance. All three bikers had pillion riders. Black leathers. Visors gleaming. Hondas, Zeb noticed, the makes of the two vehicles alongside. He adjusted his mirror to focus on the one behind, but couldn't make out its model. There were no pedestrians. No foot traffic. He craned his head and saw a sign that diverted foot traffic too. Just 2 lanes on Birdcage Walk. One going in his direction, the other opposite. No dividers. Zeb didn't know what made him do it. He turned on the inconspicuous camera at the rear of the vehicle. It scanned license plates of vehicles. Their Range Rover was connected to Werner through a built-in, always-on router. Werner had access to several national and international databases. One of those was a police database in the UK. One that listed stolen vehicles. 2 things happened simultaneously. Werner announced that the bike on their tail was stolen. The riders on all 3 vehicles started moving. Pillion riders, Zeb corrected himself. Rising. Rear one's got something like a tube. The Range Rover was armor-plated, had resistant glass and run-flat tires. It could take rifle and small arms fire. It isn't designed to withstand a rocket launcher. Down, he roared, and didn't need to look back to know what would happen. Roger would grab Susan and shove her to the floor mats. He would lie on top of her. Bwana would open concealed firing ports on the sides of their ride. The pillion riders on either side were almost upright, with what looked like assault rifles in their hands. Both bikes close enough to touch. The shooter at the rear was straightening his tube. No one on the road had noticed the happenings yet. No alarms raised. No police in sight. Under attack, he called out to the Mi-6 vehicles. He shoved the shift into reverse and floored the pedal. Rocket launcher guy was expecting the Range Rover to flee. He would follow and send his missile up its bottom. His fellow shooters would rake the vehicle from the sides. None of them expected the reverse move. The heavy vehicle had to move just 10 feet before it smashed into the rocket launcher's bike. Metal crunched. Bodies fell off. Teeth gritted, Zeb kept reversing, forcing the Range Rover to mount obstructions. Susan screaming. Bwana firing shots methodically. The bikers at the sides taking corrective action. Reversing back. Firing back. Their rounds pinging metal and glass. No immediate damage. A swift look at the rear. No bike in sight. The Range Rover felt sluggish, but it was responding. Cars and vehicles honking at the rear. Bikers at the front turning their heads. None of them threats. I want at least one alive. The bike to his right came abreast. Take over. Zeb flung his door open. Its side caught the pillion rider's thigh. The riders swerved. Zeb's Glock appeared over the top of the door. Fired continuously into the 2 body masses. Under. He dropped to the road, using the door as a body shield. Rolled under the high clearance of the Range Rover. Fired another burst of shots at the right side bikers from beneath. Felt Bwana clamber and settle into the driver's seat, Roger still on top of Susan. The driver door shut. Zeb fired at the bikers on the left from under the vehicle. They didn't have time to react. Their angles were bad. Quick mag change. They're down. Bwana in his ear. Cool. Calm. Exactly how a top-notch operative should sound. Down both sides. Zeb waited for a moment, then rolled out from underneath the vehicle, his Glock blazing at the 2 riders on the left. Came to his feet. Crouching. Both bikers down. That was all that mattered. Go. Bawana went, rubber burning, tires squealing. No Range Rover now. No cover. Bikers to the right were still, their vehicle fallen. He looked at the rocket launcher bike. Movement. He fired. The riders stilled. And then a bike sounded. He dropped to the street. The one on his right, who had been still. The riders were still alive. Just about. The driver got the vehicle upright, and the pillion rider got on its back with difficulty. Zeb raised his gun, then lowered it. He wanted them alive. The bike wobbled, but its driver managed control. He revved. The pillion rider fell off. 6 or 7 feet separating Zeb and the bike. It started picking up pace, its driver hunched over its tank. Still unsteady but alive. Zeb burst to speed. Prone to full stride in a flash, just one thought in his mind. Capture them. The pillion rider, now on the street, twitched. His rifle moved. Zeb shot him. 2 more strides. 4 feet separating him from the bike, which was yet to pick up speed. He reached out with his hand. Forced his body to go faster. His hand scrabbled over plastic. Rear light. Move. He dove. Hands outstretched. Right grasping the Glock, left making contact with leather. Clamping down on the rider's shoulder. Letting his body's weight do the rest. He fell. The rider came off the bike. The rider struggled. A sudden growl. That's? Another bike flashed past. Going in the opposite direction. A hand rising. Something at its end. Zeb reacted instinctively. Grabbed the fallen rider's body. Used it as cover. And felt the rider jerk as rounds thudded into him. The last he saw of the shooter was his helmet craning to look back. A gloved hand raised mockingly before he vanished in traffic. Zeb shoved the shot rider's helmet aside and felt his neck. No pulse. Eyes glazed. He thrust the body away, curbing the surging bitterness inside him. Got to his feet. And was surrounded. Hands in the air. Chapter 21. Armed police officers aimed their guns at him, the air tight with tension. Zeb knew any false move he made would result in their cutting loose. He dropped his Glock and raised his arms. Slowly. Non-threateningly. 2 police officers crabbed forward. One retrieved his weapon and the other handcuffed him. The onlookers seemed to breathe a sigh of relief when the officers shoved him inside a police van. They secured his legs to its floor and hands to rails. We're good. We are at the safe house, said Roger, speaking in his earpiece, amused. Heard you got arrested. Paul and Liam are talking to the cops. I'm sure Alex will intervene and get you freed. Till then, enjoy the warmth. The van set off with no words spoken to Zeb. 2 officers in its cab. 2 more with him in the rear. Both staring at him with hard eyes. No warmth there. Zeb couldn't contain himself. His lips twitched. You realize I was protecting Susan Thompson? Sir Alex Thompson's daughter. I didn't start the shooting. The men didn't respond. They didn't melt into a puddle of warmth. Zeb settled back against a slab of cushion that lined the side of the van and closed his eyes. It's different here. He was taken to a police station in Paddington, searched, the earpiece removed and examined, and led to a cell. A burly sergeant came along and took his details. You killed 6 gunmen? All by yourself? Not all by myself. Bawana plugged a couple. Zeb didn't respond, however. Silence was the best option in another country. He had learned that the hard way over the years. He sat on a hard bench and let his reaction set in. He didn't tremble or shake. No sweat broke out. Swinging into action and coming out of it was just a state of mind for him. He hadn't been like that on his first tour, which was far back in the mists of time. Years of combat experience and mental training had shaped him. He didn't fear dying. When he dropped out of the Range Rover, a part of him had known he could die that day. Death, too, was another state of mind. He remembered his master drilling that into him in Indonesia. He could still smell the rain in the air and the drops of water that glistened at the end of his master's beard. That long break in Japan, Indonesia, India, Malaysia, several South Asian countries. He had needed it. He had been a broken man after that horrific event that had destroyed his family. Training with masters in those countries had healed him. They had built him back up, brick by mental brick. They had restored his kai. They hadn't had to work much on his attitude to death. He had died the day his family died. He rose, turning over the assault in his mind. 6 bikers. Not one alive. Not the result I wanted. That 7th biker. Was he the one watching me at night? Zeb hadn't been sure whether there would be an attempt on Susan's life. The attack proved that his thinking was on the right track. What he hadn't expected, however, was for it to happen so soon. Any significance in the timing? He looked at the 2 killings and the attacks from different perspectives. He tried to put himself in the perpetrator's shoes. He gave up finally and went into a semi-conscious state. Eyes open. Mind alert. Body relaxed. The beast would alert him if there was any threat. He got released after 3 hours. The same sergeant handed him his Glock and all his belongings. "You Americans." He shook his head as if that said everything. The sergeant took him through a rear entrance. TV and newspapers. "They've camped in the front," he explained over his shoulder. Paul and Liam were waiting for him, grinning, the dark-haired man unable to contain a chortle. "How's Her Majesty's hospitality?" We tried to explain, but we didn't get far. "Shooting in London. So close to Buckingham Palace. I'm surprised they didn't riddle you with rounds." Paul was more restrained, but he too couldn't control the laughter in his eyes. "Anything?" Zeb asked them, and that sobered the MI6 men. "No. That biker got away. No one got even his number plates. No identification on the bodies. Come on. Sir Alex is waiting." Alex was at the safe house Bawana and Roger were holed up in, along with Susan Thompson. The safe house was an apartment in a building in Angel. Several of the building's residents were ex-SAS men and former police officers. Any attack on the building would bring out an overwhelming response. The agency had several such safe houses back in their country, as well as in international cities. The twins were responsible for identifying the houses and managing them. "She's fine," Alex replied, seeing Zeb's expression. "Still in shock, but she'll recover. She didn't see anything. Your man Roger covered her. She's now heard all the details. From TV." He gripped Zeb's hand hard and patted it. The tightness around his mouth showed the iron control he had on himself. "Who?" Zeb asked, knowing it was a futile question. "No idea." The MI6 chief shrugged his shoulders helplessly. "We know as much as the TV people." A television, muted, was replaying the events over and over again. "Shooting next to Buckingham Palace," a banner shouted. "MI6 head's daughter attacked. Safe. All gunmen dead. One shooter in custody." "What did you tell the police?" "The truth. That you were part of her security detail. They didn't like it that you are American. I got them to suppress that bit. London hasn't seen such an attack in quite some time. You can imagine how it'll be for some time. The media, politicians, Joe Public, all of them will want answers. Yesterday." Zeb did know. That reaction was no different in any country. Alex cast off his somber mood and slapped him on the shoulder. "That panic room is a neat touch." He walked with Zeb down a hallway, past bedrooms and bathrooms, to the panic room. Susan poked her head out of one bedroom and whispered thank you to Zeb. She held her cell up to indicate she was on a call and ducked back inside. The panic room was attached to the last bedroom, its entrance through a set of floor-to-ceiling closets. It had a sliding concrete wall that cut off access from the main apartment. A small bed. A TV. A bathroom. Enough provisions to last 2 weeks. I'm taking it over. Alex surveyed it. Tell Claire. MI6 can do with such a safe house. It's yours. Alex. Yes. Susan is safe. In her apartment. Alex was puzzled. But she isn't. Not in her apartment. She's here. His face cleared. Of course. You want that put out. You expect another attempt? This time on her apartment? I don't know what to expect. It came down to Paul. He was the closest in height and body type to Susan. They got him to wear one of her dresses, a large floppy hat that covered most of his face, and large shades, and bundled him into Zeb's SUV. Word gets out of this, I'll know who to ask, he snarled as he glowered at them. It's for Queen and Country, Bwana uttered solemnly, and Roger cracked up. The immediate neighborhood around Buckingham Palace was on lockdown. Zeb had to take several detours before they got to Marylebone. His eyes were on his mirrors. The rearview camera kept feeding the dash screen. Liam and the second MI6 vehicle followed. No one reported any followers. They won't be here. They'll monitor the apartment. He circles around the apartment building. No real reason, except that if there were any watchers, they would expect him to be careful. There were no camera vans or reporters at the building. Understandable, since no one knew Susan Thompson lived there. Even her immediate neighbors didn't know she was the daughter of the MI6 chief. He didn't see any suspicious vehicles. His radar didn't ping. He drove inside and found a parking space. He, Bwana, and Roger surrounded Susan, making sure her floppy hat and dress were visible from the outside, and walked swiftly inside. Bwana and Roger checked out the apartment. Clean. No bugs. No hidden cameras. No surveillance device planted in their absence. Bwana rummaged in the refrigerator and rustled up a simple dinner for them while they took turns watching from the windows. The windows had dark glass and were one way. They could stand close to them with no risk of being spotted from the outside. Liam came up and relieved Paul. There was no need to spell Zeb and his team. They were used to working long hours of surveillance. They relieved one another throughout the night, waiting for an attack that never came. The assassin had stripped off his leathers and disposed of his bike in a friendly garage near Victoria, immediately after shooting the sole surviving killer. He washed his face and hands and stared at his reflection for a moment. That was a failure. My first. He hadn't expected Carter to react so fast. So unexpectedly. Normally, if shooters targeted a vehicle, the vehicle fled. Carter had reversed and crushed 2 of his killers. Only swift thinking on the assassin's part had saved the plot from unraveling. By killing his man, he had made sure no one lived to spill. It's done. He wore a fresh set of clothes. A brown-haired wig went on his head. Shades to cover his eyes. A trilby to cover his head. He drove a Nissan, an old model, and headed back to the apartment building. The radio in his car chattered continuously, giving updates on the killings. He smirked when the police had nothing new to report. One man had been arrested. The assassin knew that was Carter. They'll release him soon. And he might bring the woman back to the apartment. I want to be there when they arrive. He spotted their vehicle arriving. Got out of his Nissan and went to the bus stop to check the schedule. And caught a glimpse of Susan Thompson being hurried inside the house by Carter. unaware that he himself had been spotted. Chapter 22. You are sure? Junior asked the assassin. Yes. Attacking them in the apartment will be a disaster. They will be expecting us. I suggest we lay off. For a long time. Junior rubbed his chin, rose from behind his desk and poured himself and Senior a drink. Senior took it silently, brooding, and downed it in one gulp. I told you. Save it, Junior sighed. Papa is expecting us. Let's go. The patriarch listened with his usual impassive face, only the tightening of his eyes an indicator of what he was feeling. What went wrong? He asked quietly. Senior snuck a glance at Junior, uneasily. That quiet tone wasn't good. That man, Carter. He was the difference. If he hadn't been there, the kill would have gone off exactly as planned. Why didn't you plan for his presence? Neither Junior nor Senior had an answer to that. They had planned extensively. The first 2 kills had gone down like a dream. It was just this one that had failed. We are safe, Papa, Junior reassured his father. No one is left alive. They will find nothing on the bodies. No identification. There's one obvious one, the patriarch rebutted swiftly. Junior and Senior knew what he was referring to. Shira Levin was also killed by similar people, Papa, Junior said, bringing out the charm and confidence. They have no clue there. They'll have no clue here. We can take her out again, he bragged. No. Leave her alone. For now. You need to prepare for the next one. He told them who it was, and then it dawned on them. The next one would be big. It would restore honor, but there was more at stake. It would prevent their destruction. The patriarch called Junior for a second meeting, and nodded absently when his son bowed. How's Senior? Nervous, Junior said promptly. This London fiasco has made him jumpy, Papa. We were talking about it when you called. He doesn't think we should go ahead. And what do you think? We don't have a choice, do we, Papa? What will happen in the worst case? Bad headlines? We have survived that. Nothing will link us to whatever happens. Nothing ever has. What if Senior refuses to work with you? I will convince him, Papa. Though I can handle everything myself. Senior isn't required, Junior said boldly. The patriarch's eyes grew hooded, and his face shuddered immediately. It's still a contest. I'm still assessing both of you. Don't get ahead of yourself. I know, Papa. That's not what I meant, Junior apologized, knowing his father knew exactly what he had meant. But he let it lie there. It was in the open now. He had made his chess move. It was up to his father now. This Carter, the patriarch said, changing the subject, will be taken care of. Zeb had slapped himself on the forehead when he had spotted the CCTV cameras on the outside of the building and at its entrance. He had seen them only when they had returned with Paul as the fake Susan. Where do those feeds go? To our command center. Liam squinted his eyes and followed what Zeb was pointing at. You need them? Like yesterday. Zeb forwarded the feeds to Megan, knowing she would get Werner to process them, and they settled in for the night. Spelling one another. Bawana and Roger cracking jokes quietly. The British operatives telling raucous stories. Their senses on high alert despite the humor. It turned midnight. Then 2 a.m. Traffic dried out, but in the far distance they heard police sirens continually. Patrolling the city after the most savage attack London had known in recent times. A couple of times, headlights turned inside the approach street to the building, and cars joined the line outside. A few residents trooped in, their faces captured by the cameras. None of them were a threat. When a pale sun threatened the clouds obscuring it, Zeb retired to a bedroom to catch a few winks. They won't attack now. Probably figured out the odds were against them. Megan had an update for him when he woke up to the sound of Roger singing off-key. 9 a.m. All else was quiet. Check your email, she messaged. He showered, freshened up, and turned on his laptop, with Bawana and Roger looking over his shoulder. She had isolated 2 video segments. One showed a blurry face in a silver vehicle, a Vauxhall Corsa, she said. The car drove into a space, but the driver never emerged. This was the night before the attack. Another clip had a man at the bus stop opposite, wearing a hat and shades, looking at a timetable. Ran through the videos several days back. This dude was never seen before. He isn't a regular. The Corsa's plates are fake. Such a car was never registered. She saved the best for the last. Corsa's occupant and Trilby dude seem to be the same. Faces are not clear, but shapes and sizes of heads match. She went into more technical detail. Werner had extrapolated the Corsa man's height from the way his face was angled inside the vehicle. That height matched that of the man at the bus stop. Bawana whooped silently and fist-bumped Roger. Finally. It could be anyone, Zeb cautioned, but he too couldn't suppress a smile. He had hoped to capture one or more of the attackers. However, this was the next best outcome. No such car exists, Alex confirmed, and Zeb had to frown when Bawana started rolling his eyes. They were in his office later in the day, Susan secure in the safe house. She would work from that location until Alex gave her the clear. I've shared the details with Scotland Yard. We're tracking every silver Corsa in London. That man's details. We haven't gone public with those. Every policeman you see on the street is on the lookout for him. He tossed a file onto a stack behind him and shrugged ruefully. I'm not confident of tracing that guy. Those photographs aren't the best. No identities on the killers. Those photographs we have released. You know they're all Southeast Asian, Chinese or Japanese? Yes. Not many such gangs operate in Britain. The Chinese triads are the largest. We're working on the gang angle. We've also sent those photographs to every friendly police force. Maybe someone will have them on their files. They could be mercenaries. Like those Vietnamese killers who did Shira. He didn't sound confident. As you know, quite a few of the TKWC acquiring companies were from that region. The MI6 head picked up a squeeze ball and exercised his fingers. We cleared all those companies. However, Scotland Yard is having a second look. No, a third look. I had a call early morning, he stifled a yawn with one hand, with the heads of other intelligence agencies. We're all on the same page. This is increasingly looking like attacks on intelligence agencies. We're looking at all operations where we pooled resources. Who those operations were against. The triads are an obvious suspect since they are large and are active on several continents. Zeb didn't comment. It was the most obvious possibility, but he couldn't shake the feeling there was more to it. Patterns. He had been racking his brains, but that thing nagging away at him hadn't revealed itself. Alex's face turned grave as he hesitated. What? They want you out of here, Alex confessed. I'm getting a lot of heat. Americans operating on our soil. Protecting Susan, which my men and the cops should have been doing. I understand. And Zeb did. He had been wondering when the politics of the situation would kick in. It would have been the same back home if the situation had been reversed. Susan, he questioned. She'll have more men around her than ever before. What's your take? They won't attack now. It's too high risk. What I figured. They left for Heathrow in the evening, by which time no progress had been made in identifying either the Corsa or the man. There was no emotional farewell. Paul, still posing as Susan in the Marylebone apartment, hugged them tight. Liam slapped them on the back. Their paths would cross again. It was how their world worked. Zeb peered out the window as the Gulf Stream took to the sky and circled lazily over the city. The giant Ferris wheel that was the London Eye came into view, as did the top of the palace, and then London disappeared as the plane shot straight as an arrow to the Atlantic. He didn't know it, but the assassin was on a commercial flight ahead of him. Junior had given him a simple task. Get Carter. Chapter 23. On his return, Zeb discovered that Holly Nicholson and Mulan Yao had moved out of their Columbus Avenue office. They had rented rooms in the hotel where Levin was staying and were using its business center for work. The twins had arranged a private security firm to protect the TKWC women. That firm, in addition to Levin's kitten, ensured they were secure. It looked like Levin had taken them under his wing, had developed a fondness for them. The move relieved Zeb, though he didn't show it. The longer they were with us, the more they'd know of the agency. Not an outcome I would have wanted. Levin will keep them safe. And it's good for him too. It'll help deal with his loss. The twins and broker ran the image of the London Watcher through all their databases and drew blanks. Calls to international police forces and law enforcement agencies were equally fruitless. Alex Thompson called on the third day after their return from London. Heathrow and the other airports have a good camera network. Unfortunately, the image we have of him is so blurred, no luck. Zeb had been expecting that. In any case, chances are the killer would be disguised when passing through airports. Those 6 bikes. All stolen. The YAKUZA too. 4 months back. The attempt was a long time in the planning. Makes sense. Zeb caught a paper ball that Beth threw at him. No particular reason for the throw. The twins were like that. Zeb was a source of amusement for them. Mandel's people didn't find any vehicles in Paris. I'm sure they were stolen too. That too was planned a long time. Aha, Alex agreed. How's Levin? Quietly raging. But he's got Holly and Mulan to protect now. That's distracted him. The assassin made arrangements to get his best kill team. He had to go through Junior for that, since those men were in the younger offspring's part of the business. Junior assented readily. Carter was going to be a different proposition than the women. On top of that, there was less planning. Way less planning. The 4-person team arrived separately. Not at JFK, but at various airports around the country. One landed in LAX. Another in Chicago. A third in Florida, and the last one in Seattle. They gathered in the assassin's apartment in Brooklyn the same day Sir Alex Thompson was briefing Zeb. They listened as they shoveled rice into their mouths. Lunch. Prepared by the assassin. You know where he works? One killer asked the assassin in their native tongue. Columbus Avenue. The killer cleared the dining table and spread out high-res photographs. The glass-fronted office from various angles. Carter caught in several shots. The black and blonde men too. Others in Carter's crew. Cameras, another killer said, pointing with his spoon. Lots of them. The assassin nodded. All over the building. Not the best spot for the kill. He outlined Carter's routine. A run early in the morning. Sometimes alone. Sometimes with the 2 women in his office. Return to the office. Emerge after a few hours for a drink. Lunch with the twins at a nearby diner. Another run in the evening. The 5 men studied the pictures in silence. Of the diner. The street. Too crowded, they concluded. The assassin agreed. On principle, he didn't like needless deaths. Killing innocents attracted extreme rage and heat. Those kinds of kills never ended well for the killers. He has an apartment in Jackson Heights, the assassin said, revealing his trump card. He returns to it once a week and spends a night there. He lives alone. The assassin had struck gold when he'd uncovered the apartment. It hadn't been difficult. The fiefdom had corrupt civic officials on their rolls. One of them had come up with Carter's tax records, which had led to the apartment's discovery. The ease of it made the assassin pause. Why wouldn't Carter hide his apartment? He discussed it with Junior, who came back with, why would he? His name is in the Columbus Avenue office's records. It's on his company's website. It's not as if his home address is available to all. The assassin accepted Junior's logic and began surveillance on the apartment before his team joined him. Carter's apartment was on the second floor of the building, a two-bedroom residence that had windows facing the street. The assassin wore the colors of a well-known pizza delivery company and entered the building on the heels of another resident. He pulled his cap low over his face and didn't look at Carter's door as he climbed the stairs. The camera on his phone, sticking out of his shirt pocket, would capture everything. Carter's apartment had a discreet wall-mounted camera. There didn't seem to be any other security. We go in hard. Just behind him. Smash the door down. Fire. Exit. Get away, the lead killer declared after mulling over various options. Exactly what I thought, the assassin confirmed. Zeb returned to his apartment on Thursdays. He spent the night, made sure all was in order at his home, and returned the next day to the office. Routine when they were hot on a mission. He picked up a carton of milk, cereal, and other groceries from a convenience store as he walked from the subway to his building. The killings were on his mind. The initial elation at finding that watcher's picture had faded. There had been a momentary surge of anticipation when a snitch in New York had come forward. He said he knew who had hired the Vietnamese killers. That led to Zeb, Bwana, and Bear joining the NYPD on a raid on a gang house in the Bronx. There had been a shootout in which 2 hoods had been killed and 1 criminal injured. The snitch had lied. He had wanted payback for the gang who had thrown him out. A reluctant smile crossed Zeb's lips as he thought back to the days since Shira Levin and Teresa LeClaire's executions. Hollywood portrayed life of a special ops operative as one of continual action. Car chases. Heli drops. Crashing down doors. Throwing flashbangs. Reality was much more different. Reality was long investigations. Days in which not much movement happened. Frustrating days. Frustrating if one was an inexperienced operative. The action happened in small, intense bursts. Like that London attack. 20 minutes at the most. He nodded at a couple who were entering his building. They lived opposite him, and while they had been neighbors for a long time, they didn't know much about him. He knew everything about them, as he did about every other resident in the building. They went left at the hallway. He went right. Cursory check at the door. No tampering. Everything looked good. Inside was quiet and dark. The way it should be. He moved to the window to peer out at the street below, when the pressure pad outside the door pinged softly. The wall-mounted TV lit instantly to show 4 men at the door. Masked. Zeb was moving even before his mind had caught up with his body's instinctive reaction. Diving to his right as the milk jug and grocery bag dropped to the floor. Right hand reaching beneath his jacket, drawing out his Glock in a draw smoother than silk, faster than most men could achieve. Left arm swinging up and wide for counterbalance. Despite his evasive action, he took the first round high on his left side. The ballistic vest beneath his tee caught the round, deformed it, layers of fibers shaping the impact into a mushroom. The ceramic plates underneath stopped the round's forward motion. It felt like a mule kick and made his first couple of shots go wide. That round's impact saved his life, however, with the hail of bullets from the intruders going over his head. He landed on his right shoulder, correcting, some part of his brain working at the speed of thought. 2 intruders at the front. 2 others behind. They were turning, lowering their barrels at him. And then the concealed vents in the ceiling opened. High-pressure jets of ice-cold water caught the masked men on their faces and on their sides. A series of explosions sounded in the room, deafening its occupants. Zeb was in the gray state in his mind. He registered the attackers, staggering under the stream of water. He could imagine them freezing in shock. No one, absolutely no one, expected cold bursts of water during a takedown. They doubled over involuntarily when they heard the explosions. It bought him time, which was what the water jets and fake explosions were designed to do. His first burst took the lead attackers flush in the face. Always the face, never the body, since they too could have been wearing armor like him. The remaining attackers were good. Very fast. They realized the noise was just that, noise. They moved away from his line of fire and out of the reach of the jets. One of them raised his gun, thought better of it when he saw Zeb kicking out with his feet and moving several inches. He wouldn't have time to change his aim. Zeb could shoot him. He lunged, a sliver of light catching the gleaming blade in his hand. Zeb threw his now empty Glock at the fourth attacker and kicked out with his left leg. Knife Man stabbed at the flying leg. Missed. Last attacker moved further to get a better angle. Raised his gun to end the fight before it had even started. Zeb's right hand scrabbled, made contact with a chair and heaved. The wooden structure flew and crashed into the gunman. He went down. His weapon clattered. Then Knife Man was on top of Zeb. Hands seeking purchase. Slipping and sliding on wet skin and clothing. Harsh breathing. Intent eyes, dark, narrowed, locked on each other. Zeb locked on his knife arm, grappling desperately. Something fell away. It felt like a digit. He's cut himself. Knife Man's breath whooshed out, but he persisted with a wicked strike. Zeb parried it. Finish it fast. Gunman will rise soon. Don't shoot. I want him alive, he roared at a non-existent person. A dummy move. Knife Man fell for it. He hesitated for a moment. A second was all Zeb needed. His fingers arrowed and gouged into Knife Man's eyes. A second strike finished him. Zeb didn't stop moving. He wrenched the blade away from the dying man and threw it at the gunman who was rising. He followed it up by throwing a coffee table, rushed, and kicked away the man's gun. The attacker didn't give up. He started drawing his blade, at which Zeb dropped on him, his knee bent. His full weight behind his fall. Fourth man down. Movement at the door. Grab gunman's weapon. Dive. Turn around. Fire a burst without aiming. A fifth masked man at the door. Disappearing. Zeb went cautiously to the door. No sign of the masked man. He went down the stairs, the weapon ready and primed in his hands. The man was not in the building. He returned to the hallway to find the couple staring at him in shock. Stay inside, he told them. They obeyed without a word. He went back to his apartment and turned off the water jets. He reset the player that had the explosions on it. He loaded his Glock and wiped his hands against his jeans. Less than 10 minutes of intense action. 4 dead bodies and not a single captive to reveal anything. A typical day in the life of a Special Forces operative. Chapter 24. His crew came rushing in 20 minutes after he briefed them. The NYPD arrived 10 minutes later, led by Chong and Pazaka. He cleaned up as best as he could before they arrived. He turned off the water, which was now an inch deep in his living room, and had spilled over to the hallway. He lifted a floor tile beneath which was a drain, underneath which was a motor. The motor kicked in silently and rapidly sucked away the water. He didn't touch the bodies. The punctured milk jug went in the trash can, as did the groceries. Guess I'll have to make another visit to the store. Small things to remind himself that he was alive. If the water and explosions hadn't delayed the attackers, he would be dead. Bwana Bear and Roger were the first to enter his apartment, their faces tight in anger. They ghosted out when he told them one attacker had escaped. He knew they would search the street, question people. It would be futile, but it would be an outlet for their fury. Megan was less restrained. "We told you so many times. Remove your name from the apartment's records," she blazed at him when she entered, her sister behind her, then Chloe, and lastly Broker. Zeb raised a hand in acknowledgement. He didn't want to get into another argument. His team brought up the topic every now and then, and he stubbornly resisted. "I need to be a target. Otherwise my enemies will keep hunting, might find them, and go after them." He had tried explaining it to them, and he knew they got it. They just didn't want to accept it. "You think we don't know the risks?" the women had shouted at him once, red-faced in rage. "You do. But I don't want to lose any of you." "And what about us losing you?" "I am already lost." Chong and Pizaka arrived at the tail end of the argument, several cops behind them. Chong flicked each of them an expressionless glance and bent over the bodies. He towed a gun and knife man's weapon. "Why's the floor wet?" Pizaka stepped gingerly, not wanting the shine on his shoes to spoil. "Water." Zeb didn't elaborate. "From where?" "Your bathroom's ways away. As is your kitchen." "He's got concealed vents all over the place, Pizaka," Megan answered impatiently. "Don't touch that wall. He's probably electrified it." Pizaka jumped back, at which Megan sniggered and Chloe smiled. Beth's eyes were still furious, but her lips twitched. Zeb exhaled silently in relief. "I'd rather go another round with those attackers than face their wrath." "So what's the story?" Chong asked, hands on his hips, observing the byplay. Zeb broke it down for them as they all stepped away and let the NYPD's team get on with their job. "Chinese, Japanese, or Southeast Asian killers," Pizaka pointed with an elegant shoe. "The London killers were Southeast Asian too. Shira Levin's probable assassins were Vietnamese. You see a pattern?" "We're not blind, Pizaka," Broker growled. "We questioned several Triad's members," Pizaka continued blithely. Insults and sneers bounced off him. As you can imagine, they first denied being part of any organized crime gang. Then they denied involvement in any killing. "We'll do the usual here," Chong commented morosely. "Run their prints and DNA. Check cameras. I know what we'll get. A big fat zero." "There's something you aren't telling us? An operation you, the Mossad, and the other intelligence agencies have been involved with? Against such gangs?" Chong directed the question at Zeb. Pointedly. "Nope. None that come to mind." "As if he'd tell," said Pizaka, sotto voce. "We would, Pizaka." Beth sighed. "There's no benefit to us in keeping any such operation under wraps. We're all under attack." "It could be the North Koreans," Chong voiced. He meant it as a joke, but then he saw everyone's faces. "I was just..." "First sensible thing you've said, Chong." Beth pulled out her tablet and fired several commands at Werner. "Zeb, what do you..." Zeb didn't pay attention to her. His eyes were on the knife man's digit. He had cut himself while attacking Zeb. "That's what I thought initially." Zeb crouched and picked up the digit with thumb and forefinger when a NYPD technician gave his permission. "It's not flesh. It's a prosthetic fingertip. For his smallest finger. Left-hand finger." "They're not North Korean," he said, rising, "or Chinese, or from any of the Southeast Asian countries." "Any tats on the London killers?" He passed the tip to Megan, who inspected it and gave it to her twin. "No," Megan answered after thinking back. "I made it a point to ask Sir Alex. No gang tats." "Why do you ask? Why are you so sure they aren't Southeast Asian?" Something else clicked in Zeb's mind. Patterson Spare said. 4. The number 4. Teresa Leckler was killed 4 days after Shira's execution. Susan Thompson was attacked 4 days after Teresa's death. 4. Pattern. Will you just get to it, Zeb? Chloe stomped her feet, grinning to take the sting out of her words. Oh no. Let the wise one revel in his moment of glory. He has so few of them, Beth groused. The number 4 is considered unlucky in several Asian cultures. China for one. But not China alone. Japan too. And then that fingertip. It's called Yubitsume, Broker finished for him. A ritual in which a gang member cuts off the tip of his little finger. Done to appease another gang member, a senior, who he has offended. Megan clicked her fingers in dawning comprehension. YAKUZA. Chapter 25. Zeb was on the Gulf Stream the next day, heading to Tokyo. Overnight phone lines had burned as his team, and the NYPD had shared updates with the Mossad, MI6 and the French Secret Service. YAKUZA. Sir Alex said he hadn't considered that angle. Neither had Levin or Mandel Leckler. There had been joint operations against organized crime. The YAKUZA were organized crime. Excitement crept into all their voices. They promised to get back with details of all operations. By the time Zeb boarded the aircraft, there was more intel. A snuff film ring had been busted in California. A drug trafficking gang had been taken down in Tokyo. An Indonesian terrorist gang had been stopped as they were planning to bomb a Jakarta nightclub. All those operations had YAKUZA connections. In all of them, the Mossad, MI6 and the French and the American agencies had collaborated. The YAKUZA had suffered severe losses. There were rumors that they had vowed vengeance on the intelligence agencies. The problem is, which YAKUZA gang? Or have they all come together? The YAKUZA weren't one homogeneous gang. Just like the Chinese triads, the name YAKUZA was given to criminal syndicates whose origins went back centuries. The early recruits to such gangs were tequila gamblers and bakudo, street peddlers who sold fake goods. In the strongly hierarchical society that was Japan, these people were seen as the lowest of the low. Misfits. Outcasts. In fact, the word YAKUZA itself meant good for nothing. The word came from a Japanese card game similar to blackjack. A hand of 8, 9 and 3 was a losing hand and was referred to as YAKUZA. The YAKUZA gangs started to organize themselves as they grew, taking on responsibility for protection of market stalls, allocation of such stalls, and collection of rent for the stalls. The gangs became larger, became clans and families, and demanded the utmost loyalty from their members. They diversified into blackmail, extortion, gun running, sex trade, and killing. The parent-child relationship transferred to the gangs. At the top was the kumicho, the overall boss, who had senior advisors, the psycho koman. Then there were the second-in-commands, the local bosses, the parent-child relationship, the family structure, reflecting in each level of the gang down to the street soldiers. YAKUZA gangs had elaborate rituals to emphasize the structure and code of conduct, such as the sakazuki ceremony, the sharing of sake. It was a highly theatrical initiation event at which an oyabun, a father, poured sake in a cup for the koban, the child, and one for himself. The two would then drink from each other's cups, and this signified the koban had joined the oyabun's clan, his YAKUZA gang. It wasn't just anyone who could join the gang. Would-be members had to go to secretive camps where they were trained in martial arts, the basics of business, and meditation. They were given tests, and only those who passed got rewarded with the sakazuki ceremony. The yubitsume was another ritual, and then there were the tats. The body art too was highly stylized and intricate. Gang members got themselves inked not just to demonstrate loyalty, but also to indicate their toughness. The tattooing was a highly painful process, using toxic inks, and those who went all the way to get a full bodysuit were the elite. As the country had progressed and transformed, so too had the YAKUZA gangs. The rituals became less elaborate. The prosthetic fingertips appeared on gang members' fingers to make it more difficult for them to be identified. The gangs branched out into white-collar crime. They funded politicians and built a nexus with political parties. They occupied board positions and pressured companies into making payments to charities. All done politely with respect to save face and honor for the victims. The gangs hadn't gone underground as society had modernized. Sure, the guns had disappeared out of sight and swords came out only on ceremonial occasions. But the gangs operated in the open. Many of them had offices in business districts, and all of them did charitable work. Many of them registered themselves with the police. After all, joining a YAKUZA gang wasn't illegal in Japan. The killings became less frequent. But they didn't disappear. At their hearts, the YAKUZA were still criminal gangs, and sometimes blood had to be shed. Zeb landed at Tokyo's Narita International when it was growing dark. He had a backpack with him and a carry bag, one of the few occasions he had extra luggage. The carry bag had some new toys that Broker had been experimenting with. No Glocks or knives. Japan had strict gun laws, and while Zeb had all the necessary permits, he didn't want to draw attention to himself. He knew people, trusted people, who could supply him with weapons. He hailed a cab and told the driver his address. The driver's eyes met his in the mirror, astonished. "For a gaijin, you speak very good Japanese," the driver exclaimed. "How did you learn it?" "I lived here," he eyed the driver's name on the dangling plastic card, Chiba-san. "For a few years." The driver grinned toothily and chattered away, asking about Zeb, where he had come from, where he was going. "I have a meeting with the police, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police." Chiba's smile faded. "Business, Carter-san?" "Yes. Business." Kisicho, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police, were headquartered in the Kasumigaseki district in Tokyo, an area where most of the country's cabinet ministries were located. The building was a short walk from Zeb's hotel, and he set off the next day, joining throngs of office workers hurrying, many of them in suits, clutching briefcases and dodging slower-moving people. Kasumigaseki, in Tokyo's center, was like any midtown in the world. Tall buildings. Most of them glass-fronted. What differed was the sense of order and neatness in the city, compared to Western ones. People lined up for buses. There was no raucous yelling. The city was clean, with little of the litter seen in its counterparts. Zeb, dressed in his usual loose tee, tucked into a pair of jeans and sneakers, towered over most people. He entered the police headquarters and gave his name to the visitor's desk, where he was given a badge. A suited man bowed to him and led him to the basement. Zeb wondered for a moment if Shizuya Nishikawa, Superintendent General of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police, the police chief, had moved his office to the lower level. Then he remembered. It was just past 11. It was Nishikawa's time for a Sajeko training in the basement dojo that the police had. The police officer took Zeb past a large wooden-floored training room in which several police officers were performing their moves. He opened a side door and gestured for Zeb to enter. He didn't utter a single word. "Probably thinks I can't speak the language." The side door opened into a hallway. A short walk, and another door opened into a smaller training room. Dark wood on the floor. Bright lights. High ceiling. Several armored police officers paired up and practicing kendo, sword fighting with bamboo swords. The police officer bowed and left. Nishikawa is somewhere out there in one of those pairs. These are the higher exponents. He's Kiyoshi 7th Dan and also a master of kendo. He would be here. Kiyoshi was the second highest ranking, with Hanshi being at the top. On the walls were racks of equipment. Shinai bamboo swords were neatly mounted on one rack. On a side wall were parts of the bogu, body armor that kendoka wore while training. There was the mask that protected the face, the coat for covering hand and forearms, the do for protecting the torso, and the tear, groin and leg protectors. Zeb observed for a long while, aware that several police officers gave him sideways glances. No one approached him, however. A pair of fighters broke off, and one of the kendoka looked his away. He spoke softly to his training partner, who bowed and approached Zeb. "Carter-san, do you want to practice?" he asked in fluent English. "It's not a request. Nishikawa's way of honoring me." Zeb practiced regularly in New York. Their office had a dojo where he and his team trained for an hour each day. In addition, he went to another dojo every week. Kendo, Kenjutsu, Shinkendo, he practiced several styles. He went to a wall and grabbed various parts of the armor and went to a changing room. He selected a sword from the rack and went to where the kendoka was waiting. It was Nishikawa. He could see his smile through the slats of his mask as he went closer. Nishikawa bowed, and Zeb reciprocated. The two men assumed the fighting stance, and then Nishikawa attacked. A fast jab to the face, so fast that Zeb could parry it only at the last instant. A murmur ran through the watchers, and when Zeb snuck a glance, he saw all the police officers had lined up against the wall. The dojo's floor was clear, but for him and Nishikawa, wanting to see how their chief deals with the gaijin. That momentary glance proved to be a mistake, as Nishikawa struck again in a series of feints and deceptive moves. He moved like a ballet dancer, his robe rustling, his voice loud at each strike. Zeb went on the defensive, his bamboo sword whirring in the air, doing just enough to avoid a strike. His foot slipped on the polished floor when Nishikawa surged forward, and that was all that the police chief needed. He tapped Zeb's mask lightly with his sword and stepped back. Applause rang out in the hall, and when Zeb bowed and removed his mask, Nishikawa was grinning widely. They changed, and when they were in the elevator, the superintendent general bowed in its privacy. "Thank you, Carter-san, but that wasn't necessary," he said softly in his native language. Zeb bowed in return, suppressing a smile. "He knows I didn't slip. It wouldn't look good if the police chief couldn't beat a foreigner. Not in front of his men. Honor. It was a worthy win, Nishikawa-san." In his office, Nishikawa poured tea for both of them, and they sipped, comfortable in each other's silence. Zeb had met the police chief in Malaysia when Nishikawa had been a young officer. The two had been on a multi-agency mission to take down a slavery ring. Their intel had turned out to be bad, and the strike force had found itself on the receiving end of attacking fire from gunmen. They were pinned down in a dead end, with incoming fire from surrounding buildings. The Japanese police officer had been struck in the thigh, and as he lay behind a car wreck, two gangsters ran at him to finish him. Nishikawa's vision was blurring, but he could still remember the figure that rose like a wraith, came from behind the gangsters, and wiped them out. That person turned out to be Zeb, a man who had played a key role in his ascendancy in the Tokyo Metropolitan Police. "Carter-san." He placed their cups aside and patted his lips. "Those photographs Megan-san sent. None of them are in our database. Why are you so sure they are YAKUZA?" Zeb went through all the events again, even though the police chief knew them. "I'm not sure, Nishikawa-san. But given their looks, that number 4, and that fingertip, it's worth pursuing." "You shouldn't have come alone, Carter-san." Nishikawa was grim. "If they are YAKUZA indeed, they are enemies of the worst kind." Chapter 26. Nishikawa gave an overview of the YAKUZA scene over a second cup of tea, this time served by an assistant, who bowed deeply at Zeb and couldn't keep the smirk off his face. News of his boss beating the gaijin easily had spread. The police chief was half a foot shorter than Zeb, lean, his dark hair thick on his head. His face had few lines on it, and his eyes were bright and piercing. He smiled fully, which he didn't do often. He placed his cup to the side and went to a stand on which was a flipboard, explaining as he searched for a marker. The gangs were across the country, but concentrated in cities like Tokyo and Kobe. The Hashimoto Kai was the largest YAKUZA gang, with 30,000 members, headed by Kataru Hashimoto. Next was the Hayagawa Gumi, with 28,000, ruled by Masaki Hayagawa. Two more smaller gangs, Takayama Kai, 20,000 members, Outa Takayama its boss, and lastly Itsuka Kai, with Daiki Itsuka leading 15,000 YAKUZA members. He wrote the details on the chart, using the kanji script since Zeb could read in the native language. He listed the major cities the gangs were active in, and lastly, he wrote down their activities. On another sheet, he wrote the countries where the gangs were active. USA, Southeast Asian countries, United Kingdom, Brazil. They may not be large gangs in numbers, Carter-san. But they have reach. And enormous financial clout. All those gangs are worth billions of dollars. Each. All the leaders, he tapped the names of the heads, are in their 70s. Usually their sons take over on their death. Hashimoto has one son. Succession plan is clear. All the rest have 2 sons. Succession plan less clear. Nishikawa raised a finger in a schoolteacher manner. The problem we will have, Carter-san, is none of them will talk. And even if they do, these relationships are so complicated. These gangs come together sometimes and do something that benefits them all. That California snuff film, The Ring you people busted. Every YAKUZA gang had a hand. They distributed profits. They all lost people when you took them down. Any of those leaders in prison? Zeb finished his tea and rose to join Nishikawa at the flip chart. No. Hayagawa and Hashimoto came out a few years back. Both of them served time for killing. Hayagawa with a sword, Hashimoto with a gun. Takayama was released just a few months back. For possessing a gun. You have relationships with some of these gangs, don't you? Nishikawa nodded. Yes, Carter-san. I plan to call some of them. Today. They will come. Not the leaders. But the sum of the senior people. He shrugged his shoulders. I don't expect much, Carter-san. We want to end these gangs. But it won't be by asking them. You want to sit in on those meetings, Carter-san? Nope. They'll clam up even more if they know I'm listening or watching. Very wise, Carter-san. What will you be doing? I'll go to some of their hangouts. Bars. Baths. I'll ask nicely. Ask them to stop. Request information. Nishikawa peered at him for a while to see if Zeb was joking. Zeb wasn't. They shook hands, and as Zeb prepared to leave, Nishikawa stopped him. Carter-san. His face was grave, but his eyes were twinkling. This is Japan, Carter-san. We don't like gunfights. He's here. Senior was disheveled, anxiety dripping off him thickly. Junior leaned back in his swivel chair and crossed his arms behind his head as he regarded his elder brother, who had rushed into his office. He hadn't seen Senior this agitated. Not in a long time. I know, he replied coolly, keeping the distaste out of his voice. Senior can't lead. I'm sure Papa too knows that. Why is Papa continuing with those tests? How do you know? Senior's voice rose. He bit his lip at once, shut the door to Junior's office, and leaned against it. He was calmer when he spoke again. How do you know? I've been watching Carter for a long time. Ever since he discovered our killers in New York. Junior fiddled with a pen, watching Senior closely. Watching for signs of anger. Senior surprised him with a chuckle. You're a fox, aren't you, Junior? You knew I wouldn't like it. But it was a good move on your part. Levity fled him as he straightened. What do we do? Nothing. I know where he's staying. Junior flicked back his cuff to reveal an expensive wristwatch. Right now he's with Nishikawa. We'll see what he does. What Nishikawa does. We might have to take him out. Senior's lips thinned, and some of his anxiety returned. He might already know too much. He doesn't. He would be here if he did. When the time is right, we will take him out. Junior smiled slowly, a feral grin spreading across his face. This is our country. I will take him out our way. The old way. Junior, we shouldn't. I'll deal with it, he cut Senior off authoritatively. There is nothing to worry about. You can go back to organizing the big one. Junior, we shouldn't go ahead with that one. It's too dangerous. Too violent. There's too much killing. Carter's already here. Don't you and Papa realize that? We realize that we have to protect our interests, Senior. You seem to be getting scared. Not the hallmark of a leader. Senior stiffened. He opened the door and offered a sickly smile. We work well together, Junior. I hope Papa sees it that way. I hope he doesn't. Junior shut the door and pulled out his cell. I certainly don't see it that way. The assassin, Noria Shinoda, took Junior's call and listened silently. He was in a taxi outside the Kisicho building. He wore a baseball cap and dark shades, with a droopy mustache and a matchstick between his teeth. Disguise. He had men at the other entrances. Between them they would spot Carter as he exited, and would follow him. He would keep rotating men and vehicles. Don't kill him. Not yet. We need to know what he knows. Where he goes. Hi, Shinoda agreed. Don't bug his room. He might detect it. He has proved to be a worthy competitor, Junior warned. Hi. Shinoda had to admit he was impressed by Carter. The way he had taken out Shinoda's men in his apartment. That trick with the water and explosions. He felt a thrill run through him and knew Junior felt the same. This man was like a tiger. Except that he was now in Japan. And no tigers lived in Japan. Zeb went back to his hotel and collected a parcel that was waiting for him at the desk. He carried it to his room and slid it open to take out his Glock, mags, Winkler knife, and other tools of his trade. He went to his carry bag and removed several pieces of clothing and placed them in a wardrobe. Most of them were shirts, long-sleeved, solid colors. The kind he wore only when he was formally dressed. These were different from his usual wear. Their fabric had layers, and yet they were light. There were a few pairs of jeans and chinos, which too were layered. Broker had explained their purpose to him, while Zeb had listened dubiously. You're sure they'll work? They work in the lab, Broker replied cheerfully. The lab? You haven't tested them on a person. Why do you think I've sent them to you? Broker exclaimed irritably. Zeb fingered a blue shirt and decided to wear it. In Japan, formality never hurts. Shirt over chinos. Holster over the shirt. Glock in holster. Knife over thigh and dark shoes. With Vibram soles. He took the killer's photographs and set out. It was time to ask questions. Someone would listen. That someone would react. He went to Kasumigaseki subway station and waited at the platform for the Hibiya line train. The platform was neat, salarymen and women on their phones, those that worked in corporate jobs. White-collar workers. Little eye contact. Not much conversation. The train was similarly quiet as it accelerated smoothly away from the station. Most travelers had their heads bent to their phones, listened to music, or read newspapers. He got off at the Ginza district, which was the upscale shopping and entertainment district in Tokyo. It wasn't the best place to start asking questions, but he wanted to start there first. When night fell, he would go to the seedier districts. He visited several bars and games houses in the district. He talked in the native language to the servers and managers. They were taken aback at his fluency, and that helped open them up. However, none of them knew the men in the photographs. He handed out several copies of the photographs, which several bars tacked to notice boards. What are they to you? One server shouted above the throbbing of beats. Their brothers have something I want. The way he said it cut off any further queries. He knew he would get nothing out of them, but it would achieve one important objective. The YAKUZA had eyes and ears everywhere. They would know he was asking questions. They would either ignore him or come for him. He was okay with the latter. If it was the former, well, he would just keep asking. Assuming that those killers were YAKUZA in the first place. Time will tell. His next stop was in Shinjuku as the sun set and the lights came on. Signs and billboards plastered on buildings. Bright neon and flashing lights. New York's Times Square didn't come close to the way Shinjuku was lit at night. Hustlers approached him. Women of the night surrounded him. He shrugged them off politely and continued his quest. Shinjuku was another large entertainment and shopping district and was most crowded around the station. He walked towards Kabukicho, the city's red light district, and in a couple of bars he was met with stony faces and hard stares. Now we're in YAKUZA land. No tattoos were obvious, and neither were any severed pinky fingers. But those faces observed him silently as he tossed the photographs on the counter and walked out. Send him to the bath, Shinoda said into his cell after getting an update from his men. I've spoken to the others. Arrangements have been made. The hustler was persistent as he promised Zeb a night he would never forget. He ran behind Zeb, jumping in front of him and pulling out leaflets. The best girls in Tokyo, he crowed. The best girls in the world, he corrected himself. Not interested, Zeb told him. You want men? No, Zeb didn't want men. You want a specific person. You are looking for someone? Zeb stopped. The hustler's bon ami had disappeared. His eyes were crafty. I know where you can ask questions. How can I trust you? This is Tokyo. The safest city in the world. The police, he jabbed a leaflet in the direction of a policeman on a bicycle, are always here. What do I have to lose? Zeb followed the hustler, who led him away from the main thoroughfares, through dimly lit backstreets, finally pointing at a large building, solitary, detached from the rest on the street by side alleys. In there, the hustler pointed, there will be people who can answer your questions. Zeb looked around. No one on the street in the immediate vicinity. A few drunk men were being shouldered by their friends. A woman was walking alone. If she can be alone, so can I. But I can take some precautions. He grabbed the hustler by the collar and snapped several pictures of his face. If anything happens to me, I will find you. He saw the fear in the man's eyes and knew he was taken seriously. He went to the large doors of the building and pushed. They gave way easily. He looked back. The hustler had fled. He went inside a narrow passage that opened. He smelled the moistness in the air first and immediately knew what the building was. It was a public bath. The bath was a large rectangle of water. Warm. Greenish blue. Behind the rectangle were several stalls with stools. Men could sit on the stools and bathe themselves. Further beyond seemed to be a garden, but it was too dark to make out. There were a bunch of men in the bath. None of them speaking. All of them staring at him. He looked at them and knew he had come to the right place. Or the wrong one if I don't make it out alive. They were all heavily tattooed. Bodysuits. All of them had close-cropped hair. Narrow eyes. Watchful. Heavy builds. No fat. No anger on their faces. No expression. Just those flat, hard eyes watching him. He had entered a YAKUZA bath. Chapter 27. There were 30 of them in the bath. No sentries at the door. No cameras. Why need guards when everyone probably knows this is a YAKUZA bath? A no-go area for civilians. Which gang do they belong to? He tried to read the intricate ink on the YAKUZA closest to him, but the shine on the man's skin made it impossible. Plus, it was rude to stare in Japan. I have two options. I can leave quietly. Turn my back right now and slink away. All of them are in the water. None of them can reach me in time. Or I can go forward and ask them questions, which they are highly unlikely to answer. And they might kill me, which however will prove that I'm on the right track. But I'll be dead. Zeb removed his shoes. 60 eyes watched him. Water sloshed softly as some of the YAKUZA moved to scratch a back to ease a muscle. But those eyes didn't waver. He removed his socks, folded them and thrust them deep in his shoes. He removed his jacket, placed it over his shoes. His turn to face them, showing them his holster and his Glock. He gripped the gun and drew it smoothly. None of them tensed. Black eyes didn't blink. These are the elite. The toughest. They know if I started shooting, they would still get me. No fear in them. He dropped the gun on his jacket and removed his holster. It followed the gun. He unsheathed his knife. It caught and reflected the light on water. The blade fell on fabric. Jeans followed, the layered shirt as well. Last to come off was his watch. He tossed it on the clothing, its face towards the bath. He had pressed a button before removing it. That had started it recording. Its computer would reach out in the sky and connect with a satellite. The recording would be relayed to Werner. He felt eyes on him, but no one spoke. He wasn't tattooed. Not a single bit of ink on his body. But it was marked. There were angry puckerings of flesh. Bullet wounds. Scars. Knife injuries that hadn't healed. There were markings that no one could decipher. Only he knew their story. They came from when he was tortured in front of his family. Zeb padded silently to a stall, drew a mug of water from bucket, and ceremoniously poured it over himself. He applied soap from a thick solid bar and drew a thick lather. A few more mugs of water to wash away the soap, and he was ready. At least I'll be clean if I die. The gatekeepers of hell will be happy, he thought wryly. Hell, not heaven. He was sure of that. He went to the front of the bath, bent over his jacket, and took copies of the photographs. He took the first step inside. Meeting their eyes. Unflinching. A second step and he was knee-deep. Those close to him stepped back to make room. Not welcoming. Just to make sure their personal space didn't get crowded. He was in the center of the bath by the time he was chest deep. Those around him moved to circle him. Surrounded by 30 killers. From outside came the faint sounds of revelry in kabukicho. Inside there was just the gurgling of water as it flowed in a hidden drain. He scattered the photographs on the water and sent them floating towards the YAKUZA facing him. They bobbed gently, moving in the ripples, some of them turning. Several eyes went to them. No one picked them up. No one touched them. Gaijin thinks he is a hero. A short squat man, eyes unblinking. Not bothering to look at a photograph that was against his chest. Heroes die. As he will today. We have to decide if it is here, in the water, or outside. Hi, the rest murmured. So I was right. They have been ordered to kill me. A deep satisfaction filled him despite the thick tension in the bath. I am on the right track. The YAKUZA are involved. If they weren't, some of them would have burst into my room. Roughed me up and sent me packing. Killing means someone is panicking. He bowed to the speaker. Deeply. Gaijin knows he will die. He felt the shock race through the YAKUZA, many of them looking at each other. Gaijin could speak their language. Fluently. But Gaijin is happy. You have confirmed Gaijin's suspicions. Those dead men are YAKUZA. There is no other reason you have been asked to kill me. The skin around the squat YAKUZA's eyes tightened. His lips compressed. But he didn't speak. There are 30 of you. One of me. You will easily kill me. But before doing so, won't you hear why you have been ordered to kill me? No one responded. Those YAKUZA killers tried to kill a woman. One who had no connection to you. To your gangs. Nothing. She was clean. She was a civilian. He described the attempt on Sarah Thompson. He spoke about Shira Levin's execution. The beheading. He watched the impassive faces as he narrated. He thought he saw something move in some of the listeners' eyes. Maybe it was anger. Or sympathy. He wasn't sure. Or it could be nothing, just his imagination. He talked about Teresa Leclerc's killing, and when he was finished, he waited for any of them to speak. No one did. I thought the YAKUZA didn't go after civilians, he taunted. Those 3 women, they had nothing to do with your gangs. If you wanted to attack their fathers, why didn't you go after them? What happened to the YAKUZA honor? A deafening silence. Did those killers belong to your clan? No one replied. Your orders are to kill me. But I will give you a choice. One that will save your face and leave with honor. I will fight any one of you. Your toughest fighter. If I win, I leave. Alive. You can tell your kumicho there was no honor in killing me after what you heard. And what if you lose? The YAKUZA challenged him. Then you kill me. A ripple of surprise and shock went through the YAKUZA. The YAKUZA turned their heads as one and looked at the short man, who seemed to be their leader. His face was stony. We don't disobey orders. That's the YAKUZA code. Even if they are wrong. He's acknowledging they are wrong. I challenged you. You had to defend your honor. In any case, your best fighter will kill me, won't he? He mocked. The squat man didn't react for a long time and then nodded abruptly. He brushed past Zeb without acknowledging him and climbed out. The rest of the YAKUZA followed. Zeb grabbed a towel from a pile of freshly laundered ones and wiped himself dry. He drew on his jeans and followed the gangsters to a side room. A training room, a dojo. It was less elaborately laid out than Kisicho's. No racks on the wall. The wooden floor was scuffed. But there was shinai in a corner, and another corner had bakken, wooden swords. Zeb wiped his feet dry on a mat and went to the center of the dojo while the YAKUZA lined up against the walls. The squat man didn't come forward. A taller YAKUZA did, the same height as Zeb. Same flat eyes as the rest of the gangsters. Zeb thought he saw bullet wounds on his torso, but the ink concealed any detail. Zeb bowed low, and the next moment he was on the ground when an elbow rammed into his neck. Not a training fight, Gaijin, the YAKUZA said hoarsely, amusement leaking out of him, as Zeb rolled out of his stamping feet and rose. The fight was fast and brutal. The YAKUZA used a marriage of styles, wicked strikes and punches and flying kicks. The kicks were murderous. Hollywood made a big deal of flying kicks, but in reality, when it was a matter of life and death, experienced fighters didn't go for them. They left the body exposed for prolonged moments of time. The YAKUZA had no such qualms. He rose in the air when Zeb was on the back foot, when he couldn't attack. His leg usually smashed into Zeb's side or head, like a concrete pillar. 10 minutes later, Zeb was bleeding. His eyebrow was split. His lips had cracked. A fingernail had ripped out. But he was alive. He was still moving well. He felt confident. The YAKUZA was good. Very good. But he hadn't been through what Zeb had. Zeb stepped back from a lightning-fast exchange of punches and took a breather. The YAKUZA didn't need a breather. He came low on the ground, feinted, and when Zeb evaded, his left leg swung out and kicked Zeb's legs from underneath. Zeb fell on his back, and before he could roll to safety, the YAKUZA was on him. Then he wasn't when Zeb smashed an elbow to his face, followed it up with curled fingers to a jab to the ribs. The YAKUZA grunted in shock, but didn't let up on the attacks. He rained blows on Zeb's head and throat, many of them connecting, dimming Zeb's vision. The beast usually came to Zeb's rescue. Filled him with extra adrenaline and lent speed to his punches and moves. This time it didn't. You brought this on yourself, it seemed to mock. Deal with it. Zeb did. Zeb gritted his teeth and held his hands protectively over his head. A defensive pose, but then he turned it into offense. He reared up and head-butted the looming YAKUZA. His curled knuckles broke the YAKUZA's nose and he drew blood. A gasp spread through the room. The YAKUZA had been confident their man could overcome the Gaijin. Now their man was bleeding. Sure, the Gaijin was hurt too, but he was still fighting. The fighter drew away to make room. And Zeb rose off the ground. A Tibetan move that a few monks used to defend themselves. That a Brazilian master had turned into an attacking one. From prone on the ground, using the left hand and the left leg to raise himself. Using a concentrated burst of Kai to focus and fly several feet. Body twisting and turning. Right leg sweeping out in an arc. Chi flowing down his limbs, turning the leg into a hammer. Hammer catching the YAKUZA's ribs at the height of its arc. The fighter's chest visibly caving. And then the YAKUZA was falling, groaning loudly. Zeb landed on his side. Rolled swiftly and pounced on the YAKUZA. Applied a judo lock and squeezed inexorably, a move that would snap the YAKUZA's neck if he didn't surrender. The YAKUZA gave up, one hand flailing helplessly, a palm slamming on the floor repeatedly in the gesture of surrender. Zeb let off immediately and stepped back. He bowed to the watching gangsters, aware of the excited whispering. He turned to the squat man and bowed, and then went back to the fallen YAKUZA. He gripped him beneath the shoulders and helped him to his feet. He half-carried him to a bench, several YAKUZA coming to his aid. The fighter lay on the bench, steady moans pouring from him. Zeb felt his ribs and winced inwardly. It looked bad. He needs a doctor. Immediately. His lungs could be punctured. He directed his words to the squat man. The YAKUZA issued a string of orders, and several YAKUZA leapt to respond. They dressed rapidly, and in no time had carried their man away. You should leave. The short YAKUZA was unyielding, his face a mask. Were those killers from your gang? You should leave. No inflection in the YAKUZA's voice. Just that sphinx-like expression. Which gang do you belong to? The YAKUZA's finger shot out and pointed to the door. Can I bathe first? The YAKUZA searched his face to see if Zeb had a hidden intent. He nodded after a while and left with several gangsters following him. Zeb undressed again and went to one of the stalls. He sat down on a stool with a sigh, aware of several gangsters observing him. No one entered the bath. The photographs had disappeared. A few men went to neighboring stalls and washed themselves. There was quiet talking, which he couldn't catch. He didn't sense any threat. Honor, he thought. They'll respect their leader's word. They won't attack me. Not tonight. He sat for a long time, pouring warm water over his body, letting the various aches and bruises settle. The bleeding from various cuts had stopped. He knew he wasn't damaged in any serious way. He underestimated me. He was too eager. He was good, however. Those kicks, a few more, and I would have been a goner. He didn't know how long he was in the stall. He came back to the present when a stool creaked in the stall next to him, and he heard the sounds of washing. He looked behind him. There was no one else in the bath. His Glock winked at him. His clothing was undisturbed. Gaijin. His head snapped to face the next stall. He stared at the wooden partition. Wet from thousands of baths. Drops of water streaming down. You conducted yourself well. You were right. We were ordered to kill you. The voice was low. Zeb had to strain himself to hear the words. You gave us an out. It won't be easy for the Oyabun, he means the short YAKUZA, but he can defend himself. There was honor involved. Who are you? Zeb demanded. Be happy you are alive, Gaijin. The YAKUZA seemed to chuckle. Maybe what you are seeking isn't here. His next words sent a chill through Zeb. Maybe what's behind the killing is something bigger. Chapter 28. You what? Shinoda stared at his cell in disbelief. You let him get away. The voice at the other end was calm, unruffled. It explained what had happened in the bath. You had orders, Shinoda hissed. Your Kumicho asked you to kill him. The gaijin was not supposed to leave the bath alive. I will deal with my Kumicho, the voice retorted. I had told him killing the gaijin was dangerous. And certainly not in the bath. There will be other opportunities to kill him. You had him in your hands. Now we have to look for other openings, Shinoda raged. There was no honor. What about your word to your Kumicho? Shinoda yelled. My self-respect is more important. The voice was cold and the caller hung up. Shinoda flung his phone in his car and leaned back in his seat. He calmed himself. Clear thinking was important. He didn't give any more thought to the short YAKUZA. The matter was between him and his Kumicho. Not Shinoda's problem. He retrieved his phone and made another call. Yes, his man confirmed. Carter hadn't checked out of his hotel. In fact, he was approaching the hotel. Right now. The watcher could see him. His face seemed to be bruised, but he looked okay. Stay on watch, Shinoda ordered. Hi. Shinoda thought for a moment about taking Carter out in his hotel. He rejected the idea immediately. Carter would be ready. He would be primed. A hotel was too public a place anyway. No, Carter would have to be dealt with differently. He made another call to Junior. It wasn't one he was looking forward to. Not my fault, he told himself. If that other gang had taken care of Carter, this situation wouldn't have arisen. Senior got word of the bath incident through his network before Junior told him. He listened with a bland expression as his brother summed it up for him. He got away. We should talk to that other gang. Ask their Kumicho why their YAKUZA disobeyed orders. I will talk to him, Senior told his brother. Junior acquiesced. He was in a dark mood. It wouldn't do for him to question the other gang. He was likely to lose his temper. Hot words weren't good when the alliance was uneasy. Senior was better at these diplomatic exchanges. Senior made a perfunctory call to the Kumicho. The Kumicho apologized profusely and said he had lost face. His men had disobeyed him, but had said they couldn't carry out the order when the gaijin challenged him. He would ask the leader to perform yubitsume. That isn't necessary. Senior swallowed his irritation. Yubitsume. So pointless when the deed was done. The past stopped these folks from moving on. Did he say anything to your people? Any clues? Like what he would be doing next? Where he would be going? No, the Kumicho replied. He fought with my best man. Defeated him. The Kumicho seemed to be amused. You do realize the seriousness of this, don't you? Senior chided him. This man could wreck everything. I am not worried. The Kumicho's voice was softer than silk. After all, it was your father's idea. He's saying it's our problem. Not his. Senior thanked the Kumicho and hung up. He looked up at the ceiling, which was painted sky blue and had stars and constellations in it. One could learn a lot about the stars by studying the ceiling. Senior didn't let stars define his future. Lately, he had been getting different vibes from Junior and his father. Are they planning to cut me out? Terror seized him when he thought about Junior. He likes cutting his people. Maybe he would kill me. He knew Junior had no great affection for him, just like he didn't have any great love for his younger brother. They worked as professionals, but that was really it. Junior will kill me in a second if it can further him. For the first time, the stars gave him a clue. Maybe Carter isn't my enemy. The object of his thinking had moved hotels. Zeb had left the bath after finding the stall next to him empty. He had dressed swiftly and exited cautiously. He knew the YAKUZA would be on the street, hunting him. He figured they would have watchers at the hotel too. Heck, the staff could be their informants. He disguised himself once back at the hotel. Dyed his hair black. Wore a mustache. Contacts to turn his eyes black. Cheek pads to make his face look fleshier. An armored vest over his upper body. Another on top. Finally, a layered shirt. Broker had sent enough of those. He eyed himself in the mirror. He looked flabbier. Asian enough. He bundled his belongings swiftly and replaced all pointers to his identity in his wallet. He became Motoshi Suda, a traveling salesman with an office supplies firm in Tokyo. He peered out of his room and, when the hallway was empty, went to the elevators wearing a baseball cap over his head. Lots of baseball caps in Japan. It wouldn't stand out. He punched the button for the elevator and went 2 floors down. There, he switched to the service elevator that took him to the staff area. He bowed as he came across uniformed servers and hotel employees. Not meeting anyone's eyes. That too was normal. He went through the kitchen, past clanging pots and pans, shouted orders, and the smells of vegetable fat and cooking. He ducked into a locker room where staff changed from their street clothes into hotel uniforms. A man and a woman were changing after finishing their shift. He went to an empty locker and made a show of putting his duffel inside. "There's no shift starting now. How come you are here?" The man addressed him. "I am a new joinee," Zeb stuttered deliberately. A newcomer would be nervous. He would bow. Zeb bowed. "The Oyabun asked me to come today. He will show me around." His answer satisfied the couple, who went back to talking about their day. They left after locking their storage boxes, which Zeb cut using a tool from his bag of tricks. He swiftly removed the man's uniform and slipped it over his clothing. Cap low over his head, he exited the hotel. Once on the street, he donned a pair of shades. These weren't available in any store. The brand was, but not the specific one Zeb wore. Broker had hollowed out their stems and, in a feat of engineering, had installed 2 wireless cameras that looked to the rear. He had replaced the lenses with special ones. The cameras displayed their feed on a section of the lenses, giving the wearer a rear view. Shades became an anti-surveillance device. No one seemed to take any interest in a hotel employee walking away from work. Zeb went to the subway station. The Hibiya line went direct from Kasumigaseki to Roppongi, where Zeb alighted. It was another district in Tokyo famed for its nightlife. Clubs, bars, several museums. Many of them Japanese-owned, but not all of them. There were Nigerian-run establishments, Eastern European stripper bars. Zeb knew the YAKUZA were active in the district. What better than to hide in plain sight? He went to a seedy motel, paid in cash, and booked a room for the night. From then on, he would be on the move constantly, never staying at the same place for more than 2 nights. "Foreigners running through all those faces," Beth told him when he called his office once he had settled in the room. They had received the feed from his watch and were running facial recognition programs on the YAKUZA to determine which gang they belonged to. "You can't make out from the ink?" Trying that too. She was still stiff. Angry. They had all given him an earful when he had called. Accused him of being reckless, even though they accepted he didn't have many options. "I was thinking. Shira's kill was with a blade. Could be a katana. Teresa Leclerc's killing was an elaborate movie set. At least 2 of the YAKUZA gangs have investments in big-name Hollywood studios. And their porn and snuff movie business. There were pointers all along." A silence from his team. Then Megan butted in, sarcasm dripping through the line. Took you long enough to work that out. You knew. Ever since you went to Japan. Why didn't you tell me? You were already on the YAKUZA trail, doofus. This was mere confirmation. Zeb changed the topic hastily. Those dead men in London. Could any of them be related to the YAKUZA I met in the bath? Orner's looking into that too. She was conciliatory. They had punished him enough. But that's harder. It's not as if the Tokyo Metropolitan Police have entire histories of all the YAKUZA on file. Which meant they had hacked into Kisicho's databases. It didn't surprise him. You could just ask your friend, Nishikawa. Chances are he'll know which gang uses that bath. Zeb asked the police chief just that. Why do you ask, Carter-san? Nishikawa didn't sound surprised when Zeb called him. He knew how Zeb worked. I was in Kabukicho when I saw these heavies emerge. I thought they were YAKUZA. That bath's frequented by the Itsuka gang. We know about it. We keep tabs on it. Don't be fooled by the Itsuka clan size, Carter-san. They are the smallest one. But they are equally dangerous. Zeb asked him for updates, and Nishikawa had none yet. 3 Oyabun from 3 YAKUZA clans were coming to meet Kisicho the next day. Zeb hung up and stretched out on his bed, easing his stiff muscles. He fired off several messages to Megan before he drifted off to sleep. He would go on a date the next day. With Daiki Itsuka. Chapter 29. Shinoda met Junior in a private dojo in the Yurakucho district of the city. Yurakucho didn't have as many of the bright lights and the flashy billboards that the other tourist districts had. It was more laid back. Small alleys with tiny cafes. Retail establishments and street vendors beneath the railway bridge. Bars where salarymen hung out after work. The dojo was nestled between a row of shops and an office building. Walking distance from the station. Most of Tokyo's neighborhoods were sprawled around the various train stations. The dojo had a large red door, metal. A slat which slid back when Shinoda knocked on it. A face appeared, sized him up, and the door opened silently. Inside was an oasis of calm. A garden to one side of a concrete walkway. Flowing water. Rocks and sand. A bridge. Several stone lanterns and basins. Shinoda went up a few steps and through a pair of wooden doors and removed his shoes. Junior was sparring with his sensei and didn't look at him. Both wore white tops cinched at the waist and black robes that flowed around their feet. Katana flashed and steel rang out as they moved with balletic grace, thrusting and parrying, stepping back and attacking again. Junior never practiced with bamboo swords. He wanted the real deal. Katana. A Japanese sword with a curved blade. 25 inches long. A grip long enough to accommodate 2 hands. Junior didn't wear armor, and neither did the sensei. The 2 men didn't practice cutting. Junior did that when he was alone. Cutting bamboo strips for hours till he could cut blind and slice away the green stalk effortlessly. He practiced not just cutting, but iijutsu, a fast drawing of the sword from either a crouching or a standing position. Shinoda didn't know what proficiency level Junior was at. He had asked once, and Junior had smiled mysteriously. He had asked the sensei, and he had gotten a raised eyebrow in return. No one practiced with naked steel, and no armor but the foolish or the best. Shinoda knew Junior wasn't a fool. The highest level, he thought, as the 2 men battled in the dojo, their feet squeaking on the wooden floor, steel clanging, grunts and voice challenges sounding loud. Shinoda watched without moving and recollected a few times when Junior had killed men with the sword. At one time he had fought a couple of YAKUZA from a neighboring gang. The 2 men had dared to do business in Junior's territory. Junior's men had captured them, and on learning that the YAKUZA were experienced kendo fighters, he had challenged them to a Shinkendo duel. With katanas. The 2 YAKUZA had no chance. They were 2 against 1, but before they had even drawn their weapons, Junior had unsheathed his with dizzying speed, and with a fearsome cry he had cut the neck of one YAKUZA and the hand of the other. He had then gone on to slice them swiftly, the polished wooden floor turning wet and slippery with blood. Junior had challenged him once, playfully, knowing that Shinoda's skills weren't with the blade. "Both of us will die," Shinoda had replied. There was no boast in his statement. He didn't use the katana, but he knew where his strengths lay. "He has escaped from the hotel," he told Junior once the training session was over and the patriarch's son had showered. Junior was back in his business suit, his hair wet and shining, his handsome face relaxed. "He didn't emerge for a long time, so my men went to his room. His backpack is still there, but it's empty. He hasn't checked out. They are going through CCTV images to see when Carter left." Junior didn't look perturbed. He just nodded as if Shinoda had confirmed something. "I am not surprised," he said. "Carter is no ordinary man. We have learned that by now." He rose and polished his shades. "Find him. Quickly. And take him out. He cannot be allowed to disrupt our plans. Surely he doesn't know anything." "He doesn't. But I know what he will do. He will keep asking questions. He will go to YAKUZA bars in neighborhoods. He doesn't seem to fear for himself. If he persists, someone somewhere will answer his questions." "Still," Shinoda challenged, "no one knows of the plan but for the 3 of us. Senior, Junior, and Shinoda himself were the 3. Your father doesn't know, does he?" "Of course not," Junior laughed. "He only wants results. Find Carter, Shinoda. And end him." "One more thing," Junior said, halting him as he was bowing. 2 good men. Have them follow Senior. We need to do something about that soon." Shinoda understood. He wasn't surprised. His loyalty was only to Junior, and the younger son had confided in him occasionally. He knew things were coming to a head between the 2 brothers. He didn't have much respect for Senior, and privately thought Junior should have made him disappear a long time back. Daiki Itsuka went to a shrine each day of the week. He alternated between 2 temples. One was the Meiji Shrine in southwest Tokyo, and the other was the Sensoji Temple in Asakusa. He visited the temples in the evening, and at each one he spent precisely half an hour in meditation. He was never alone. He had 3 men always with him, while a 4th waited outside with his armored car. A second car held more men and was behind Itsuka's vehicle at all times. Megan had dug into Kisicho's computers and had extracted Itsuka's routine. Kisicho had extensive files on all the YAKUZA heads, and Itsuka's visits to the temple were in one such file. Zeb studied maps of the city and the neighborhood. He looked at file photographs of Itsuka's protection detail. Megan had identified the short, squat YAKUZA in the bath. Heita Oyahashi. Itsuka's right-hand man. He was in several photographs, always seen next to the gang boss. Zeb laced his fingers and looked at the surroundings of the 2 shrines. Itsuka's ride was always parked illegally on the street, while the YAKUZA head spent time in the shrine. Streets are never safe. They leave a person exposed. Zeb hung around the Meiji Shrine for 2 days, looking the part of a salaryman. A dark suit, a briefcase, shades, and a newspaper. He munched nuts and looked harried and stressed. The kind of person who needed meditation and peace and quiet. On the 2nd day, he spotted Itsuka. The 2 vehicles, black Mercedes, drew up next to a street vendor. YAKUZA sprang out of the 2nd vehicle and scattered onlookers and pedestrians. One of them held the door open for the clan chief, who alighted without making eye contact with anyone. Itsuka was gray-haired and taller than the average Japanese man. He had a scarf around his neck, a coat flapping around his dark suit. He strode towards the shrine, with Oyahashi leading the way and 2 men behind him. Oyahashi's eyes were never still. They scoped out everyone within sight. Assessed them. Ready for any threat. He didn't spot Zeb. Zeb was behind a family, lying prone and pretending to read the newspaper. Itsuka came out of the shrine half an hour later, and while watching him climb into his Mercedes, Zeb firmed up his plan. Itsuka would have an unwelcome visitor. Chapter 30. Zeb prepared extensively for his meeting with Itsuka. He scoped the street where the two Mercedes would be waiting. There were several street vendors on that street, and there was always foot traffic on the pavement. Vehicle traffic on the thoroughfare. The vehicle traffic didn't bother him. Civilians did. He didn't want injuries. An hour before Itsuka's arrival, he identified 3 vehicles as targets. All 3 were Hondas, parked behind the spot where the YAKUZA's vehicles usually stopped. He had seen their owners pay for parking, and knew the Hondas would be around for a while, as their occupants were inside the shrine. He bent down to tie his shoes and slipped a device underneath one Honda. Another decoy move, and another device went under the second one. He leaned against the third, glanced at his watch and frowned in irritation. A businessman waiting for a meeting. Not happy that his meeting was late. He kicked a tire in frustration, and when something fell out of his pocket, he bent and attached the third device. He turned his back on the street when he saw the Mercedes drive up the street. He ordered candy from a street vendor and licked it, observing the proceedings in the lenses of his shades. A businessman eating pink candy. How much of a threat could he be? His assessment was right. Oyahashi's eyes flicked over him and moved on to gauge other foot traffic. He nodded at his men, and Itsuka got out of his car. The YAKUZA head's retinue proceeded into the temple, and normalcy returned to the street. Zeb was closer to the lead Mercedes, Itsuka's ride, when the clan head came out of the shrine. He was on the driver's side. Still licking his candy and speaking into a phone. Oyahashi opened the rear door and slid in first. The second YAKUZA held the door open for Itsuka. Itsuka's leaned down to cram his body into the vehicle when the 3 explosions sounded as one. The Hondas rocked on their wheels and smoke filled the air. Non-lethal, but no one other than Zeb knew that. People started screaming. Running away. The YAKUZA at the door was startled for a moment. He looked in the direction of the Honda, his hand reaching under his jacket. The second Mercedes's occupants reacted similarly. Oyahashi yelled something from inside. No one spotted the salaryman approaching him from the front. If they did, they paid no attention to the man with the candy. Zeb chopped the YAKUZA on the neck and shoved him out of the way. He tossed his briefcase on the street and shoved Itsuka inside the vehicle. Climbed in behind him. Shut the door and jammed his Glock against Itsuka's neck. So fast and so smooth that Oyahashi didn't have time to react. All the short YAKUZA could do was watch, bug-eyed. "Let's go for a drive," Zeb said pleasantly. YAKUZA from the second Mercedes swarmed Itsuka's vehicle. One of them flung open the door and poked his head inside. They shouted and swore but made no move to touch Zeb. They had seen the Glock. Had seen the way its barrel was pressing deep against their chief. "I can kill your boss before any of them can touch me." Oyahashi's eyes flared in rage, but he didn't speak. He looked at Zeb for a long moment and then rapped out orders at his men. "I won't kill him," Zeb promised. "Unless you force me." The YAKUZA stepped back and the door shut again. "Drive," Zeb ordered. "Where?" Oyahashi hissed. "Anywhere. Busy streets. Show me Tokyo. Go before Kisicho get here." The Mercedes surged forward. Stopped at a red light, proceeded when it changed and became a part of the river of metal and plastic. Itsuka's color returned after a while, but he still refused to look in Zeb's direction. Probably to save face. "Tell me about the killings," Zeb asked him. Itsuka didn't reply. Neither did Oyahashi. Zeb let the silence build, and finally Itsuka broke. "My men didn't kill the women." "Who's behind it?" Itsuka turned, his eyes flashing. Gaijin, who do you think you are? I'm the man holding a gun to your neck. You think that scares me? It should. It doesn't, Itsuka replied. Calm. Collected. Now that he'd had time to gather himself. Why are you protecting them? Zeb couldn't hide the curiosity in his voice. He had kidnapped the YAKUZA head. He knew he could get Itsuka to talk if he had time. Yet the man seemed singularly unperturbed. You know nothing of what's happening. Nothing about my country. Its history. About us. You think you can come here and ask questions. You don't know what you are up against. Zeb watched his profile when he fell silent. No nervous tics. No dry lips. Itsuka still refused to look at him as if he was a lesser being. These dudes have run these YAKUZA gangs for years. Their clans go back centuries. Someone like me isn't a big problem. That's what they think. What's there to know? Zeb countered scornfully. Your gangs are becoming smaller. Kisicho is locking up your men. These folks, he waved his free hand to point outside the car at the people who milled around in the shopping arcades, they don't want your way of life. They are fools. Itsuka snorted contemptuously. Our way of life will never die. When something threatens our survival, we all come together. Even if we are rivals. How did killing those women guarantee your survival? Itsuka faced him, his eyes cold. Gaijin. Enough talking. If you want to kill me, go ahead. If you want to torture me, proceed. Oyahashi leaned forward, his body tensed, waiting for Zeb's move. I might be holding the gun, but it's Itsuka who has trapped me. He doesn't fear dying. Relax, Zeb told Oyahashi. Your boss will live. I believe him. Your men weren't involved. The Mercedes was traveling through the Ginza district, slowing when traffic became crowded. There were cars and buses in the next lane. The second Mercedes was following closely. You are dead, Oyahashi whispered, his eyes burning. Next time I see you, I will kill you. That's a shame. Zeb smiled. My fight isn't with you. Gaijin, Itsuka interrupted, you have picked a fight with the most dangerous people in the world. You must have a death wish. Zeb was reaching out for the door's handle when Itsuka spoke. He paused. His smile grew wider, but there was no humor in it. Didn't Miyamoto Musashi say, know your enemy, know his sword? I know everything about you. What do you know of me? Maybe I am the most dangerous enemy you have faced. He thrust the door open and rolled out in front of a Toyota, whose tires squealed as its driver slammed on his brakes. The driver leaned out of the window and uttered a string of curses that followed Zeb as he ran to the pavement and melted into the crowd. He darted a glance behind when he was well away. The YAKUZA vehicles had stopped, and suits from the second vehicle had gathered around Itsuka's. They gesticulated furiously and pointed in Zeb's direction. They won't follow. Securing their principal is more important. Then they will resume their hunt for me. Itsuka's words ran through his mind as he took the subway at Ginza Station. He said something about survival. The YAKUZA at the bath said something big. Their survival is big enough, I guess. But what threatens it? The intelligence agencies. Another thread entered his mind. What was the trigger? Why kill the women at this point? There was no current joint intelligence op that threatened the YAKUZA. Levin, Mandel, and Thompson, they all denied it. He kept an eye on fellow travelers as he thought furiously. Schoolkids. Salarymen. Homemakers. Teenagers with their ubiquitous phones. No one looked in his direction. He took the first train that arrived on the Marunouchi line, switched at Shinjuku to the Shinjuku line, and traveled randomly for an hour before heading back to his hotel. He collected his backpack and left without checking out. It was time to move. He settled on a budget hotel in Gatanda. He used a business alias. An engineer from Nagasaki visiting Tokyo for a conference. He mentioned a company name as he checked in. The room was neat, small, tiny bathroom and was on the 3rd floor. The room's single window overlooked a rear alley. Garbage bins, cars lined neatly. A few passers-by. He lifted the sash and explored the rear of the hotel. Escape routes had to be figured out. The hotel didn't have a fire escape ladder, but its windows had tiny ledges. I could go that way if I had to leave in a hurry. He worked out in the hotel room for half an hour and then showered. The next part of his plan was to visit a newspaper. Chapter 31. He went to the Asahi Shimbun's office in Chuo, in the central part of Tokyo. Asahi Shimbun was one of the largest daily newspapers in Japan. It had a circulation of over 7 million, and that was important for Zeb. It reached the far corners of the country. He was directed to a diminutive saleswoman, who bowed and led him to a cubicle. "You want to place an ad, Carter-san?" "Yes." He gave her the ad's copy and the photograph of the YAKUZA. The one who had the prosthetic finger. She looked up at him when she read the text. "He's dead, Carter-san?" "Yes. I think he's YAKUZA. I need more information on him." She looked troubled and excused herself. He heard her murmuring in another cabin and returned with a bespectacled man. Probably her boss. "Carter-san, you have any identification? We don't normally run these kinds of ads." Zeb presented a business card to the man. "You should have said you were from Kisicho." The man looked at him in surprise. "I'm undercover." Zeb smiled faintly. The business card was one of several fakes he had, and stated he was a detective for the Kisicho. "I hope they don't check with Nisahikawa." They didn't. "Run it," the boss told the saleswoman and left. Zeb visited 2 more newspapers, the Yomiuri Shimbun and the Mainichi Shinbun. All promised to run the ads the next day. "Have you seen these?" Senior bellowed at Junior the next day as Junior practiced in his dojo. Senior had left his office in a tearing hurry on spotting Carter's ads. Junior wasn't in the office building. He had made calls and found Junior in the dojo. Junior's face was hard, bathed in sweat, as he drew his katana repeatedly and slashed at bamboo. Each cut was precise. Each move was elegant. He stopped after a while and wiped his face with a towel. "Yes." "Is this one of your killers?" Senior yelled shrilly. "Yes." "When did this happen? Did you make an attempt on Carter?" "Yes. In New York." Junior gave him a brief outline. Just the superficial details. "You never told me." Senior stormed. "I told you I would deal with Carter." "You call this dealing with him? He's alive. He's here. And now he's hunting us. I presume this guy is from your kill team. If anyone in that team fingers us..." He waved the newspaper, his anger choking out his words. Carter had not just requested information on the dead man. He had offered a reward. A very lucrative reward. "No one will speak." Junior came close to Senior, so close that Senior had to take a step back. "Now is not the time to panic, brother. Gather yourself. If Papa sees you like this, the contest will be as good as over." Senior's face paled. Junior was speaking the truth. He breathed deeply and straightened his clothes. "What now?" he asked Junior quietly. "You go back to work. I told you. Carter is my problem. We are safe." Shinoda stepped out from the interior of the dojo once Senior had left. "Will anyone talk?" Junior asked without looking at him. "No. No one in our gang has seen my kill team. Even if anyone is captured, there is no way of identifying them. I picked only those who had no tattoos. No records. Nothing. Junior polished his katana repeatedly with a soft cloth and sheathed it in its scabbard. How many men you have left? 6. I had 10. Carter killed 4 in New York. How many teams do you have searching for him? 8 teams. Call the other YAKUZA gangs. Take their help. Get them to search as well. Junior's men found Carter in Gitanda. Zeb was returning to the hotel in the evening after a simple meal. He had checked messages on the phone number he had inserted in the ad. The number was a toll-free one that was forwarded to an automated voicemail system. It asked callers to leave their name and number and state whatever info they had. Someone would get back to them. Werner was trawling through those messages to see if there was any truth in any of them. Zeb suspected most if not all messages would be crank calls or hoaxes. I had to try. Besides, it's another pressure point on the YAKUZA. He entered the hotel and took the stairs instead of the elevator. Standard tradecraft. An elevator was a closed space. It had finite stops. It was a high-risk space. Stairs were always preferable. He took them 2 at a time, stepping aside for some hotel staff. On the second floor's steps, he came across the YAKUZA. There were 5 of them, barreling down, talking to one another. Commanding the stairs as if they owned them. All of them were in suits. No ties. Hard-faced. Short hair. They fell silent when Zeb started climbing from the bottom. 2 of them stood to one side, 3 to the other. Zeb passed through them, murmured "Domo thanks" without making eye contact. His expression didn't change even though he recognized their type. There was no one other than YAKUZA who would take the stairs. Hotel staff would, but they would be uniformed. Hotel guests would take the elevator. No, these were YAKUZA, and even as he climbed he felt their eyes on him. He didn't look back. He entered the second floor and went to the end of the hallway. He jiggled his plastic key in the door, cursed audibly when it didn't open. Through the corner of his eyes, he saw the door to the stairs open an inch. He tried the key again and made a show of shaking his head when the door didn't open. It wasn't his room, but the YAKUZA didn't know it. He walked back and pretended not to notice the stairs door shut quickly. He jabbed the elevator's button and when it arrived, entered it. He got off on the first floor and took the next elevator to the third floor, his floor. They'll wait for me at the bottom. Call for reinforcements. Keep an eye on me. They'll be asked to capture me. Time is of the essence for the YAKUZA. They'll come back to the second floor. Find that it wasn't my room. Go back to the reception. Come to the third floor. 15 minutes. He figured he had 15 minutes to get away. 15 minutes was enough. Backpack went over one shoulder. Checked to see if Glock and knife were firmly strapped. They were. He raised the window and peered out. Relatively empty street. No YAKUZA beneath, looking up. He couldn't see far out, but that was a risk he would have to take. Not that I have much choice. He climbed out, balanced himself on the sill and then let himself drop. Drop. Reach out with hands desperately, grab the ledge. Come to a sharp stop. Crash against the wall. Look down. Still no one below. He couldn't crane his head to the sides to see. Drop again. Grab ledge. He dropped a third time and landed lightly, thanking his maker that he was still in one piece. An old man was looking at him curiously. Is there a fire? No. My door was stuck. The old man nodded as if that explained everything and moved on. Zeb headed to the mouth of the alley, took 2 steps and stopped suddenly. A bunch of YAKUZA blocked it. Chapter 32. He looked behind him. Behind was a dead end. Dark wall against which cartons and black garbage bags were piled up. There was some street traffic, people coming out of back doors of what seemed to be offices and restaurants. The YAKUZA stood out, however. There were 6 of them. Faces that he hadn't seen before. Some of them were in suits. Some in jeans and tees. All of them looked mean. They looked capable of taking him down. They won't kill me. Their bosses want to talk to me. No escape routes presented themselves to him. He still walked confidently, looking them in the eye. So what if it was considered rude in Japan? They certainly weren't there to invite him for tea. Or perhaps they were. But there would be no tea served. Only in Hollywood did one man take out 3 or more men. In real life, an operative could take out 2 men. Maybe 3 or 4 if the odds were in his favor. Like in his New York apartment. Like this on a street? No chance. Zeb didn't even try. He grabbed a woman who was passing by. Salary woman by the looks of her. Gun. They have guns. Call Kisicho, he yelled at her, panic on his face. Gun. Help me catch them. They want to shoot everyone. People turned to look. The woman screamed and ran back to where she had come from. More doors slammed open and some young men came out. Guns. They have guns. Let's get them. His speaking in fluent Japanese helped. 3 men joined him, running towards the YAKUZA, who looked startled. Some of them looked nervous and turned to a man in the center. Their boss. Zeb headed straight for him, the 3 youth on his heels. Don't let them get away. Let's catch them. Kisicho will reward us. He panted and dived headfirst into the waiting YAKUZA. A fist smashed in his face. An elbow jammed into his side, but he had reached the leader. He punched the YAKUZA's face, a wicked blow to his jaw. The YAKUZA's lips split. And then his 3 followers piled on. 3 enthusiastic young men and 1 experienced operative against 4 YAKUZA. Fists and legs flew. Bellies were punched. Zeb lost count of the blows he took. He gasped when a haymaker piled into him. Gouged with his fingers when an arm lock went around his neck. Help us. They're YAKUZA, he roared. He saw men stop and turn. Some of them headed in their direction. And then his vision was filled by angry YAKUZA. Close quarters fighting. No room for locks and thrusts and parries. Brute strength reigned. His new friends were still fighting. He punched the leader repeatedly. Head-butted him, heedless of the strikes raining on himself. Try to make the fight last. The cops will come. Or more people will join in. The YAKUZA dare not take out their weapons in broad daylight. A siren wailed in the distance. There was a growing commotion. A throng of people watching. Why are you watching? They're YAKUZA. Criminals, he exhorted them. A palm slammed into his jaw, and he nearly bit his tongue off. It was the leader who had attacked him. He struck the YAKUZA in renewed fury, and the man fell back on another gang member. His neck was exposed momentarily, his shirt falling away from skin to expose a tattoo. Zeb stared at it for a moment. Took a knee to his thigh and doubled over. The YAKUZA leapt over him, but they were fighting a losing battle as more men joined in. Let's go, the YAKUZA leader commanded. Let them go, Zeb wheezed. He lay on the street, doubled over, panting, as his friends dusted themselves off and chuckled amongst themselves. That was a good workout. Are you okay? One of them said, leaning over him. Yes. Thank you. We should always stand up against the YAKUZA. Hi, the man agreed. One of them produced a bottle of water for him. He drained it and rose. He emptied another bottle of water and washed his face. The sirens were growing. Need to get away. Nishikawa won't be happy with me if his men grab me. He bowed to the watching crowd, shook hands with those who had helped, and exited swiftly. No YAKUZA in sight. He walked for a long while, cutting through streets and alleys, circling, stopping abruptly to check his six. No one following him. He went to the Ginza station. It would be crowded and busy, and any YAKUZA would find it difficult to spot him. He didn't see any YAKUZA, and on boarding the Hibiya Line train, he rode the trains for an hour, switching randomly, exiting at the last moment. All the while, the YAKUZA's tattoo was on his mind. He remembered only parts of its design, but the words stood out. It was a name. Kobe. Two of the largest YAKUZA gangs, Hayagawa Gumi and Hashimoto Kai, are based there. Didn't the YAKUZA at the bath say what I was searching for wasn't here? Did he mean not in Tokyo? He came out of the subway, finding that he had circled unconsciously, and was back at Gitanda. He walked for more than an hour thinking, and made a decision. He stopped at a restaurant, and as he filled himself up with a bowl of rice and a slab of fish, he checked his messages. The first one was from Megan. There had been a breakthrough. We went to NASA. She couldn't contain her excitement as she bounced in her seat. Zeb was on a video call to his office and could see his crew crowding behind her. They have all these software programs that magnify images, remove noise. Some of those programs are better than ours. We cleaned up the image of that watcher at Susan's apartment. And we got a hit in Japan, Beth said, coming to the camera and turning her tablet to show Zeb two photographs. One was the cleaned up image. The other was of a man walking swiftly in a concourse. Is that? That's a train station. In Kobe. Shin Kobe. Zeb guessed. How did you know? She asked, startled. I've been there. Besides, a lot has happened since we last spoke. He updated them on events since his last call. You got more lives than a cat, bro. But you're using them up quickly, Bawana cautioned from behind the twins. The bad news, Megan continued, is we don't know who he is. We've trawled the Japanese police records. Arrest records. Cameras at Heathrow, JFK. Everywhere. We haven't had any luck. Zeb studied the images again. Reasonable height. Lithe. Short black hair. Dressed in a loose shirt and trousers. It was a profile image, and not many facial features were visible. However, it looked like the man didn't have any visible tattoos. Zeb burned the image into his mind. Had he seen anyone like that in Japan? He didn't think so. There's no shortage of black-haired, lean men in this country. But don't think I came across him. He's our lead assassin, he said softly. Yeah, what we figured, Broker rumbled. It would help if we knew who he was. And who he worked for. He ended the call once the twins had promised to look into the trigger. It doesn't look like any intelligence agency has made any progress. Megan had said as much. They think you're on the right track. Zeb's track led to Kobe. Japan was a bunch of islands of which the four major ones were Honshu, Hokkaido, Shikoku, and Kyushu. Bridges and tunnels connected the islands with one another. Tokyo was on Honshu, the largest island. Kobe was on the same island, on its south side, with several transport links to Tokyo. Zeb decided to take the Shinkansen, the bullet train, which ate the 264 miles between the two cities in less than 3 hours. The trains could, and did, reach speeds of 200 miles an hour, giving travelers a much more scenic option over flying. The Nozomi train took 20 minutes to navigate through the urban sprawl of Tokyo, and Zeb took the opportunity to call Nishikawa. The police chief picked up his phone on the first ring. Carter-san, I was meaning to talk to you. There were some reports of a brawl in Gitanda. Several YAKUZA fighting against some civilians. Nishikawa-san, I have no knowledge of that. Zeb could lie with the best of them when required. Several people reported that there was a gaijin. He was shouting that the YAKUZA were carrying guns. He urged people to help him. Nishikawa sounded perturbed. Must be a brave gaijin, Nishikawa-san, to take on YAKUZA. Brave or foolhardy, the chief of police retorted with asperity. Unfortunately, no one could describe the gaijin very well. But many said he had brown hair. I am sure you have hundreds of gaijin in Tokyo right now who are brown-haired. But there's only one gaijin among those who can take out several YAKUZA. As if it was a light workout. You overestimate me, Nishikawa-san. Besides, I was nowhere near Gatanda. I am staying near your office. Yes, I checked that. What's that noise? Nishikawa listened for a while. Are you on a train? Hi, Nishikawa-san. I am going to Kobe. You are leaving Tokyo. Hi, Nishikawa-san. You sound happy. I am, Carter-san. I am sure my city will be calmer now. All cities tend to be once you have left them. Chapter 33. Shinoda relayed the news of the bust up to Junior as the two men wiped the sweat of their bodies after a workout in the dojo. Earlier, Senior had spoken to Daiki Itsuka. No, he didn't say anything about where he was going. Or about his investigation. He wanted to know if my men had killed the women. What did you tell him? The truth. We weren't involved. Did he accept that? I don't know. But I think he suspects that we have come together. Does he know why? Senior tried to curb his panic. If he did, he would be doing more than talking, don't you think? There was a mild rebuke in Itsuka's words. My man Oyahashi said this gaijin is a tiger. Now that I have met him, I agree. Cage him. Or kill him. Quickly. He took out 4 YAKUZA. 4 good men. Shinoda swigged from a bottle of water and toweled his face dry. Not him alone. There were some civilians. He got them to help him. Good thinking on his part, Junior mused. He put on his shirt, buttoned it, and slipped on his trousers. He polished his shoes with a soft cloth and slid his feet into them. He isn't in any hotel in Tokyo. My men have checked. Shinoda watched Junior come together. The image that the public had of him. No one knows of the killer underneath that image. I know where he's going, Junior said unconcernedly as he adjusted his cuffs. He's coming to us. To Kobe. Shinoda smiled like a predator. A similar expression was on Junior's face. I will get my men to use the same tactics he used on us. The train stopped briefly at Shinagawa and Shin-Yokohama stations. Passengers alighted. More got on. Zeb didn't stir. His eyes were unfocused. He was thinking. He had no one to disturb him in his row of seats. Him alone. Able to think freely. If the perpetrators were in Kobe, then he had to be more cautious. The city was smaller than Tokyo and was more deeply penetrated by the YAKUZA. They might know I am on the train. Heading to Kobe. Yokohama slid past, and several tourists crowded around the train's windows to snap pictures of the mountain in the distance. Mount Fuji. The mountain disappeared. Rice fields came into view. Rolling hills. Countryside. Villages. No large cities. I hunted for the killers in bars and hotels in Tokyo. I should try something different in Kobe. I should ask in dojos. I can now flash not only the dead men's photographs but also the watchers. Asking in dojos would be harder. Practitioners in dojos were a close-knit group. The YAKUZA were even more tight-lipped. No dojo would advertise itself as a YAKUZA hangout. I can ask him. Him was Yoshisa Sakai, the son of Takashi Sakai Kokawa. Takashi Sakai Kokawa had been Zeb's sensei. Takashi Sakai's forefathers had trained with Chiba Shusaku Narimasa, one of Japan's greatest sword fighters and martial arts fighters in the early 19th century. Many historians rated Chiba Shusaku as a better swordsman than the more widely known Miyamoto Musashi. Takashi Sakai had learned from his father. In his very young years, he had beaten two of the best swordsmen in the country in a tournament. He had taken down 3 great fighters in another event. Word spread about the young Takashi Sakai. His illustrious lineage was talked about. Pressure was put on his father to get young Sakai to exhibit his skills. Takashi Sakai displayed his talent with katana and shinai, with bakken and with bare hands at an exhibition in Tokyo when he turned 18. Thereafter, he spurned the limelight. He never entered any more tournaments, and when his father passed away, he didn't open a training school. He didn't teach sword fighting or martial arts. He refused to take students. Everyone around him said his knowledge would die with him. He didn't budge. He didn't mind his deadly knowledge disappearing after his passing away. He took on his father's role of working in YAKUZA Shrine, one of the oldest in Japan. His family were among the original Kambei, protectors of the shrine in Kobe, appointed by the emperor to look after the shrine. The responsibility for its caretaking was passed down from generation to generation. Takashi Sakai spent his entire day in the shrine, helping to keep it neat and tidy. He assisted tourists, meditated in a corner. Many a time people came to him with problems. He listened and gave advice. There were usually people who hung around when he mediated. After all, he was a celebrity in his own right. He tolerated their presence. He didn't spring up in the air and perform complicated moves. There was just one occasion on which he had deployed his rare skill. A fight had broken out between 5 men. Takashi Sakai intervened and tried to break it up. He spoke softly and calmly and was hit in the face for it. He didn't retaliate. He blocked another attack with his body. It was only when 2 guns and a katana were drawn that he'd used his bamboo staff. What happened next was the stuff of legend. No one could describe it well enough. All the onlookers saw was a whirling bamboo staff and the blade and guns flying in the air. Police came to the shrine and peace resumed. Takashi Sakai went to his corner and meditated as if nothing had happened, and those who had witnessed the incident bowed. Zeb had been introduced to him by his Indonesian master. The Indonesian had warned Zeb that Takashi Sakai didn't take students. Nevertheless, Zeb had approached Sakai at the shrine and bowed. Zeb didn't know what Takashi Sakai had seen in him, but he had broken his rule and taken on 2 students. Zeb and his son Yoshisa Sakai. He taught the various forms of kenjutsu. He made them learn ancient arts that were no longer practiced. He instructed them to use the wooden and bamboo swords and fight with real blades. With 1 katana and with 2. Single-handed grip on 1 katana. Double-handed as well. He trained them to fight with staff and spears. He gifted Zeb with his own katana once Zeb finished his training. It was forged in the 18th century and was said to be one of Chiba Shusaku's swords. It hadn't lost its shine in the years, testimony to the care Takashi Sakai bestowed on it. Neither had it lost its edge. So sharp that eyes hurt when they looked at it. It now was in Zeb's Jackson Heights apartment. In a leather scabbard, in a concealed closet, along with medals and awards that had been conferred on him. Zeb found a small hotel in Sanomiya, the shopping district in Kobe, figuring that there would be many gaijin in the district. Hide in plain sight in a crowd. The YAKUZA Shrine was on the edge of Sanomiya, an oasis of calm and quiet from the bustle of the city. Zeb found Yoshisa Sakai easily. He was meditating on a bench near the duck pond. Yoshisa Sakai was 60 years old, but the only signs of age were the wrinkles on his face and the steel-gray dusting in his hair. He was dressed in a simple robe, his feet bare, and sat cross-legged on the bench. He didn't open his eyes at Zeb's approach. It's been a long time, Carter-san, he greeted Zeb in English. In all these years, I've never worked out how he knows. His father was the same. He rose and both men bowed deeply and hugged. Zeb sat next to him on the bench and they reminisced about his father, who had died 3 years back. Yoshisa Sakai and Zeb were the only 2 men Takashi Sakai had taught. You are not a tourist, Carter-san. His way of asking why I am visiting. Zeb told him everything. If I can't trust him, I might as well give up on life. You know the 2 gangs in Kobe? Hi. Asking in dojos will be dangerous, Carter-san. I know. But at this point, I don't have many options. My father didn't like the YAKUZA. They portray themselves as noble people, but they prey on the weak and vulnerable. That isn't what our code is about. Our code. The samurai code. Yoshisa Sakai might be a caretaker in a Japanese temple. He was also a man no one, not even Zeb, would want to go up against. There are 3 dojos in Kobe. You could ask there. There could be more dojos, but if you don't get any answers in those 3 dojos, you won't get them anywhere. Zeb left the silent man to his meditation after memorizing the addresses. He looked back once. Shook his head in bemused disbelief when Yoshisa Sakai, eyes closed, waved a hand in farewell. That evening, Megan had more for him by way of progress. A list of all companies TKWC had acquired or sold in the 6 months leading up to Shira Levin's killing. The list was familiar to Zeb since they had studied that angle before. But this list was more extensive. It wasn't just companies the club had bought or disposed of. It also included all organizations the club had invested in. The TKWC had been formed with a strong moral code to help women's causes, and in line with that, it had funded several charities and women's rights organizations around the world. Zeb skimmed down the list of names, many of which were unfamiliar to him. Charities and killings. Unlikely combination. He went to the next part of her message. Another photograph. This came from a traveler's blog, she commented. A traveler who was writing up his visit to Kobe. The photograph was of Shin Kobe Station. In one corner was the watcher's profile. He was heading to a platform. Chapter 34. The next day, Zeb went to Nadaku, a neighborhood in Kobe, to check out the first dojo. He hung around on the outside, drinking tea in a cafe, observing the comings and goings in front of the dojo. He had messaged Megan the previous night to see if she could work out which platform the watcher had been heading to. When she'd replied, he had wished he hadn't. She had texted back, "Grandma. Suck eggs. Remember?" After an hour of watching, Zeb went inside and approached a student, who directed him to the sensei. A bald man in a white robe. The man's eyes flickered when Zeb spoke to him in the native language, but he showed no other expression. He jutted his chin to a side office and walked away. Zeb followed. The office was Spartan. A metal desk that had seen much use. Bamboo chairs. A screen that separated it from the training place. He thrust his hand out silently, and Zeb gave him the photographs. He slid out a drawer and extracted a laptop. Plugged it in and typed. He turned it around to Zeb. "Carter-san, that's our entire membership. Since the day we founded the dojo. Photographs. Names, addresses. You can stay here and go through all of them." He smiled faintly at Zeb's expression. "Technology is another tool, Carter-san. Why wouldn't we use it? You're not asking me for identification." The sensei's smile grew wider. "I saw you with Takashi Sakai once. Along with his son in Ikuta Shrine." "That was a long time back," Zeb replied, amazed. "I have a good memory, Carter-san. Any friend of Takashi-san is my friend. Look through that directory. I am sure your men didn't train with us. But see for yourself." Zeb searched the directory when the sensei left to take his class. He sorted the names by age. No match. There were a few men who looked similar initially, but not after Zeb enlarged their images. He downloaded the entire directory to a USB drive for Megan to peruse later. He bowed to the sensei as he left. Next stop was Motomachi in the heart of Kobo. Before visiting the second dojo, he checked messages for the advertisement's toll-free number. There were hundreds, but Werner had classified all of them. Crank calls. Each one of them. He shrugged ruefully and searched for a dining place to refuel. He found an unassuming eating house. Wooden benches. Marble-top tables. Yellow lights. Lot of men who looked like factory workers. A few women. Rice and boiled vegetables. One bite, and Zeb closed his eyes and decided to frequent the place as often as possible. Rice that was softer than snow, vegetables that had a curiously spicy taste. He didn't pay attention to anything other than his food when he heard the word killed. 2 women at the same table, on the other side. He couldn't help listening. They seemed to be talking about a coworker. He gathered that they worked for a non-profit organization that worked with women. The coworker had been killed in Vietnam as she was standing up to a gang that preyed on young girls. Gang? Charities. That rang a very faint bell in his memory. He made space for himself on the table, food forgotten. His tablet came out and he searched feverishly. No hits. He changed the search criteria. Search for women killed by gangs. Too many results. He searched specifically for women who were suspected to be killed by gangs trafficking in women. He exhaled inaudibly when he found what he was looking for on the third hit. Women Against Slavery was a unique organization headquartered in Boston. It was a charity, a non-profit organization, committed to ending the trafficking of women and young children. It operated in several countries in Asia, Latin America, and Africa. Its staff worked with police forces and rehabilitated rescued women. In many Asian and Middle Eastern countries, they worked to eliminate child marriage. They went into gang-controlled regions, into small towns and villages, and educated men and women. They often interacted with gangs. They were threatened often. Harassed. But they persevered. Was also commissioned investigative journalism. It had intrepid reporters who went undercover and exposed the activities of criminal gangs. It was the killing in Mexico. That was why I remembered it. A reporter had uncovered the nexus between the drug cartels and senior politicians in Mexico. Such a connection wasn't uncommon or surprising. However, the employee's report had been so comprehensive and hard-hitting that it had resulted in the arrests of 5 senior cabinet ministers and 2 cartel heads. She had joined the gang, currying favor with its members by prostituting herself. It gave her access, which she had used to conduct secret interviews with the kidnappees. She had photographs. Videos. One video showed a kidnapping as it happened. Several masked men swooping on a schoolgirl as she was walking home alone. The reporter had been in the kidnap vehicle. Phone calls between the gang and the politicians that she had managed to record. Her report was published in mainstream newspapers and had caused a global outcry. The cartels had retaliated. They had killed the reporter in broad daylight. Gunned her down several months after the furor had died down. The killers had yet to be apprehended. The list that Megan sent was on it. Right at the top. TKWC was a major funder. Sir. Zeb looked up at the server and found the restaurant was emptying. Closing time. He paid, pocketed his tablet, and sent a message to Megan. Checkout was. Are they investigating anything? Who are their current reporters? The Motomachi Dojo was an anonymous place with no signs on its doors, Zeb had to ask at several neighborhood stores before he found the place. It looked like a school building from the outside. White concrete and glass. Big. On one side of the dojo was a boarded-up storefront. On another was the compound wall to what looked like a residential building. The dojo was in a small alley that fed to a heavy traffic street. The alley itself didn't see much vehicle traffic, and sound seemed to drop off when he entered it. It was getting dark, but there were enough streetlights to illuminate the area. He entered wrought iron gates and pushed through a swinging glass door. A lobby area. Unmanned. There was a CCTV camera mounted on a wall that swiveled in his direction on his entry. He waited a while, but no one came to greet him. From inside he could hear shouts and wooden clubs striking each other. Evening practice, as men returned from work and came to the dojo to train and de-stress. A man came in from outside carrying a backpack, hurrying past Zeb. No eye contact. No acknowledgement of his presence. Zeb waved at the camera and hung around a while longer. Still no reaction. He swung open the door to the training area and was greeted by the sounds, smells, and sights of several men practicing. Dojos were universal in their internal layout. Large wooden floors. High ceilings. Gear mounted on walls or on shelves to the sides. Every dojo had robed men. The robes could have different colors depending on dojo, the country, and the fighting style. In this particular Motomachi dojo, they were wearing black and training in kendo. There were posters and photographs on the walls. Training dates. Competitions. Renowned members. A bench close to him to his left. A few shinai on it. There were 20 men on the floor paired off, their shinai clashing as they moved gracefully. A handful were lounging against the walls. Some heads turned when he entered, however, no one came to him. Weird. He waited till the session ended, and then a sensei moved to the floor and raised a hand. All activity stopped. The kendoka removed their masks, and all 20 men turned to face him. As did the sensei. The men against the wall straightened. He was close to the exit and had taken a few steps forward when they faced him. 15 feet separated him from the main body of men. He schooled his face to show no emotion, but he tensed inwardly. He didn't know what was happening, but he was ready. All the men were staring at him impassively until the sensei spoke. "Took you a long while to find us, Gaijin." A shock raced through him. "They know me. They were waiting for me." A sound behind him. 2 men entering, cutting off his escape route. 3 more entered. 5 men now behind him, more than 20 ahead of him. "You are thinking how we know. The whole of Kobe knows of you." The sensei inclined his head, gesturing at something beyond Zeb's left shoulder. On the wall was a large poster. His. Chapter 35. 5 men split from the main body and walked towards him confidently. Arrogantly. They had him boxed in. They had sheer numbers on their side. Zeb didn't stop to think. He dashed to the bench, lifted it with both hands, and hurled it with all his strength towards the approaching men. The shinai fell to the floor with a clatter. He stooped and picked up 2 in one motion. Whirled to face the men at the door. He roared, a tremendous fighting yell from deep within his belly, and ran at them. He fell to his knees when he was 5 feet away and slid on the polished floor. His arms slashed out and the bamboo swords got 3 men on their legs. They tumbled. His left leg was extending even as they were falling, coming down on the floor to give him leverage. He rose upright and body slammed a 4th heavy. Flung him in a judo heave behind him. The 5th man attacked. Zeb parried. No time to waste. He dummied a move to the inside of his jacket, as if reaching for his gun. The attacker's eyes widened and he hesitated. Zeb jabbed his neck and then he was away, through the glass doors, fleeing. A swift glance behind him, 4 men in pursuit. He reached the alley, right in the path of a cyclist. Grabbed him by his shoulders, shoved him off his ride, and threw the lightweight bicycle at his followers. He ran down the alley, into the main street. Pursuers still behind him. About 10 feet away. Traffic in the cross street. 2-lane street. Coming his way on his right, going the other way, on the opposite side. 10 feet became 8 as the kendoka closed in on him. More men spilled out of the dojo and came towards him. Zeb waited, panting harshly, one eye on the kendoka, one eye on a tourist bus approaching. 4 feet. Close enough to see the whites of his pursuers' eyes. No weapons in their hands. Anger on their faces. 3 feet. Their hands reaching out. Fingers so close that some of them brushed his jacket. He moved. He ran right in front of the bus, which was a couple of feet away. 2 long bounds to cross its face. It felt like an eternity. A snatched glance at the driver. Panic in his eyes as he tried to apply the brakes. Too late, too slow to react. And then Zeb was safe, the bus rushing past, so close that he felt its metal and plastic body whisper against him. He ran blindly through a narrow opening to the other side of the street, as horns blared and voices rose in outrage. He put his head down, pushed through a crowd that had formed, and walked away swiftly towards a shopping arcade. A quick glance behind. No sign of any followers. He headed to a restaurant, went deep inside to the restrooms. He locked the door behind him and leaned against it, letting adrenaline wash over him. He lay still for several minutes before he went to the sink and washed his sweat away. He turned his jacket inside out, a different shade now. No other disguise on him. He opened the restroom door carefully. No one waiting for him. He went out the front of the restaurant and peered at the street from its darkened glass. No kendoka were visible. He went out to the street and backtracked, going back to the dojo. I want the sensei. I want some answers from him. He ghosted inside the alley, using parked vehicles as cover, stopping every now and then to watch his behind. There were several vehicles in front of the dojo, and men were milling in front of it. Hands moved in angry gestures and voices were raised, but he was too far away to hear. He was crouching behind a Mazda, its wheel well as cover, using his phone's camera to show him the front of the dojo. It was 8 p.m. The angry discussions continued for a while until the sensei came out and urged his kendoka to stay quiet. He guided them inside, and relative calm returned to the alley. There will be some unhappy people in that dojo. And in whichever YAKUZA gang they belong to. At 8:30, men started trickling out in 2s and 3s. He didn't bother to identify his attackers. It was too dark, and the phone's camera didn't have enough resolution. 15 minutes later, the lights in the dojo started going out, and at 9 p.m., the building went dark. The sensei locked the gates behind him and walked swiftly, without looking left or right. He was in his street clothes, trousers and a white shirt, a backpack in one hand. Get him before he reaches the street. Zeb waited till the sensei was hidden behind a van and crossed the street at a run, slowing as he reached the other side. Bending to watch from behind a car. The sensei's side of the alley was empty. No sensei. No person on it. The sensei came from around the car, a bakken in his hand, attacking furiously. The first blow got Zeb on his left shoulder and numbed it. The second burst the car's headlamp as Zeb rolled away defensively. The sensei came on, not letting up, his arms moving like the vanes of a windmill. Zeb could only fall back, his shoulder burning, defending as best as he could. He jammed against a wall, and the sensei moved in for the kill. Headlights turned inside the alley and lit the 2 men, blinding them, and a voice called out querulously. Who is that? The sensei fled. He slashed at Zeb one last wicked blow, and then he took off. Zeb lost a few seconds in evading the blow, and by the time he recovered, the sensei was a distant blob. Just a drunk, Zeb replied. Are you sure? That didn't look like a drunk. Yes. He's gone now. The voice grumbled some more and then faded as the car drove out and away. Zeb collapsed against the wall and felt his shoulder gingerly. It looked like the fleshy part of his shoulder had taken most of the blow. It throbbed as he touched it lightly and probed. Nope. No broken collarbone. No dislocation. He sent a silent thanks to the man in the car who had arrived right in time. He got to his feet and trudged back to the mouth of the alley. Got attacked by a dojo full of YAKUZA. Got beat up by their sensei. Didn't get a single answer. He smiled ruefully at himself. I could have used my gun on the sensei, but it wouldn't have felt right. They could have taken me out at the bath too. With guns. Or here, in the dojo. I'll fight them their way. Finish them their way too. He wiped his face with a paper towel and lengthened his stride. It would be back to that restaurant to see if he could grab dinner, and then to his hotel. Catch up with any progress Megan had. You live dangerously, Gaijin. He threw himself to his right side, his Glock coming out as he fell on his back, his eyes following its sight, its barrel pointing at the shadowy figure. The man moved slowly, his hands raised. Reflected light from the roof of a car fell on his face. Oyahashi. What's he doing here? I come in peace, Gaijin, Oyahashi said, amused. I could have killed you in the bath, don't you think? Zeb holstered his gun and rose slowly, his eyes searching for threats. I am alone, Gaijin. How did you find me? It wasn't hard, Gaijin. I was watching the dojo all day. I knew you would turn up here, sooner or later. Why didn't the beast alert me? Whose dojo is that? Which gangs? I can't tell you that, Gaijin. Why are you here? I have become like you, Gaijin, Oyahashi answered after a long silence. My gang has disowned me. They would have killed me, but my Kumicho intervened and spared me my life. Because you didn't kill me at the bath. Hi. Why didn't you? Oyahashi sucked in a deep breath. We are a dying breed, Gaijin. Times have changed. Society has changed. There are some people who want to keep us going, however. They will do anything. Like what? I don't know. All I know is something big will happen in 5 days. You don't know or you aren't telling. Only my Kumicho knows. And those of the other gangs. These other people, they are the other YAKUZA gangs? One gang has taken the lead. The others are providing support where they can. Why don't you tell me which gang? Zeb asked in frustration. I can end this quickly. He felt Oyahashi shake his head in the darkness. I have told too much already. The YAKUZA are still my family, even if they have cast me out. I will not betray them anymore. I can capture you and squeeze it out of you. Oyahashi's teeth flashed. You can try. I just might end up killing you. This event that will happen, is it connected to the YAKUZA's businesses in women? He guessed. You are on the right track, Gaijin. Have you heard of WAS? They are. We all have heard of them. Is all this connected to them? You are on the right track, Gaijin, Oyahashi repeated. At last, one solid lead. Somebody will get killed. Hi. All I know is if that person gets killed, it will change relationships between our countries. And this gang will still go ahead. Our way of life is more important. Give me something more. A train rumbled in the distance. Chattering came from the mouth of the alley. Zeb felt Oyahashi tense and knew he would leave soon. Your honor to yourself is more important, he reminded his visitor. There's a son who never was. A son doesn't exist. I won't tell you any more. The YAKUZA bowed and turned to leave. We won't meet again, Gaijin. Why not? They will kill me. Soon. Chapter 36. Zeb stood still in the darkness long after the YAKUZA had left. Thoughts were whirling in his mind. That was a random suggestion on my part, about the trafficking in women. He confirmed it readily. I was a reporter working on an exposé. How is it that the twins didn't find out about it? Another thought. What was that about the son? He's dead? Then why didn't he say so? Why was he so cryptic? He sent several messages to Megan and made a mental note to call her when he returned to his hotel. Hotel. His steps slowed. The YAKUZA were expecting me. They had my poster in the dojo. Have they circulated leaflets to every hotel? How did they know I would come to Kobe? The last question was easiest to answer. They probably blanketed Tokyo and Kobe with my photographs. Alerted every YAKUZA dojo and bath to be on the lookout for me. So where do I sleep? He wasn't worried about his backpack or its contents. He had stashed it in a rented locker in Sanomiya Station. The backpack in his room, a new one, contained nothing other than some spare underclothing. He went to a store near Motomachi Station and bought more undergarments and toiletries. He eyed the wall behind the clerk as he paid in cash. There were several photographs pinned to a board behind the counter. None of them were his. He walked back to Sanomiya, using anti-surveillance tactics to shake off any followers. He scoped out a few stores and hotels on his way, and in at least 3 of them, he spotted his photograph. The clerks didn't notice him, and even if they had, he wasn't sure if they would have recognized him. The YAKUZA circulated posters weren't very good likenesses. And on top of that, these stores and hotels get a lot of traffic. Highly unlikely that the counter clerks will remember someone. That line of thought didn't solve his problem, however. He still needed a bed for a night, a room from which he could make secure calls. He circled the Sanomiya Station's neighborhood, eyeing the various billboards, shaking his head at the many vendors and street women who approached him. One woman, her hair dyed red, was persistent, and she gave him the idea. He negotiated a rate with her, knowing that haggling was expected, and grabbed her elbow. She whispered sweet nothings in his ear as he escorted her to a love hotel that he had spotted. It was wedged between a chain of restaurants and an office building. Its neon sign was garishly lit, and Zeb hoped it wasn't YAKUZA owned. The Love Hotel boasted no male photographs on its board. Instead, it had hundreds of pictures of female escorts. Zeb's escort pointed to one photograph and shrieked in delight when she recognized herself. Zeb paid for 8 hours, and the woman's eyes turned wide. 8 hours? Hi. Zeb managed to smile, aware that the clerk was watching them with bored eyes. The escort wore a sultry look and came close to him. I am sure we can find a way to spend those 8 hours. He led her to the elevator, giggling, and went to the fight floor. He checked out the hallway. Narrow. Dimly lit. Doors on either side. He went to the furthest one, opened it, and ushered the woman in. He dropped his smile as soon as the door shut and pulled out several notes from his pocket. He bowed to her and thrust them into her hand. I want to be alone. That's your rate for the 8 hours. She looked down at the wad in her hand and then at him. You don't want me? There are things happening in my life. I just want to be alone. I can make you forget your problems. She licked her lips suggestively. I am very good. Chinatsu-san, he said, remembering her name, I'm sure you are very good. But please understand, I don't need any company. Not even mine, she pouted. No customer of mine has been dissatisfied. Not even yours, he said firmly and opened the door for her. How come a gaijin speaks my language so well? He extracted more bills and thrust them into her hand. This is for you to forget the Gaijin. She looked at him searchingly, then seemed to see something in his eyes and left without another word. He shut the door and leaned against it, his eyes closed. Thank the Lord the twins weren't around to witness that. I would never live it down. You're in a love hotel. Beth had a hard time controlling her smirk when Zeb got the twins on a video call. He hadn't told them, but he didn't need to. Each of them had GPS trackers in their clothing and shoes. They worked out where I am from my GPS signal. Don't tell us you're with an escort, Zeb. Megan waggled her eyebrows. He took a beat too long to reply and she squealed, "Oh my God, you are?" He sighed and broke it down for them, allowing them to have their moment of fun at his expense. What's this about a son who doesn't exist? Megan asked him when they had quieted. Beats me. It could mean he's dead. However, none of the YAKUZA bosses had a son who died. We'll put Werner on it. Oyahashi said something would go down in 5 days. They sobered up fast. Broker and the rest of his people crowded in behind the twins. He didn't say what. Nope. There is a link to women trafficking. Checkout was. All newspapers and TV channels as well. Oyahashi confirmed this was something to do with WUS, but let's not take chances. Check out anyone who's in the business of investigative reporting. Was. Megan flicked her hair back in irritation. You should know something about them. It's not just the TKWC that funded them. Shira, Teresa and Holly have put in their own money. Holly is very well protected. Levin's men are with her day and night. Bear and Chloe mount a watch every other day. There's something else you need to know about WUS, Beth pitched in. Dana Contour, the CEO of WUS, had turned out to be a hard nut to crack. Zeb was floored when the sisters admitted they had made no headway with Contour. The twins were able to convince, cajole, or browbeat just about anyone and extract intel. It looked like they had met their match in Contour. Zeb tried his luck with the WUS head. Yes, Mr. Carter, I think I know who you are, Contour cut him off when he introduced himself. She had a Midwestern twang to her voice, cool, no warmth in her reply. Your coworker called me. Patterson. You are some secretive outfit looking into the deaths of those women. Yes, ma'am. And you want to know if we're investigating the YAKUZA for their role in human trafficking in Asia? Yes, ma'am. Why wouldn't we be? You are, ma'am, he asked, surprised. This was easier than he had thought. I'm not acknowledging or denying anything. It's called a rhetorical question, Mr. Carter. Do you know that word? Sarcasm flowed thickly down the line. WUS focuses on women's upliftment. The YAKUZA's illegal activities are of interest to us. So. However, she said, riding roughshod over him, I will not confirm if I have a reporter working on the YAKUZA. Ma'am, we have strong suspicions that Shira Levin and Teresa Leckler were killed by the YAKUZA. The evidence trail suggests that there's a link to WUS. I know all that, she cut him off again. Your coworker pointed that out in great detail. I lost my reporter in Mexico. She was killed in broad daylight, and her assassins are still to be caught. I will not jeopardize any other reporter of mine. He heard papers rustling at her end, the ring of a glass on a table, and a glug as she swallowed water. Mr. Carter, she continued more calmly, if there's a WUS investigation, no one, absolutely no one, is going to know of it until the report comes out. Will that report come out in 5 days, ma'am? You have a problem with your hearing, Mr. Carter. Ma'am, you don't realize the danger your reporter is in. I do. And that's why I won't reveal anything. Ma'am, I'm on your side. We're here to help. Perhaps I should get the National Security Advisor to call you. Don't you dare throw names at me, Mr. Carter. I don't care if the President calls me. Or the Pope. Let me ask you a question. Can you guarantee the safety of my reporter? Ma'am, no one can guarantee that. However, you have answered my question, Mr. Carter. I don't need to hear anything more. Ma'am, have you received any threats? Zeb asked, changing tack. Mountains of them, Contour snorted. Threats to ourselves, to our families. Some nice ones that said we'd be raped in public. Burned alive. You want me to send you a garage full of files, Mr. Carter? Full of all the threats and harassment we have received. Did the TKWC women receive the threats too? Everyone associated with us gets warnings, Mr. Carter. Stop or you will die, that's the gist of those threats. Yeah, those women became targets too. In fact, we lost our original funders because of those threats. We would have had to close up shop if Holly, Shira, and Teresa hadn't stepped in. Did you receive more of those when you started the YAKUZA investigation? She laughed throatily. What investigation? Don't try that with me, Mr. Carter. Ma'am, did you receive an uptick in threats recently? Say 6 months back? Yes. And now let me ask you a question. Let's assume, hypothetically, we have this reporter digging away in Japan. No one knows who she is or what she's doing. Because we didn't tell anyone, and neither did she. How did the YAKUZA find out to threaten us? Were the threats specifically from the YAKUZA? Whichever organization we look into threatens us, Mr. Carter. The cartels warned us to back off. We exposed Indian slavery rings. Those groups threatened us. He couldn't help smiling at the way she had skirted his YAKUZA question. Did any of those threats name the TKWC women, specifically? Yes. He persisted for several more minutes, but she stonewalled him successfully. Not once did she admit any YAKUZA investigation. He gave up in resignation and made another call, to Holly Nicholson. Yes, she, Shira, and Teresa had been threatened by the cartels. By Asian gangs too. She didn't know if they were YAKUZA. The messages were simple. Stop funding WIS or they would die. Call off all WIS exposés or they would die. Not just death. They would be violated. Burned. Cut into small pieces. You didn't report this to the cops? No, we get several such threats each year. From just about everyone. Anti-abortionists. Homophobes. You name an interest group, and we've been threatened by them. WIS isn't the only charity we support. What about the WIS-specific threats? How long have you been getting them? Ever since we started funding them. A few years back. How did anyone know you were backing them? It wasn't a secret. There were media announcements. Several events that was organized. You didn't think of funding them anonymously? No. We're proud to be associated with WAS. They do great work. The whole point of TKWC is to be out there in the open. You saw an uptick of threats 6 months back. Yes. I mentioned that to Megan today. You didn't mention these threats earlier, ma'am. Nope, because you folks were asking us about the corporate deals, she shot back. He messaged Megan and briefed her on the call with Contour and Holly. Yeah, know all that. So many calls and messages in a day, Zeb. Folks will think we're in a relationship, she cracked. Another thought intruded while he was getting ready for bed. Why should killing the WAS reporter alter the equation between the two countries? He answered his own question when he was between sleep and wakefulness. Because that reporter is so high profile. Chapter 37. Zeb headed to Osaka the next day. The twins, Broker and Werner would tackle the overnight leads. He was going to find a prosthetic finger maker. The idea had come to him as he was showering. He was recollecting the fight in the Kobe dojo as he massaged his shoulder. One of those YAKUZA had a short finger. Chopped off. Yubitsume. The killer in New York had a prosthetic one. He knew there were prosthetic finger makers who catered to ex-YAKUZA. Gangsters who had quit their gangs and wanted to re-enter society. The chopped-off finger was a deterrent, and hence the former gangsters flocked to these manufacturers. He had gotten Werner to run a search, and by the time he had dressed, the supercomputer had results for him. There weren't many finger makers. It wasn't a big market. There was one in Osaka. Another in Tokyo. There was a third one in Tokyo too, but it looked like that one had gone out of business. There was one problem with these finger makers. All of them worked only with former gang members. They didn't service current YAKUZA. But they might know who makes fingers for existing gangsters. Kobe to Osaka was a short train ride from Sanomiya Station on the Hanshin Main Line to Umeda Station in Osaka. A smooth half-hour ride. Umeda was in the downtown part of Osaka, and the prosthetic maker was smack in the middle of a gaudy shopping arcade. Zeb hung around a milling crowd and surveyed the garish lights in the shopping center. It was 10 in the morning. Late enough for crowds to gather. Maihei Fujihara manufactured not just pinky fingers but various limbs and joints as well. Artificial legs. Feet. Noses. She catered to a wide market. People who had been in accidents. In fires. The YAKUZA component of her business was small. She worked with 2 assistants, and in the window display of her store were several prosthetic limbs. She was alone behind a glass counter, in a white lab coat, bending over a microscope, when Zeb entered. He was struck by her young age. She seemed to be in her late 30s, with her black hair tied behind her. Clear eyes, open face that seemed to smile easily. He introduced himself as a special detective with Kisicho, and gave Nishikawa's reference. "You are Gaijin," she exclaimed. "Yes, Fujihara-san. On special deputation from the New York police." He gave her enough background to satisfy her, and handed over a Kisicho card. The number on that card would be routed to his New York office, and any caller would be greeted by a Japanese female. An artificial intelligence engine would respond to the caller, and in case of any issues, the call would be escalated to Megan. Fujihara seemed fascinated when he told his story and examined the photograph he showed her. She went to a computer, scanned the dead killer's image, and ran a program. "Facial comparison," she explained. "I take photographs of all my customers. I don't deal with those who are still YAKUZA. But still." She shook her head after a while and turned the screen to face Zeb. "No matches," was the message on her computer. "Carter-san, my customers have to prove to me that they are no longer in the gang. They have to get me letters from Kisicho or Osaka police, or from the police of whichever city they come from." She explained her manufacturing process when she noticed Zeb's interest. She brought out pencil drawings and silicone putty. Several shades of it to match the various human skin tones. She took Zeb's hand in hers and quickly sketched his left pinky. It looked realistic. She then made a silicone mold over his finger while the sketch went inside her computer as a scanned image. She brought up a 3D program that she played around with while the mold hardened. "I take photographs when I am making the real thing. I made a pencil sketch to save time," she elaborated as she baked the mold in an oven and brought it out after an hour. She dipped it in a bowl of paint, put it in front of a blower, and presented the fake finger to Zeb. "Carter-san, that's a crude prosthetic finger. The real one will take days and will require many sittings until the skin tone is exact, and the whorls on the finger look real. Do you know who does this for existing YAKUZA?" Her face shuddered. "No, Carter-san. I don't get involved in all that." Zeb took the Nozomi train back to Tokyo, and when he was in its quiet, he made a call to Nishikawa. He wanted one final confirmation about the YAKUZA was Link. "Carter-san, Kobe is still intact. It's not burning. I am a little disappointed in you, Carter-san. Nishikawa-san, do your police officers know how much of a joker you are? Alas, Carter-san, I have to resort to humor when I am dealing with you. Nothing else works. How can I help you? What is the biggest business the YAKUZA are involved in? White-collar crime, Nishikawa replied promptly. But I don't think that's your real question, is it? No. Which crime will bring them down? That's easy, Carter-san. It's their business in people. They supply cheap labor to almost every industry. Not many people know this, but many of our nuclear plants run because of YAKUZA-supplied labor. And an expose on that will bring the YAKUZA down. No, Carter-san. Because that's not that high-impact a story. What would be high impact? The YAKUZA involvement in trafficking women. Not just the street women. Their active roles in slavery rings. A story, backed up by evidence, would blow them wide open. Where women are involved, Carter-san, every country, every law enforcement authority, will sit up and take notice. Every newspaper and TV channel will demand action. People on the street will be outraged. That will be the end of the YAKUZA. You must have teams investigating that business? Yes, Carter-san, he said, becoming despondent for a moment. It's not easy, however. Getting witnesses' proof, that's the hardest part. You didn't send anyone undercover. Did. Several times. The YAKUZA have eyes and ears in Kisicho. A lot of times my undercover police officers were killed. Or exposed and threatened. You know something you aren't telling? No, Nishikawa-san. If the YAKUZA have penetrated his organization, no point in telling him anything. Are you aware of any high-profile American woman in the country? No, Carter-san. The police chief was puzzled at the change of topic. Why do you ask? Just curious. One more question. Who manufactures prosthetic fingers for the YAKUZA? If I knew, we would have questioned him, Carter-san. It's not like the YAKUZA or the manufacturer advertise. Carter-san. Yeah? Don't kill anyone, please. 3 hours later, Zeb was in Daikanyama, a neighborhood in central Tokyo, but quite different from large parts of the city. The neighborhood didn't have large shopping arcades. Instead, it had small alleys, cafes, backstreets, and numerous curio shops. The tattoo parlor Zeb was hunting was in one such backstreet, snug against a Korean curio store and a pet shop. The bespectacled old man in the parlor heard him out and grunted once. He disappeared behind a black curtain while Zeb eyed the waiting customers. Most of them were young, many males, some with their girlfriends or partners. All of them heavily tattooed. I guess having ink is one kind of hobby. Tats had never interested him. Hadn't interested any of his crew. Before he could reminisce further, the old man returned and beckoned with a gnarly finger. Zeb followed him through the surprisingly large rear of the store and through another partition. This store looked more like the prosthetics store. Glass cases similar to the ones he had seen in Fujihara's. The manufacturer was thin and tall, with a straggly beard. He took just one look at the dead assassin and at the photograph of the prosthetic finger. No, he said with finality. I never made that finger. How come you're so sure? Zeb asked, astonished. You haven't even looked him up in your database. No need. The manufacturer bent and removed a thick album. He presented it to Zeb. Open any page. Don't show it to me. Tell me the page number. The album had photographs of men with their prosthetic limbs, the store's customers. Zeb flipped through the book and picked a random page. The tall man described his customer in perfect detail. Good memory. Eat lot of fish. It helps. He grinned at Zeb's expression. Who makes these fingers for the YAKUZA? Don't know. Not interested. Don't deal with YAKUZA. My customers are all good men. They were gangsters. Not now. Zeb drank green tea at a sidewalk cafe and watched Tokyo go by. He was stumped. They had good confirmation that all the killings had started because YAKUZA had commenced an investigation into the YAKUZA. Why they targeted Shira and Teresa, I still don't know. But stifling the investigation or calling it off is the motive. Looks like, anyway. The who wasn't clear. Prosthetic finger. That didn't lead to anything. But I still have one more person to ask. Chapter 38. He went back to Kobe on the Shinkansen and walked swiftly to Ikuta Shrine. Past throngs of visitors and around a gaggle of tourists who were taking pictures of the man seated cross-legged on a bench. Zeb removed his shades and eyed the tourists coldly. They melted away. He sat down cross-legged next to Yoshisa Sakai and waited for the man to open his eyes. You feel troubled, Carter-san, Yoshisa greeted him. That same trick again. How does he do it? Zeb told him everything, and this time Yoshisa looked his way. Our countries go back a long way, Carter-san. We had difficult times in the past. No one wants those times to return. Hi. What do you want from me? I'm sure there's a prosthetic maker who works for the YAKUZA. Maybe more than one. That's the only way of identifying the YAKUZA gang. You couldn't identify them from their tattoos. No, Yoshisa-san. At the Kobe dojo, I was busy fighting. The men in the Tokyo bath, their gang isn't involved. I have nothing else to go on. Come back tomorrow. Yoshisa Sakai went back to his prayers. Yoshisa Sakai, like his father and forefathers, doled out impartial advice whenever people came to him with their problems. He had no truck with the YAKUZA. He didn't have any dealings with the police. All he did was spend his days at the shrine. However, he observed and heard. He watched families squabble and couples fall in love. He saw businessmen make deals and YAKUZA gangs negotiate in the peace of the shrine. He was like a sponge. He absorbed all that he saw and heard. Finding contacts wasn't difficult for him. No one questioned him when he asked. No one dared to refuse an inquiry from the descendant of Chiba Shusaku. To Shimichi Saito and Kunio Hirata, he told Zeb the next day. Both are in Fukuoka. Saito is in Fukuoka City, while Hirata is in Tsu, a town in the Fukuoka prefecture. Zeb knew Fukuoka was on Kyushu, Japan's third largest island, famous for Mount Aso, an active volcano. Both make these fingers for the YAKUZA. So I have been told. I don't know if they make them for all four gangs or they work for only one gang. You will have to ask them. They will talk? You'll have to ask and see, Carter-san. Yoshisa Sakai smiled serenely and closed his eyes. There was a Shinkansen from Shin Kobe to Hakata Station in Fukuoka in an hour's time. Zeb called Megan and relayed the two names to her as he walked swiftly to Shin Kobe. You went through the list, she asked him when she had finished jotting down the names. Yeah. We'll study it on the train. I've been thinking about that, son. That comment Oyahashi made. Thinking is good, Zeb. It exercises. What if the son wasn't a YAKUZA offspring? Then the dude wouldn't be a son, would he? She replied acidly. Wait. You mean a son by a mistress? Yeah. And maybe the son's dead too. A son that never was. I think you hit it, Zeb, she said slowly, an undercurrent of excitement creeping into her voice. I'll check out which YAKUZA leader has or had mistresses. He was hanging up when she stopped him. You remember that porn film ring that was busted in California? Yeah. YAKUZA owned and managed. Some gangsters got killed, didn't they? 6. But get this. One of them had a prosthetic finger. I was going through those files again when I spotted this detail. Send me the photographs. Yeah. Megan sent him the addresses for the two men before he had even boarded the Shinkansen. She had also sent directions on how to get from Hakata Station in Fukuoka, where he would have to detrain, to the two addresses. The train ride to Hakata was 2.5 hours. Zeb used that time to scan the list Megan had sent. It had the details of high-profile daughters, starting with the president's. Zeb skipped that line. It won't be his daughters. No gang will go after them. Too risky. There followed the president's cabinet, and then came a second and third level of officials. She had noted the names, ages, and what the daughters were currently doing. Next to each name was a comment. Last eyes on. When the women had been seen last in public. Megan could get that from social media feeds, or in many cases by calling the protection details. There were 3 names that had no recent eyes on. Jessica Whitley, Cynthia Lusk, and Stacey Hayes. She had starred all 3 names. Whitley was the daughter of the American ambassador to Japan. Lusk's father was the FBI special agent deployed in the Tokyo office. Stacey Hayes' dad was the CIA station chief in Tokyo. All 3 were in Japan. Megan had brief bios for each woman. Jessica was pursuing a doctorate at the University of Tokyo. No known romantic relationships. Quiet woman, according to friends and family. Tall, blonde, and green-eyed in appearance. Cynthia was working as a journalist for the Asahi Shimbun. She covered the foreign desk. Zeb circled her name. She was engaged, her fiancé was in the U.S. She too was tall, a dark-eyed brunette. Stacey worked for the Japanese Red Cross Society. No relationships. Average height. Brown hair and eyes. Why no eyes on them? Their fathers are high profile, he messaged Megan. None of them are active on social media. Have called their security cordons. No response, she replied. That doesn't mean anything, he figured, as he watched the countryside roll past. The passengers in the train were quiet, a cultural characteristic that he appreciated. He caught the eye of a fellow traveler, who bowed slightly and smiled. Did you ask Dana Contour? Do any of them work with WAS? Yeah. She chewed my head off and asked me not to call again. Get Claire to arrange eyes on for all those who don't have protection details. Each of those women should be protected, if they aren't already. Run all of them through Werner and see what comes up. Werner would check out the women's work, their social and travel habits, and would come up with a probability of any of the women being a WAS reporter. Why are we focusing on daughters only? Just because of Shira and Teresa. He fired off another message to Megan. Check out wives too. He stretched his legs and considered the list on his screen. Jessica, Stacey, and Cynthia. The last 2 have the opportunity to investigate the YAKUZA. It would blend in with their work profile. He pulled out his phone, made several calls, and got Kevin Lusk's number. Special Agent Lusk, this is Zeb Carter, he introduced himself. Yeah. I got a call from the director. He said you would make contact. What's this about Cynthia? Sir, she works with the Asahi Shimbun? Yes. She's been there a few years now. Is she investigating the YAKUZA in any way, sir? Not that I know of. Lusk was clearly puzzled. What's going on, Carter? Zeb took him in confidence and heard the sharp intake of breath at the other end. How sure are you that she's in danger? Not sure at all, sir. Otherwise, I would be with her right now. There's a probability they'll target her if she's involved with any YAKUZA investigation. I don't think she is. However, let me check and get back. Lusk hung up and called back in less than half an hour, sounding relieved. Nope. She says that's a different desk. I would still tighten the security around her, sir. Till this blows over. I'll get on top of it. He couldn't get through to Stacy Hayes or her dad, Mervyn. He left messages for both and tried Jessica Whitley. Voicemail. He requested her to call back. Alexander Whitley had been the ambassador to Japan for close to a decade. He had been appointed by a previous president and reappointed by the new administration. Zeb patiently went through several gatekeepers until he got the ambassador on the line. Sir, I'm Zeb Carter. Yes, I was expecting this call. Someone called Claire, never heard of her, spoke to me. Jessica's got nothing to do with the YAKUZA, as far as I know. She's been in the US for some time. She's returning to present her paper in a few days' time. Something on medieval Japan. No gang investigation, Mr. Carter. You're sure about that, sir? Of course, she's my daughter. I know what she's studying. It might help to have security around her, sir. She has, and thank you for your consideration. The ambassador wasn't rude, he was busy. Zeb got it and hung up. He was thinking of crossing the 3 names off the list, but something held him back. Rule them out only after Megan or I have spoken to them. He tried their numbers again. Busy. He toyed with his phone, pressing random buttons as he listened to quiet conversation in the train. If Wiz kept their investigation and reporter a secret, how did the YAKUZA find out? He thought about several possibilities. A leak seemed to be the most obvious one, but there was no electronic one, otherwise, Werner would have detected it. Dana Contour ran Wiz, supported by a few administrative staffers. Only she knew who the reporter was. She had come out clean after Werner had turned her electronic life inside out. Someone recognized the reporter? YAKUZA spotted the reporter talking to captured women? A Gaijin woman would be noticeable. A boy was playing games on his console a few seats ahead of Zeb. He watched the game idly, and then it suddenly came to him. This is the most technologically advanced country in the world. They have robots at home to empty the garbage. Robots to manufacture robots. Surely the YAKUZA would have the darknet. The darknet was just that, an entire internet away from public eyes. Websites and message boards on private servers whose addresses were never revealed to Joe Public. There were several hoops to jump through, even if one had the IP address. There were several layers to the darknet. Each gang might have its own comms channel in the darknet. All gangs might have a common page for shared problems. Werner could crack the darknet only if he had a starting IP address. He called Nishikawa. Carter-san, life has been quiet without your calls. Too quiet. You're missing me, Nishikawa-san. Not really, Nishikawa snorted elegantly. I am missing the true peace that will come only when you leave my country. Zeb grinned. The police chief's sense of humor was growing on him. Nishikawa-san, you have a way to contact the YAKUZA, don't you? Can you pass a message to a specific member? That can be arranged, I think. Who are you talking about? Heita Oyahashi. There are rumors that he's no longer with Itsuka's gang. In fact, some people have said other gangs are out to kill him. I know. A long pause. You knew and you didn't tell me? Nishikawa-san, you would then ask me how I knew. And I would have to tell you that I fought some YAKUZA in Kobe. And you would then wonder why that was never reported. It's better like this, Nishikawa-san. Nishikawa's voice softened. I see what you mean. What message do you want passed on? Let him know that the Gaijin is thinking of him. Just that? How will he contact you? You know that number in the newspaper ad? He can call that. About that. Nishikawa's voice rose in irritation. I've got to go, Nishikawa-san. Where are you going now, Carter-san? Dare I ask? To Fukuoka. Surely not to see Mount Aso. No, Nishikawa-san. I am not after volcanoes. I am after killers. Chapter 39. Zeb decided to go to Harada's home first in Sioux. If I was a YAKUZA fingermaker, I would be as far away from the main cities as possible. Sioux was half an hour away from Hakata by car and took the same time by train. However, he would have to change trains to get to his destination. Car it is. He rented a sturdy black Toyota and set off, reminding himself to drive on the left side. The car came with a GPS, and he was able to navigate easily out of the city. Once the urban sprawl fell behind him, he accelerated and reached the outskirts of Sioux, just as it started getting dark. Sioux was a small town, about 20,000 people. A lot of its population worked in Fukuoka, or farmed in their agricultural plots outside the town. It was largely a residential town. Zeb drove around town at small streets, familiarizing himself, watching his mirrors. No one seemed to be trailing him. No one made frantic calls when spotting him. Harada's home was a 2-floor house on the corner of a street, at the bottom of a hill. The street was narrow, and a neighboring house crowded it on one side. What seemed to be a convenience store was on the other side of the street. Harada's a physician who deals in herbal medicine. Megan had sent him a short bio, along with a picture she had extracted from tax records. The house, white with black tiles on a sloping roof, had a discreet sign in a corner that advertised his medicines. Zeb parked his car 2 streets away and pushed his seat back. He would enter half an hour after dinner time. Around 8 p.m. He had his gun, his knife, his NVGs, and a few other tools. He was wearing yet another layered shirt, dark in color, over dark jeans. Armored vest underneath his shirt. Blending into the night wouldn't be a problem. The weight of the hunt got to him momentarily, and he slumped with his eyes closed. Got to find which gang quickly. Then I can take more direct action. Before whatever goes down. He shut the door to his car softly when it was time, and walked casually. Just another townsperson. There wasn't anyone on the street. It wasn't the kind of town that saw a lot of traffic after dark. Harada's house was well lit when he approached it. He leaned against a wall, inconspicuous against its darkness, and watched the house in the neighborhood through his NVGs. No movement. No suspicious figures visible. One of his tools was a thermal imager, a compact one that fit into a jacket pocket. It showed 3 figures on the ground floor of Harada's house. 2 adult-sized figures, one a child seated. No pets. He listened to his messages while he waited. There was 2, both urgent. The first was from Oyahashi. He had given a number to call back. "Gaijin, what is it?" he whispered when Zeb dialed it. "Why are you whispering?" "There are men waiting for me. To kill me." Zeb didn't know how to respond. "Is there anything I can do?" "No. This is our code. What do you want?" Zeb explained rapidly, and a note of respect entered Oyahashi's voice. "I said you were on the right track. I was hoping you would ask for this link." "Gaijin, in a different time we would be friends," he told Zeb as he gave Zeb the link and hung up. 2 figures in Harada's house went to the upper floor, while the third remained at the rear of the house. Zeb moved only to listen to the second message. He stiffened when he heard the urgency in the speaker's voice, a man he had spoken to previously. "Mr. Carter, call me as soon as you get this." Zeb tried his number and got voicemail. He left a message and dialed Megan. "Something for you," she burst out with as soon as she took his call. "One of those 3 women has been back in the US for a few months. Didn't return to Japan. But get this. 6 months back she replaced her father's security detail. Brought in private contractors. They are good. Known to us. I checked them out. They made her change her routine. Kept her moving from place to place. Who is she? Megan told him the name and he closed his eyes. If the twins had been with him, they would have fist-bumped him. Now the pieces were falling into place. Now the call from the father made sense. He checked his watch. 20 minutes since Harada's wife and kid had gone upstairs. He would wait 10 minutes more. He gave Megan the darknet link and knew she would put Werner on it. They had created several fake identities a few years back. A mafia gangster, a Mexican drug runner, even a YAKUZA. Megan would use the YAKUZA's cover to go into the darknet and browse. Let me know as soon as you get anything, he told her and straightened. Harada's house had a small porch and a screen that separated it from the entrance door. He tried the entrance door. Locked. He went around the house trying various windows. He got lucky when one moved when he applied pressure. The window slid noiselessly and was open for the least amount of time, just enough for him to slip inside. No alarms rang. No shouts sounded. Not that kind of town. He was in a living room. Wood floor, small carpet. A TV. Bamboo chairs. A small table. Walls lined with shelves. From deep inside the house he heard the sounds of washing, and from the upper floor he hears soft conversation. He moved deeper inside the house. Dining room. A spare room looked like a playroom. What was that door? He tried it and entered a small office-like room. Harada's study. A desk and a chair. A filing cabinet in one corner. More shelves and files on the walls. Jars of medicines. He pointed his flashlight at the files. They were patient records. He riffled through a few of them. For herbal medicines. No prosthetic fingers. He turned to the filing cabinet, held his breath, and eased the first drawer out. It opened noiselessly. Racks of folders. More patient records. He opened the second one. More of the same. The third drawer had fewer files. Back, right at the back, was one folder that caught his attention. Something shiny and round near it. He was drawing the folder out when the study's light turned on. Harada, in his early 60s, was of average height, lean-faced, the skin on his cheeks sagging. He had thinning hair, and his eyes turned wide behind his thick glasses. He was blinking in astonishment at the stranger in his study. He took a few seconds to comprehend, during which Zeb moved swiftly. He cupped a hand over Harada's mouth and dragged him inside the room. He shoved the physician in the lone chair in the room and shut the study's door. Is your family sleeping? Harada ogled at him, amazement battling with the fear in him. A Gaijin speaking in his tongue. Is your family sleeping? He nodded. If you shout, warn them, or make any noise, they will be hurt. Do you understand? Harada nodded fearfully. Zeb removed his hand and leaned against the small desk. You are the YAKUZA's fingermaker, he stated. Harada shook his head, his throat working. Zeb removed his Glock and placed it on the table. The physician's eyes darted at it. He moistened his lips and dragged his eyes back to Zeb. What do you want? He whispered. Which YAKUZA gang do you work for? I don't work for the YAKUZA. I don't make fingers. I sell medicines. Zeb straightened and Harada flinched. Zeb went past him and extracted the thick file he had been fingering. His hand dove back into the drawer and came out with a plastic jar. He rattled it and Harada's face turned ashen. The jar contained several prosthetic fingers. I won't be so polite if you continue to lie. You make fingers? Harada didn't answer. He swallowed, and when Zeb fingered the Glock, he nodded. Yes. Zeb tossed the file at him. Those are your clients? Yes. All YAKUZA gangsters? Yes. They are ex-YAKUZA. Harada didn't understand, and Zeb asked him again, using different words. No, they are still in the gang. How did you get into this? Family business, Harada said, a hint of pride in his voice. Yakuza take good care of me. In return you make them the fingers. Where? You need molds. Equipment. Harada pointed a shaking hand at the back of the house. It's all there. You keep records? Harada looked at the file. It was thick with papers. Of course he kept records. Zeb removed the dead killer's photograph and showed it to Harada. Recognize him? Harada's eyes slid away. Zeb grabbed his head and turned it to the picture. You know him, don't you? His fingers were digging into the old man's face. He loosened them consciously and forced himself to stay calm. Harada-san, I am not here to hurt you or your family. But if you don't answer my questions, I will. Your Yakuza friends killed innocent women. They are planning more killings. If you tell me everything you know, I can help you. Yakuza will kill me. Harada tried to wriggle away. I will kill you if you don't tell me. Zeb slapped him lightly and put on his stone-cold killer face. The blow made Harada tremble visibly. He reached out to the file and flipped through several sheets with names, photographs, and drawings. He drew out one sheet. Naruki Koki was the name on the sheet. A sneering face stared out from a photograph. Zeb held it up and compared it to photo. It was the same person. He remembered the second set of photographs Megan had sent, of the Yakuza who was killed in California. What about him? Harada looked at the second man for a long time as he tried to recollect. How many years back? 3? Harada rose to his feet and removed a thick file from an upper shelf. He ran through several pages, stopping to compare photographs before he came to one. Abe Tamura, made for him long time back. Zeb wasn't paying attention. A plastic folder had slipped out of the first file, disturbed when Harada had stood up. The folder had a familiar name on it. Harada followed his gaze and bent to pick the folder, but Zeb was faster. He snatched it and removed 4 sheets of paper from inside the folder. Each sheet had a name, a photograph stapled to it, and drawings of the left and the right hands. Zeb paid little attention to the sheets, his eyes still on the name printed on the plastic folder. You work for them? Exclusively? Hi. Harada bowed slightly and drew himself up proudly. I am Hayagawa Gumi's physician. Their finger maker. I have been serving them all their lives. Zeb was so intent on Hayagawa Gumi, the name on the plastic file, that he paid scant attention to the change in Harada's tone. He didn't heed the beast's sudden yapping. When the study's door crashed open, he reacted swiftly, but he was behind the curve. So behind that, by the time his hand was reaching for the Glock, the taser had reached his neck and thighs. He lay writhing on the floor, watching helplessly, as a dark-haired man stepped into the room, followed by more Yakuza. He immediately recognized the lead Yakuza, who bowed to him mockingly. Noria Shinoda, Carter-san. I have seen you a few times. I was the biker in London. Welcome to Hayagawa Gumi, the most dangerous Yakuza gang in the world. Zeb twitched and trembled as a grinning Yakuza turned him over and tied his hands and legs. He rolled him over onto his back, and Shinoda leaned over him in satisfaction. You are a good opponent, Carter-san, but you made so many mistakes. Shinoda shook his head regretfully, as if genuinely unhappy that Zeb had been caught. You should have known that we would be watching Harada-san's house. That store opposite. That's where we were. Take him to Okinawa, Shinoda ordered his men as he rose. Keep him alive. He brought a boot crashing down on Zeb. Chapter 40. Senior, Naoki Hayagawa, had insisted that Carter be kept alive. He might prove useful, he had successfully persuaded Junior, Mineuki. Naoki had tried to make contact with Carter. He had gone out of his office one evening, figuring he would make a call to the number in the newspaper ad from a payphone. It was then that he had spotted his tails. Mineyuki has men watching me. That presented a dilemma. Knowing his brother, he knew his house would be watched too. He might have bugged it. Bugged my phone and computers too. If I try to shake the tails or remove the bugs, he'll be onto me. There had to be another way, but none had presented itself, and he had waited in growing fear as Mineyuki's men tried to capture Carter. When Shinoda called to confirm Carter was in custody, Naoki saw that as his last chance. I can make some excuse to go interrogate him. Use that opportunity to seek his help. The irony of it didn't escape him. Carter was captured. He would be in Okinawa soon, in their safe house. He was beyond helping himself, let alone anyone. Still, it was a straw, and men as desperate as Naoki clutched at such faint glimmers of hope. "Is the kill team ready?" he asked Mineyuki as he watched his brother play with a miniature katana on his desk. "Yes, brother." Mineyuki didn't hide his sneer. "Soon the woman will be killed, and our threat will disappear." "Will it go down according to our plan?" "Yes. Perhaps you should check on the various vehicles involved." Naoki took the hint and left his brother alone, his unease growing. He didn't see the success that Mineyuki and their father, Masaki Hayagawa, saw. He could only envision failure and death for himself. Because it was clear to him that Mineyuki and his father seemed to be collaborating to sideline him. He had attempted to meet his father several times and had managed to secure just one meeting. He had accused the patriarch of favoritism. He had said the test was just a show, to demonstrate how impartial Masaki was. In truth, Masaki wanted Naoki to win. His father had exploded in rage and had banished him from his office. "No, we might kill the Gaijin woman and avert the danger, but I will die. Unless I can meet Carter and see if he can do something. I know Mineyuki. He will kill me as casually as he kills his other victims. That I am his brother has no meaning for him." The object of Zeb's thoughts was rudely brought to his consciousness when he rolled and crashed into an unmoving object. Aircraft. Old one. Its inside had been hollowed out, and all the seats had been removed. There were dim lights hanging high above him that gave out a yellowish glow. Military plane, he worked out once his awareness returned. The kind used to transport troops. Okinawa has several American military bases. The Hayagawa Gumi could have bought a scrapped aircraft. The fuselage was one long tube on the inside. Right at the front was the cockpit, and if he squinted, he could just about make out reddish lights and some figures. He blinked rapidly and took stock of himself. His body was one large mass of hurt. He had been tased before. All his crew, even the twins and Chloe, had been tased as part of their training. That experience didn't make it any easier for the human body to recover. "It looks like I was unconscious for some time." That helped. There was something on his forehead that felt like dried blood. His lips were cracked and a tooth moved when he probed it with his tongue. His hands were bound behind him and his ankles were secured. No gun on his body. No knife or phone. All his gear was missing. His clothing was intact, as were his shoes. Other than the pain, his limbs were working. That was important. The throbbing of the plane's engines reached him as the aircraft shuddered and groaned under the wind's buffeting. Am near one of the emergency exits. On the floor. Windows too high to see outside. He peered in the gloom towards the front. 2 pilots. 2 more men bending over them, talking softly. No one else in the aircraft. Just the 5 of them. He tried to make the YAKUZA out, but it was too dark. What was his name? Shinoda? The lead killer didn't seem to be in the aircraft, but Zeb couldn't be sure. As if the men felt his gaze, one of them turned to look in his direction. He closed his eyes and played possum as he felt the YAKUZA approach and stand over to him. "He's still out," the YAKUZA called out to his men. "He might be dead." That was some kick Shinoda delivered. "He's alive. He's breathing," the YAKUZA replied and rejoined his fellow gangsters. They conversed softly, their words indistinct. But one word made its way to Zeb's ears. University. The events of the night came back to Zeb. Harada's confession. Shinoda's smirking face when Zeb was captured. Oyahashi's call, earlier. His insides tightened when he recollected the father's message and Megan's update. That reporter, she fooled all of us, he couldn't help marveling despite his circumstances. Didn't even tell her dad. The darknet might hold a clue to how the YAKUZA found out. There was one more unanswered question. Why had the Hayagawa Gumi targeted Shira Levin and Teresa Leckler? There were simpler, less risky ways to head off the report's publication. He settled back against the cold fuselage and analyzed the previous night. Sectioned his memories into chunks of time and looked at each incident. That file. It was the family file of the Hayagawas. There are only 3 of them. Father and 2 sons. Didn't the file have 4 sheets? That YAKUZA at the front, he said something about a university. More pieces fell into place, and panic surged inside him. I have to get away. But how? He breathed shallowly, getting a grip on his fear, assessing all possible options. His back itched, and he rubbed it against the aircraft's body to relieve it. Shirt. Trousers. Broker's latest toys. He tested his bonds feverishly. Nope. No give in them. However, if he twisted his wrists just so, he could reach the buttons on his cuffs. He undid the button on his left cuff as quickly as he could. His fingers were cold, and the lack of circulation made movement clumsy. But he persevered, and once the button was out, he plucked at the thread on the buttonhole. The threading was designed to give way easily, and he felt it unravel. Look ahead. YAKUZA still at the front. No one paying attention to him. The fabric of the buttonhole parted. More desperate working of his fingers brought out the thin sliver of plastic that was concealed inside. It slipped from his fingers and he groped around on the floor. There. He felt it, and he moved his body to give more access. Got it. The plastic was several inches long and less than 1/4 of an inch wide. It was flexible and felt undistinguishable from the shirt's cloth, if fingered from the outside. If the thin strip was held at a particular angle, it became a blade. Like a sheet of paper turning into a weapon if rolled up tightly. Zeb fumbled and grappled, trying to grip the strip correctly. He never cursed or swore, something inside him disliking the use of rude and crude language. However, as he worked to free himself, he came close to swearing. At last, he got the strip right and set it against the rope around his wrist. Rope. He sent a prayer of thanks to his maker. If it had been plastic ties, his efforts would have been futile. He sawed away carefully, in tiny movements, occasionally glancing towards the cockpit. He was left alone, the YAKUZA blissfully unaware of his attempts. He didn't know how much time passed. His fingers felt numb, and he was sure he had cut himself several times. Then the rope loosened. Adrenaline poured into him. Gave him renewed energy. Furious motions and the rope dropped off. He closed his eyes, wiping his face carefully on the floor to remove sweat from his forehead. One more look. No danger from the front. He took a risk and sat up with difficulty. Flexed his wrists to allow circulation. Searched for the strip. Found it and set about freeing his feet. A body turning at the front. He fell to the floor and assumed his unconscious pose, watching through half-closed eyes. The YAKUZA didn't look in his direction and resumed their conversation. He got back to securing his release, the strip cutting through the thick rope like a knife slicing through butter. Or maybe it was just his imagination that gave the impression, since the bonds at his feet resisted. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring off his face, and moved his hand furiously till the first strand frayed and broke. The second and third soon followed, and he fell back to the floor, sucking lungfuls of air, waking the beast for sudden, explosive action. He pocketed the strip. It would come in handy. Could be used as a weapon. He slid aside the heel of his right shoe, the way it was designed to slide. Removed the soft putty-like material from its inside. Shaped it like a cone and, after darting a look at the front, reached high and pressed it firmly against the window above him. He put the heel back in position and removed the heel of his left shoe. Extracted something that had a circuit and a display panel. He jammed it in the side of the cone. Its position didn't matter. Its function did. The cone was a shaped charge, the circuit its detonator. He closed his eyes for a few seconds and summoned the gray fog. It usually came when beckoned. Thankfully, this was one of those moments. The numerous aches fell away. The throbbing in his forehead and in his wrists and feet disappeared. The beast roared, and Zeb was ready. He got to his feet, his eyes on the ticking display. 10 seconds to go. His movement got the attention of one of the YAKUZA. He turned. Literally gaped, his mouth hanging open. 9 seconds. How high are we? Zeb asked. What? The YAKUZA replied stupidly. How high are we? It's important. 12,000 feet. His blood sang in delight. At that height, the cabin wasn't pressurized. No supplemental oxygen would be required for what followed next. How far away are we? 5-6 minutes, answered the YAKUZA automatically, not yet comprehending the vision in front of him. Then he did. He's free. 6 seconds. The second YAKUZA turned around. The pilot craned his neck to snap a glance. Both YAKUZA reached beneath their jackets and brandished guns. Don't shoot. Zeb raised his hands and stepped away from the window. You'll make it worse. Don't move. Make what worse? Anger. Fear. Puzzlement. All three emotions on the gangsters' faces. Anger was the predominant one. That, Zeb replied. And the window blew out. Chapter 41. The plastic explosive was so powerful that it created a man-sized hole in the fuselage. Sudden winds eddied through the aircraft, powerful gusts that sucked out loose material. Carpet fibers. Paper cups. A plastic tray. There was no pressure differential between the outside and the inside, but still, the sudden explosion and the shrieking force of wind struck the aircraft hard. It wobbled as the pilots lost control momentarily. The YAKUZA slipped, tried to regain balance, and watched in horror as Zeb stepped out of the hole. Wind flying at 200 miles an hour grabbed him and pulled him down. The plane disappeared in a bank of clouds, and then he focused on his falling. Hope it works. If it doesn't, I'll haunt broker. 30 seconds of plunging at 120 miles an hour. Cold air rushing against his face and body. Flattening his cheeks. Making him shiver and tremble. Dark night. Clouds scattering past. Darkness beneath. Not darkness, but the vast expanse of water that was the Pacific Ocean. Something darker to his right. A large landmass. Okinawa Island. He twisted his body so that he was horizontal, belly to the water, and then he felt his shirt ripping off. He laughed in relief as the layers broker's invention worked. One layer turned into straps that tightened around his upper body. Another couple of layers ballooned out above him and turned into a parachute. His body stopped its freefall abruptly and slowed to a gentle swaying. 15 miles an hour. A gradual descent. Yet another layer in the shirt swelled and formed a warm jacket around him. His jeans ripped up and two giant balloons curved and wrapped his legs. Parachute above his head. Warm jacket around his body. Safety designed by broker. He looked up at the white fabric above him, attached to the shirt by deceptively thin strips, everything held together by firm stitching and buttons snug in their buttonholes. Don't go by the appearance, he remembered broker telling him, as they had watched the clothing at work in a NASA wind tunnel. The fabric can withstand 10 times the forces and pressure anyone will experience in a halo, hey-ho, or skydive. Those buttons will stay attached to the shirt and the threading won't rip. How does it work? Zeb had asked, and broker had launched into an enthusiastic description. Zeb had tuned out, but he remembered something to do with speed. The speed of wind would be the trigger that would unwrap the chute and the protective jacket. The fabric was similar to that used in satellites. Not just cloth, but some unique combination that would remain intact despite the horrendous speed and force of gravity working on it. I might hug him. That will embarrass him, but gladden him. He filed the thought away and looked below. The landmass seemed to be 4 miles away. That was sheer dumb luck. He could swim that distance. If he had been further away, he didn't know what he would have done. I would have hoped and prayed for a ship or a trawler to find me. Or my crew, who would track me through the GPS in my shoes. He could imagine the scene in his New York office. Werner would have alerted everyone that he was in freefall, somewhere over Okinawa. They would be making calls. They would be tense. Anxious. The protocol was that 24 hours had to elapse before they took any decisive action. That gave the affected team member enough time to take corrective action. If the GPS showed no movement after 1 full day, if no contact was made, the crew would swing into motion. They would expect the worst and would be intent on wreaking vengeance. They'll raze Tokyo to the ground. Better that I rescue myself. The ocean was warm when he splashed into it after his slow descent. 70 degrees. He landed awkwardly and numbed his left shoulder immediately. All his training hadn't prepared him for jumping out of a plane with nothing but the clothing on his body and dropping in the Pacific Ocean. He set out slowly towards land, the chute slowing him down. Don't remove it, had been broker's explicit warning. It's a safety device. He could see why. The chute gave off a phosphorescent glow when it came in contact with water. A greenish hue spread in the water around it. The glow in the dye would be a beacon for search parties. He tired soon, however, fatigue creeping up on him. The intensity of his fights, the YAKUZA attacks, the constant moving around taking their toll. He thought he was 2 miles away from the shore. Thought he could see lights in the distance. But his body was giving up. He was mortal. The beast needed him to be alive for it to function. Maybe this was one mission too many. His hands flagged. His eyes started to close. In his mind, he could see 2 pairs of eyes. His wife's and his son's. I'm coming, he said, and Zeb Carter slipped into darkness. Makito Nakai steered his trawler through the ocean as he eyed the lights of Okinawa Island. It had been a good night for fishing. His hold was full of snappers, salmon, and various other smaller and larger fish. His looked behind him at a shout. Toshio, his 11-year-old son, was pointing and waving. Makito waved back and turned to his wheel. His son had done well. He had helped with the nets and the unloading of the fish. He had even steered the trawler for some time, while Makito had dived to free the net that had stuck in some debris. His son would be a great fisherman one day, but Makito wanted much more for him. Toshio would go to Tokyo. That shout again. What? He grunted irritably and went to the deck. There's something there. Toshio pointed excitedly. It's green and white. Looks like a parachute. Makito followed his eyes and stared. His son was right. There was a whitish blob in the water. Too large to be something castaway. He knew that greenish glow well. Some life jackets gave it off. Get the binoculars, he snapped urgently, and guide me to it. Toshio dashed below the deck while Makito swung the wheel and turned his trawler around. He slowed down as Toshio called out instructions, and then his son shouted loudly, "It's a man." Zeb woke once deep in the night. He was warm. Comfortably warm and snug. He figured he was dead and went back to sleep. Bright sunlight was pouring in his room when he woke next. He squinted and rose on an elbow. He was on a small bed, his feet nearly sticking off the end. He was covered by a patchwork quilt. Firm mattress. Small room. Schoolbooks. Posters on the wall. A chair and a study table. Everything neat and simple. Heaven would be more luxurious. Hell would be worse. Looks like I survived. He swung his feet off the bed, noting that he had been stripped of his wet clothing. He covered himself hastily when the door opened, and a tiny woman bustled in. She was middle-aged and tiny, her white hair tied behind her in a braid. Her face was a wreath of smiles and wrinkles. She averted her eyes and placed a mug of what smelled like coffee on the table. "Makito," she yelled at someone outside, "your fish is awake." An hour later, Zeb was showered and dressed in spare clothes that Makito had lent him. They were a tight fit, and the trouser legs ended a couple of inches above his ankles. The shoes bit into his toes. However, he didn't have many options. He felt well. A long sleep had been the best healing he could have wished for. The aches had faded to faint twinges. His face was bruised, but the bruises would disappear. He knew his body had gotten back its speed. He listened silently, spooning gruel into his mouth as Toshio, Makito's young son, chattered excitedly and went through how they had rescued Zeb. "You would have died," the boy exclaimed, "if I hadn't spotted you." Zeb bowed deeply. "You saved my life, Toshio-san. You are a real hero." Zeb meant it. The cold would have gotten to him. He would have drowned if the trawler hadn't found him. He had thanked Makito profusely the moment he had woken up. The fisherman had smiled gently and had clapped him on the shoulder. No thanks were required, the gesture meant. It was the way of seafaring folks. He emptied his bowl as he half listened to the young boy, remembering why he had been in the water in the first place. Makito and his family were curious. He evaded their questions and told them of a skydiving experiment gone wrong. He knew Makito didn't buy it. It was there in the fisherman's shrewd eyes. A gaijin who spoke his language as fluently as a native. Skydiving at night. Not geared up for it. However, the older man went along and nodded sagely, as if the whole world and its dog did that sort of thing regularly. When Makito's wife stood up, Zeb rose and handed her his bowl. Makito shooed his son away, and when the two men were alone, Zeb bowed slightly. "Makito-san, I am with Kisicho on a joint mission with them. An operation went wrong and hence." He shrugged in the direction of the ocean. He had to get away. Get in touch with his crew. Go to Tokyo. There wasn't much time to stop the next attack. Was there any report on TV of a plane crashing? Makito shook his head. He called his wife and asked her. No. There wasn't any such news. "Makito-san, I need to make a call. I need to get to Tokyo." The old man picked up on his embarrassment. He produced his cell from his pocket and led his wife away to give Zeb some privacy. "Makito-san, what's your address?" The fisherman stopped and recited it, watching as Zeb scrawled it on one of Toshio's notebooks. Zeb bowed and dialed a number. "Nishikawa-san, I need your help," he told the police chief abruptly. Nishikawa read the tone in his voice and held off his questions. "Anything. I am with a fisherman and his family in Okinawa. I need money. Can you make arrangements?" "Hi. Give the phone to him. And Carter-san, I want the full story afterwards." Zeb sought out Makito, who was in his living room watching TV. He handed the phone to him and smiled as the fisherman's eyes went wide when he heard the voice at the other end. He bowed to his invisible speaker and uttered a chorus of highs. "You are with Kisicho," he said respectfully when he had hung up. "That's what I said, Makito-san." Zeb made a mental note to thank Nishikawa. The fisherman disappeared into an inner room and returned with a wad of bills. He handed them silently to Zeb, who bowed again. The family had saved him, had taken him into their home, and had fed him without any hesitation, any holding back. And now, Makito was giving him money. He knew the family was of modest means. It showed in their home. However, that one call with Nishikawa, and Makito was handing out what looked like a large portion of his savings. Zeb didn't know what to say. He kept quiet, bowed as deeply as he could, and shook Toshio's hand gravely. He would repay the money. Their help, that was a debt that couldn't be repaid. 90 minutes later, Zeb was dressed in new clothes. His usual outfit of a tee over jeans, belt, and sneakers. He bought a phone, inserted a SIM, and called his New York office. "It worked," he said when Megan picked up. It was 10 a.m. in Okinawa, 8 p.m. in New York. He knew his crew would be at the office. Bunched up, tense, waiting for the phone to ring, getting Werner to search for any mention of him. Any mention of a dead American. The TV would be turned to a news channel. The twins would be staring at the GPS signal from his shoes, which were somewhere in the ocean. "Zeb!" Her yell could have been heard all around the world. He heard them come close to her, and he broke down the night for them. They listened silently. Someone sniffled, Beth or Chloe, and someone else cleared a throat. "Broker." "Yeah. It worked." "I heard you the first time," Broker retorted, his relief leaking through. "Zeb," Megan said, taking over, "we cracked almost everything. We know who the reporter is. Jessica Whitley, the ambassador's daughter. Her presentation is the report. We do the hard work and he steals our thunder," Beth grumbled in the background. Megan shushed his sister to silence. "Get this," she said. "That link Oyahashi gave you. We dived into it and went to several other sites. On one of them, a message board, there was a profile picture of hers, with a bunch of other women, in what looks like a Tokyo neighborhood. The message underneath that photograph was, 'Who is she?' This was 6 months ago." Zeb hazarded a guess. "You got it. There was a reply to that message, a month later. It will be taken care of." They probably threatened her, Dana Contour, the TKWC women, once they identified her. "There was a spike of threats from unidentified sources," Megan said, seeming to read his thoughts. "All received by women. Stop the WIS investigation." Holly didn't pay any attention to those threats. She said neither did Shira or Teresa. She finished her investigation 6 months ago. Someone spotted her. Attempts were made to identify her. The threats started. They didn't go after her since they didn't know where she was, said Beth, narrating the likely turn of events. She had returned to the U.S. by then. Went anonymous. Spent the time verifying her report. Changed her security. She was trusting no one, Zeb finished for her. Correct. We tracked her on airport cameras when she arrived back. Dana Contour. She's stonewalling again. Zeb? Yeah. She's presenting in person the day after tomorrow. We got that from the university after a lot of persuasion. Which means the YAKUZA could get that date as well. Yeah. And that means she has to come back to Japan tomorrow. Chapter 42. How can he escape from a plane? Miyuki ranted in his office. Shinoda stood in front of him, his hands crossed, his face an expressionless mask. Naoki stood to one side, watching. News had reached them that their plane had landed on the island, minus their hostage and minus a large part of fuselage. That information had sent the second son into a tirade. Your men didn't search him. Miyuki screamed at his lead killer. They did. Then how did he escape? There must have been something in his clothing or in his shoes. You said these were your best men, Miyuki whispered, his eyes glistening dangerously. No. I do not use my best men to transport a prisoner. These were good men, but looks like they were not good enough. Miyuki slapped him. Naoki whitened, but Shinoda didn't even flinch. Miyuki was Shinoda's Oyabun. There were years of loyalty, and it wasn't the first time the second son had raised his hand to the killer. You had so many opportunities to finish him. Not once did you succeed. This man has bested you each time. Miyuki sprayed spittle on Shinoda's face as he raged. Brother, Naoki intervened, hoping his face and voice conveyed calm. We should focus on what happens next. Shinoda has been a loyal servant to the gang. I am sure he will not fail the next time. Miyuki turned his back on both of them and paced. He was smiling when he faced them, the debonair look back on his face. You are right, brother. There are no reports of a man found in the ocean. We can hope he died. Even if he hasn't, our plan hasn't changed. The plan was to grab Jessica Whitley before she arrived at the university, and either kill her on the spot or hustle her away to a safe house where the deed could be done. Naoki, Miyuki, and Shinoda had relocated to their Tokyo office to manage the grab and kill. The plan was fluid since they didn't know when Whitley would arrive in the country. Nor did they know which hotel she would be staying at. However, the Hayagawa YAKUZA had blanketed the city with their men and their informants. There were people at the airport and snitches at the university. Taxi drivers and hotel bellboys had been alerted. We will know when she arrives. Are the vehicles and the men ready? Miyuki asked the two men. Hi. Shinoda nodded. They have Carter's photograph as well. Hi. Zeb took a flight from Okinawa to Tokyo, and once he reached the large city, rented a cab. He found a less crowded cafe in the city, and pulled out his cell phone. Alexander Whitley took his call on the first ring, as if expecting it. Mr. Carter, the ambassador answered, sounding disturbed. I spoke to Jessica after your call. She didn't confirm anything. She said whatever she was working on was so important that she couldn't tell anyone. She's investigating the YAKUZA, sir. I asked her about that. She didn't say anything. She doesn't trust you. He felt the ambassador shake his head. It's not that. The YAKUZA are everywhere in a city like Tokyo. I wouldn't be surprised if they had informants in the embassy. Sir, when is she coming to Tokyo? Tomorrow. She admitted that much. But she didn't tell me the flight details. Mr. Carter, I'm worried for her. She has good men with her. I looked them up. I also looked up that Mexican reporter who was killed. The YAKUZA are bigger and more organized than any cartel. I fear for her, Mr. Carter. Zeb knew of the security firm Jessica had hired. It was run by one Billy Dowdy, a former ranger. He had heard good things about the firm. Mr. Carter, I know General Daniel Klaus very well. He speaks highly of you. He says if you can't protect Jessica, no one can. Klaus was the national security advisor, one of the few people who knew of the agency's existence. He didn't just know of it, he was an avid supporter and championed its cause if the need arose. The general was a close family friend of the Whitleys and godfather to Jessica. Sir, I will do everything I can. Please talk to your daughter. It's best she drops her Japan visit. She won't, Mr. Carter, the ambassador replied with exasperation and paternal pride. I know her. When she's working on something, she will see it through. Even if it costs her life. Yes. Her principles are more important to her. Zeb made a brief call to Claire and then to General Klaus. He followed that up with a call to Dowdy. I can't tell you, Carter. You know how we work. Our principal's safety and wishes come first. She has explicitly asked me not to reveal her travel arrangements. Dowdy didn't express any surprise when Zeb called. General Klaus. He must have burned the wires and spoken to Dowdy about me. Where's she holed up right now? Can't tell you. I can find out. I'm sure you can. But it'll be too late. We've been moving for the last month. Never in the same city for more than a night. You know how it is. Zeb knew. Dowdy, convince her. Get her to cancel the trip. Tried. No luck. She's one determined woman. There was admiration in the ex-ranger's voice. At least tell me when you're arriving. Dowdy finally relented. Zeb was impressed when he heard the plan. Dowdy had rented 3 private aircraft. 2 of them were carrying blonde women who resembled Jessica. All 3 would land at the same time. They would be met with identical SUVs. Dowdy's lead agent, Trev Martin, who would be in Jessica's SUV, would make a hotel reservation only at the last minute. It could work in most circumstances. The YAKUZA are a different kind of enemy, however. The next day dawned bright, sunny, and traffic-laden. Zeb was geared up after visiting one of their vet-owned garages in Tokyo. His SUV was black and armored. Jessica's flight was to land at 2 p.m. He parked his vehicle illegally at the VIP exit and went inside the concourse at 12 p.m. No one paid attention to the Japanese businessman in the dark suit, with the briefcase and cell phone in hand. There were hundreds of such businessmen. Zeb sat in a cafe and kept watch on the double doors through which VIPs emerged. He tried to spot YAKUZA but gave up. There were too many people, and the YAKUZA would use their informants. It won't go down in the concourse. It's too public. There's too much security. He whiled away the time trying to identify the celebrities who walked through. He thought he recognized a few pop stars but couldn't be sure. That wasn't his world. At 2:45, 2 suits emerged, behind them a blonde in dark glasses. The blonde had her head down and walked close to her protection detail. There were 3 men behind her. The 6 people didn't look left, didn't look right. They hurried outside and climbed into a black SUV. Zeb didn't move. He had received a text from Trev Martin. First blonde is dummy. 15 minutes later, his phone vibrated and he moved. One hand inside his jacket, the briefcase in his left. The second blonde arrived, 5 men surrounding her, and made her way quickly to the exit. A camera flashed and her head bowed deeper. Zeb sought out the photographer, who waved his hand in apology. He mistook her for someone else. He followed them casually, turning back a few times to locate the photographer. He was still in the concourse. Maybe a YAKUZA man. Maybe not. He followed Jessica's SUV, riding close behind them, not allowing any other vehicle to cut in, watching approvingly as Martin took evasive measures. Circling back and doubling down repeatedly on the same exits, till he was sure there were no tails. Martin joined the river of traffic that headed to Hongo, to the northwest of central Tokyo. Hongo was where the University of Tokyo was located. 15 minutes out, he got a call. Hilton, near the university. Martin was laconic and didn't elaborate. Traffic jammed up at a light. Jessica's vehicle on the left-hand lane. Another lane next to it. Zeb right behind them. The light turned green and the SUVs surged ahead. A space opened up in the right-hand lane. Another SUV rushed to occupy it, and its driver couldn't control his speed. The SUV smashed into a black van at full speed. The van's rear crumpled as if made of tin. The SUV bounced back from the impact. Traffic stalled as drivers turned to look, and horns sounded in frustration and anger. Jessica's SUV didn't move. Its windows didn't lower. Good. Zeb watched the accident. He also watched Jessica's SUV. No threat so far. Men rushed out from the damaged SUV towards the van. They got the van's sliding door open, and a woman fell out. Her face was a bleeding mess. She crawled out of the vehicle and flopped onto the concrete. 2 men from the SUV bent over her. They spoke to 3 men who alighted from the van, and the 5 argued. The woman screamed. Zeb could hear her even through the toughened glass of his vehicle. The 5 men bent over her as one and lifted her carefully. They looked around, panic on their faces, and headed to Jessica's SUV. "Don't open it," Zeb whispered. The SUV's doors and windows didn't lower. The men thumped its window. A crowd of men from neighboring vehicles gathered. "Don't open it," Zeb yelled out to Martin on his cell. The woman screamed again. Jessica's SUV opened. A suit poked his head out. "No." Zeb flung open his door, watching everything that happened as if in slow motion. He ran, closing the distance between him and Jessica's vehicle. The 5 men dropped the woman like a sack of flour. Several hands reached inside their jackets. The watching crowd. "They're all YAKUZA." Jessica's man, the suit, tried to get back inside. A YAKUZA grabbed him by his jacket. The first YAKUZA gun emerged. Zeb shot the gangster before he could fire. Time sped up. Zeb shot into the bunch of 5 men, even as more guns came out of jackets. He shot at the crowd. Rapid roll of fire that sounded like thunder. No need to aim. Fire into body mass. Get them to fall back. His speed took them by surprise, and his firing caught them flat-footed. By the time the YAKUZA regrouped, he had reached Jessica's vehicle. By the time the first gun turned in his direction, he had shoved the suit inside, leapt in, and shut the door. Drive? Martin drove. He crashed into vehicles in front of him, shoving them out of the way with brute force and power. Bullets thudded into the vehicle's body and its windows. The SUV was armored too. "You're Carter?" Martin shouted from the front. "Who else? Bit late to ask me that." Martin grinned at him in the mirror. "Billy said things tended to get hot when you were around. We're armored. There's no way they can get us. Unless they have a rocket launcher." Martin was in the front, with another suit. The suit Zeb had pushed inside was next to him. Jessica Whitley was on the floor, with a man on top of her. A third suit was at the back of the vehicle. All the men at the back had assault rifles with them. "We have a problem." Martin pointed at the traffic in front. It had slowed to a crawl as people reacted predictably to the shootout. Some vehicles fled the scene, others stopped to watch. "If those dudes surround us, we'll have a problem." Zeb looked out the rear window as YAKUZA continued to fire at their vehicle, and several vehicles pursued them. He grabbed his phone and speed dialed a number. "Nishikawa-san, I need police escorts." He winced when the head of police shouted at him down the line, "Carter-san, was that your doing? Shooting in the middle of Tokyo? You know." "Nishikawa-san, no time for all that. I need armed escorts right now. Otherwise Jessica Whitley, the daughter of the American ambassador to Japan, will be dead." His hard-hitting words silenced Nishikawa, who immediately turned professional. "Where are you? And where are you going?" "To Narita Airport," Zeb said, and tossed the phone to the front. "Give him all the details," he mouthed to Martin. He snatched an AR-15 from one of the suits, lowered his window a couple of inches, and fired at the pursuing YAKUZA, aiming well above their heads. The gangsters dove to the ground, and their forward movement halted. Zeb fired long bursts into the sky, and cars scattered in front of them like a storm scattering leaves. Martin powered through the open space, and in the sudden silence in the vehicle, Zeb could hear his side of the call. "Yes, sir, that was an AR-15. No sir, no one was killed. A pause. Sir, I think you know Mr. Carter better than me. Yes sir, I'll tell him. He tossed the phone back at Zeb and winked at him. You have good friends, Carter. That was the police chief, I presume? Yeah. He said he intends to kick your ass. In public, when all this is over. Chapter 43. Why are we going to Narita Airport? Jessica rose from her hiding place and turned fiery eyes at Zeb. Ma'am, you're going home. Back to the U.S. She stared him in disbelief for several seconds and then let fly with both barrels. I am not going back. I have a presentation tomorrow. Sorry, ma'am. Your safety is more important than any presentation. My safety? You think I care about it? Do you know what's at stake? Yes, ma'am. Your presentation will bring down the YAKUZA. You can still do that from back in the U.S. But... Ma'am, he interrupted, allowing a hard edge to creep into his voice, you know Shira Levin? Of course. She was a friend. Her father, ma'am, is a good friend of mine. So is Teresa's dad. No more women will die on my watch. That's exactly why. Zeb had had enough. He ignored her and dialed a number on his cell phone. Sir, I need your help. You need to speak to someone, he told the man who answered. He handed the phone to Jessica, who took it, glaring daggers at him. She held it to her ear and her posture changed instantly. Uncle Dan. But Uncle Dan, she protested at General Klaus, who talked over her. She listened for several minutes, the anger in her face fading, and finally nodded. Okay, Uncle Dan. But I have to say, he just looks like a thug. She gave Zeb a mutinous glare and ended the call. We're still heading to Narita? Martin asked above the sound of sirens that signaled the arrival of 4 police vehicles. 2 fell in behind them, while 2 went ahead. 2 more appeared and flanked them on either side. The YAKUZA vehicles filtered out of the traffic and disappeared as soon as the police arrived. Yeah, Zeb replied when he didn't spot any more threats. The plan still stands. She's going back. And how am I flying back? Our planes are long gone. Jessica eyed him acidly. I've made arrangements, Zeb replied comfortably and closed his eyes. His arrangements were waiting for him in a part of the airport that was manned by the police. Zeb lowered his window and identified himself. 2 policemen checked the other occupants and waved him through. They rolled past more armed police till they arrived at a Gulfstream that was standing in pristine glory at the end of a runway. Bear, Bawana, and Roger stood at the foot of its stairs, armed to the teeth, looking forbidding. Bawana lost his grim face to a wide smile when Zeb hopped out and hugged him tight. You've got some stories to tell, bro. Later. Zeb introduced Jessica to his friends. Ma'am, they'll take you home and be with you till this blows over. Martin, probably best you and your crew return too. Jessica Whitley stood uncertainly for a moment, indecision on her face. Ma'am, this report you have. How explosive is it? It will bring down the Hayagawa Gumi and at least 2 other gangs. She smiled for the first time. We did something different with this investigation. Several trafficked women wore hidden cameras and recorders. They went back to their establishments. They recruited more women, some of whom worked in the Hayagawa office in Kobe. We have videos of Masaki discussing deals with his sons. We have video of the sons supervising activities. Unloading women and drugs. Similar videos of the other gangs. She came closer to Zeb. Some of those women were caught. They were killed. Do you have any idea of the risk they took, Mr. Carter? I owe it to them to present my report. You will. Just not here. Your presence in Tokyo is not needed for that. She stared at him, trying to see through him, and then nodded abruptly and headed for the stairs. She halted when she was halfway. Mr. Carter, just who exactly are you? I'm just a thug, ma'am. Zeb waited till the aircraft was wheels up, and then hitched a ride to Nishikawa's office in one of the police vehicles. An hour later, he got a message from Bawana. Clear, it said. They were over international waters. He called Alexander Whitley, whose panic was apparent when he answered. Sir, your daughter is safe. Nishikawa gave him a blistering dressing down in front of his people in the Kisicho office. There would be a thorough investigation, and if Carter was found guilty, he would be prosecuted. It was good that Carter had come to Kisicho and had turned himself in. That could allow them to cut him some slack in the sentencing. Zeb saw several approving nods from Nishikawa's subordinates. The police chief waited for Zeb to make any counter-arguments, and when none came, he pointed sternly at his office. Zeb had to make a formal statement. Forms had to be filled out. Procedures had to be followed. I wasn't entirely faking it, Carter-san, Nishikawa growled at Carter as he flopped into his chair. How could you be so reckless to fire weapons in Tokyo? I didn't have another option, Nishikawa-san. Zeb poured a glass of water and handed it to his friend, who emptied it in one gulp. They were drawing guns. They would have shot her protection people. How many dead? None. 7 YAKUZA injured, but none dead. You shot them in their bodies and didn't hit any vital organs. No civilians were injured. Where's Jessica Whitley? How is she? Safe. Over the Pacific Ocean. Angry. Nishikawa made a tell-me gesture with his hands, and Zeb pieced everything together for him. His suspicion that a YAKUZA investigation was underway, the oblique confirmation by Oyahashi, the narrowing down of the 3 possible reporters. Her doctorate was a cover? Nishikawa rotated a glass paperweight and watched light reflect from it. That's genuine, Nishikawa-san. However, her investigation traveled to various parts of the country, meeting the women. The doctorate was the cover. We still don't have all the details from her, but I suspect she witnessed a grab by the YAKUZA, and that started everything. He went on to describe Oyahashi's darknet link in his hunt for the fingermaker. Nishikawa shook his head in bemusement. Just how many lives do you have, Carter-san? I live on borrowed time. You know that. Oyahashi's dead. We found his body. Flesh had been sliced off it. Attacked with a sword. Zeb felt weary all of a sudden. He said there were killers waiting for him when I called him. I didn't take him seriously then. He helped. I think he wanted to get out. Hi. There are many such gangsters. They want to change. The 2 men sat with their heads bowed for a minute, paying their respects to a YAKUZA gangster. So it was the Hayagawa Gumi all along? Nishikawa asked presently. We heard rumors that there was some test the father had put to his sons. The one who passed the tests would be his successor. But why did they kill those women? I think that was personal, Zeb replied, his mind in Sue in Harada's house. That plastic folder. Is the name Ibuki Fujita familiar to you? Nishikawa thought for a few moments and shook his head. Why? Zeb explained. He was one of the men killed in California, he added. Nishikawa typed the name into his laptop and ran a search. Yes, I see that report. He was suspected to be Hayagawa YAKUZA. What's his connection, Carter-san? I think he was Masaki's son. By a mistress. That would make it personal, Nishikawa murmured, lost in thought. He rose suddenly in excitement. We can prove it. Quite easily. He started berating Zeb as soon as they stepped out of his office, and didn't stop till they reached his car. Where are we going, Nishikawa-san? Minato. You will see. Nishikawa smiled secretively. Nishikawa's car rolled up to the gates of what looked from the outside like a walled garden. There was a guard hut to one side, from which a uniformed man emerged and trotted to the car. There ensued a long conversation and a lot of head-shaking as the guard denied entry. Nishikawa rolled down his window. "I am the Kisicho head." "Open the gate," he ordered. "This is private property, sir. No visitors are allowed." "Nothing is private for the police." The head of police harangued the man and browbeat him into opening the gate. They drove up a gravel road, on either side of which were lush gardens. Cherry blossoms, apple trees, and ponds dotted the garden, and at the far end, away from prying eyes, was a cemetery. "Hayagawa Family Cemetery," Nishikawa announced and led Zeb to the stones. The guard came hurrying behind them, still protesting, until a steely look from the police chief silenced him. Zeb was impressed by the calm serenity of the graveyard. Stones went back a century, the recent ones lined up at the front. Each stone was unique, but all of them had sculpture to represent the 5 elements: earth, water, fire, wind, and space. "I have people watching this grave," Nishikawa whispered. "It is part of building our surveillance file on Masaki and his sons." We had never heard of a third son, however. He searched the stones rapidly, and Zeb knew what he was looking for. A stone whose name didn't fit. Was probably less elaborate. There were a few of those. However, it still took half an hour for Nishikawa to yell out triumphantly. He jabbed a finger at a stone that was concealed behind a larger one. No carvings on it. Just the name. Abuki Fujita. Nishikawa stared at it for a long time and then bowed to Zeb. "Carter-san, anytime you want to join Kisicho, just say the word." "It is finished. You should disappear for some time," Mineyuki told his father, who had also arrived in Tokyo, at their office in the Marunouchi district. It was a business district, and Hayagawa Gumi owned a tall building from which they ran their various businesses. Masaki and his sons divided their time between their Kobe headquarters and the Tokyo office. The patriarch didn't reply. He steepled his fingers and regarded his son, who looked unconcerned despite the failure. "No news of her?" "No." Mineyuki's lips curled. "The gaijin has probably hidden her. Or she's out of the country." "Why hasn't she published her report yet?" "Who knows? It will come, I am sure of it. And when it does, Kisicho will come too. You should disappear." Masaki swiveled his chair to look out at the Tokyo skyline. "We built this empire. Our family, going back centuries. It will survive this report too." "No, Papa. This is different," Mineyuki disagreed. "That reporter, if those women we captured were anything to go by, the evidence they have will be devastating. It will destroy us. As it is, the tide was turning against us. People didn't want gangsters. Society didn't want YAKUZA. I thought you were going to change that." Masaki smiled thinly. "I was, and I still will, if we survive this," Mineyuki stated boldly. "Forget the tests, Papa. You should have appointed me at the start, and I am sure things would have been different." "Where is he?" "Naoki. Hiding somewhere, no doubt. He doesn't have the steel, Papa." "He and?" Masaki held a hand up. "He might be old. The Hayagawa Gumi might be on the verge of destruction, but he still was the patriarch. He still had power." Mineyuki bit his tongue and held back his words. "Kataru Hashimoto and his son have already gone into hiding. I spoke to Daiki Itsuka. He plans to see what happens. He is not going anywhere. You should go, Papa. I got word from our guard from the cemetery. Kisicho was there." Masaki stiffened. "I too will see what happens. What will they do to me? Send me to prison? I can live with that. What about you?" "I have unfinished business, Papa." Mineyuki's eyes hardened. I intend to find Carter and wipe him out. Nishikawa summoned Zeb in the evening, offering no reason. Get here as quickly as you can, Carter-san. And please look meek and humble. Like someone who is under investigation. Zeb got to the Kisicho's office in half an hour and halted when he saw Nishikawa's visitor. The police chief waved him inside and gestured at a chair next to the visitor. I think you know of him. He smiled, unable to contain his glee. Yes, Nishikawa-san. I know of Naoki Hayagawa. Zeb bowed slightly to the elder son of the YAKUZA clan. What's going on? I have come to confess, Naoki said in English and pointed to the recorder that was playing on Nishikawa's desk. Zeb looked at it and at the police chief. I don't understand. What's there to understand, Carter-san? Naoki-san has had enough of his family. He is willing to turn witness. In return, he wants protection and leniency. Nishikawa turned hard eyes on his visitor. I can't guarantee leniency. You are still a criminal. You will face the consequences. I understand, Naoki whispered, and continued his narration that would bring down his family. Your brother. Shinoda came to Mineyuki's office. It was late, 11 p.m., just the two of them on the floor. What about him? He was with Kisicho. Chapter 44. Naoki had insisted on returning to his Tokyo apartment, despite Nishikawa and Zeb's insistence that he stay under Kisicho's protection. He had spilled a motherload of intel, a lot of which was actionable from the police chief's perspective. He had confirmed a lot that Nishikawa and Zeb had already known. That Jessica had been discovered at the end of her investigation, as she talked to women in a remote part in Kamagasaki, an impoverished neighborhood of Osaka. The women were prostitutes belonging to the Hayagawa Gumi. Several YAKUZA had chased her, but she had escaped. The YAKUZA had then questioned the women she had spoken to and discovered the elaborate investigation Whitley had conducted. Right under their noses. She was living in Japan for years. The country was her home. She could go anywhere and talk to anyone. Her doctorate gave her the excuse to talk to women. They had found some of the women who were wearing cameras and wires. They had tortured them to yield information. The women had confirmed Whitley, acting alone, had given them the wireless equipment. Many of them had died before they'd revealed everything they knew. Some had revealed other snitches. The YAKUZA had destroyed the equipment and attempted to trace the feed, but hadn't succeeded. We think there might be hundreds who she fitted with wires, not just in our clan, but in the others too. We caught a few in our Kobe and Tokyo offices too. All of them openly said Jessica was a whiz reporter. Masaki got the other Kumicho in a meeting once Jessica was identified. The Kumicho agreed that the Hayagawa Gumi would take the lead in wiping out the threat. By any means necessary. They would provide support, intel, people, but the wet work, if any, would be done by the Hayagawa YAKUZA. It suited Masaki. It fit into his grand plans of making his gang bigger than Hashimoto's. When he found out that Teresa Leckler and Shira Levin had funded WAS, he decided to go extreme. There was revenge to be exacted for the death of his son. Abuki Fujita was your stepbrother. Nishikawa interrupted Naoki's narration. Yes. Our half-brother. He took his mother's name. Papa sent him to California to manage our business. Didn't you realize killing those two women would invite unwanted attention? Yes, but our plans were foolproof. If Carter had been killed, you would have gotten nothing. He looked at Zeb, who didn't respond. He's right. How did you escape? He asked Zeb curiously, continuing his story when Zeb didn't reply. He gave names, dates, details of how Shira and Teresa had been killed. Shinoda, Mineyuki's killer, was watching Carter in New York when he discovered those Vietnamese bodies. He rose to stretch his legs. He could have shot Carter. Zeb still didn't respond. Who killed Teresa Leckler? Nishikawa asked when Naoki had been wrung dry. South African mercenaries. He mentioned the left-out details and the arrangements made to hire the killers. They are still alive? Yes. Why didn't you kill Jessica Whitley in America? We tried, but she was always on the move. Was surrounded by very good men. We knew she would present at the university. It was a matter of pride for her. We decided to kill her when she returned. And what if she had published before she came to the university? She would have still died. I want to wear a wire, Naoki had stated when he had finished later that night. I will get more for you. That's dangerous, Nishikawa had objected. Your gang probably knows you are here. They will kill you if you return. Your being Masaki's son will not protect you. I have to do this. I have to make things right. Naoki's lips had jutted out stubbornly. No one saw me here. I used a fake name. I have given you the list of Kisicho informants. Don't arrest them right away. Otherwise, Mainuki will know. Give me a wire and you will have much more than what you have now. Nishikawa had looked at Zeb, who had shrugged. Naoki Hayagawa would either die, killed by his own people, or go to prison. While Zeb admired the man's courage in turning himself in, he had no great sympathy for the elder son. Naoki had confessed to a lot, including killing a few people. There was no one in Masaki's family who had clean hands. If his wearing a wire would lead to more intel and more arrests, why not? Nishikawa had picked up on his line of thought, and Naoki had left wearing a buttonhole camera. Mainuki and Shinoda were in a dojo several blocks away from their Tokyo office. The dojo had a bath, it had masseuses and women who served tea. Mainuki had dismissed everyone except for Shinoda's men. He and Shinoda trained, initially with Bakken and Shinai, and then barehanded. They didn't let up, letting the bitter taste of failure turn into rage. They pounded each other, across the face and the body, neither of them holding back, till they collapsed on the floor in exhaustion. Where is he? Mainuki grunted as he straightened and tossed a towel to Shinoda. Still in his apartment. He left late from the Kisicho office. We don't know who he spoke to, or about what. Our people are trying to find out. They didn't spot Carter, though I am sure he too was with Kisicho. Our informants aren't arrested? No. Shinoda smiled humorlessly. None of us have been. The lack of Kisicho action was a worry. The police were actively investigating the Tokyo shootout, and had circulated several wanted posters. They had questioned several gang members from various YAKUZA gangs. Some low-level arrests had been made. However, all that reaction was standard. The Gaijin woman was still at large. The Hayagawa YAKUZA had hunted throughout Tokyo and Kobe. They had sought the other gang's help, but the woman remained at large. No one at Narita Airport reported seeing her. Their snitches in Kisicho had come up dry. Her report hadn't been published. There were no headlines in the newspapers. That concerned Mainuki. What game do you think they are playing? He asked Shinoda. The latter had no answer. He studied one of his katanas and turned it to catch Shinoda's reflection in it. You should leave, he told his hitter. Papa and I are not going to hide. They will come for us sooner or later. You should escape and make a new life for yourself. My life is yours. I will stay with you. Mainuki sheathed his sword impatiently and drew out another blade. Our way of life has only brought us trouble. Maybe Naoki was right all along. Go away. Take your men and leave. I will deal with my brother. Shinoda shook his head, his face as expressionless as usual. If you go to prison, I will join you. If you die, I will too. We have drunk sake together, our lives are linked. Come here, you fool. Minayuki grabbed him by the shoulders and hugged him. All right, we will deal with whatever happens together. Now call Naoki. Let's finish that. Minayuki was practicing his cuts when Naoki arrived. He drew his katana with his right hand, his fingers curling around its grip, the steel sliding smoothly out of its scabbard. He raised the sword to his head and brought it down, angling it to the left. The bamboo split, and when he picked it up, the cut was smooth and clean. He nodded to himself in appreciation. A curved cut was an imprecise cut. In a real fight, a curved cut would cause unnecessary pain to an opponent. Minayuki liked causing unnecessary pain, nevertheless, he liked his cuts to be clean. How are you, brother? He greeted Naoki without looking at him. I see that you haven't gone into hiding either. I will see things through, Naoki declared and joined Shinoda as they watched Minayuki practice. So far we are still free. Maybe Kisicho doesn't have anything on us. Or maybe they are protecting you. And with that, Minayuki whirled like a spinning top, his blade flashing, and sliced Naoki across his chest. Naoki screamed and fell back, staring wide-eyed at the thin line of blood that stained his white shirt and jacket. What are you doing? I am doing what I should have done a long time ago, Minayuki replied calmly and came forward. Don't. I'm your brother. Why are you doing this? Minayuki raised his katana and slashed again. Naoki stumbled in his haste to get away, but he wasn't fast enough. The sword sliced through his suit and removed a chunk of his right shoulder. Help me, Minayuki pleaded with Shinoda. He has gone mad. No, brother. I have finally come to my senses. We know you were with Kisicho yesterday night. You told them everything, didn't you? He slashed. Naoki grabbed another katana that had fallen to the floor, drew it, and blocked Minayuki's strike. Minayuki thrust suddenly, and the tip of his blade touched Naoki's chest. You were no match for me, brother. Did Papa tell you that you failed the tests? He was going to appoint me all along. He found early on that you weren't capable. You were weak. A diagonal slash across Naoki's chest, drawing more blood. The elder brother counterattacked even as he yelled in agony, but Minayuki disarmed him, laughing, and Naoki's katana went flying. What did you tell Kisicho, brother? Minayuki crouched over Naoki. Are they coming to arrest all of us? He raised his katana to strike again, both hands gripping the hilt, his eyes narrow and focused. The dojo's doors splintered and police swarmed in. Stop. Chapter 45. Nishikawa ran forward, Zeb close behind him, as police officers surrounded the Hayagawa brothers and Shinoda. Drop the katana, the police chief commanded, gesturing at a policeman to disarm Minayuki. You're surrounded. I wouldn't be so sure of that. Minayuki smirked as YAKUZA filtered out from inside the dojo and pointed weapons at the police. We were expecting you to arrive. We had our welcome prepared. My men have cut off all access to the dojo. No one can come in. I didn't expect you to wire my brother, however. That's how you came so quickly, isn't it? Do you really think you can get away with this? Nishikawa thundered. Nishikawa-san, we will have to see about that. Right now I hold the aces. Ask your men to surrender. Zeb was watching Minayuki carefully. The man's pupils were wide, unfathomable, his body relaxed. This dude's a killer, a psychopathic killer. One who wears tailored suits. Do it, he urged Nishikawa softly. It's not worth your men dying. Minayuki's eyes flicked at him and took him in. Carter-san. He bowed mockingly. It's you, isn't it? I have heard a lot about you. My men say you speak our language very well. He sized Zeb up, his eyes lingering on his Glock, its outline visible through the jacket. We don't need guns, Carter-san, he said politely. Zeb knew it wasn't a request. He removed his weapon, dropped it, and raised his hands when several YAKUZA came forward and patted all of them down. A gangster removed Zeb's knife, his phone, his headpiece, and handed them to Minayuki, who smashed the cell with his heel. Naoki took that moment to crawl away. Too late. Minayuki swung his blade without turning around and cut him in his leg. I am not done with you, brother. Now I have an audience. I'll take my time. Let him go, Minayuki, Nishikawa yelled hoarsely when the YAKUZA's words sunk in. He's already dying. No. Those are light cuts. They look worse than they are. My brother is a traitor, and there is only one way to deal with such people. He turned on his toes and cut. More blood flowed from Naoki even as he screamed. Zeb watched dispassionately as Minayuki chopped his own brother, the younger man looking bored, almost unaware of the watching hostages. A couple of policemen retched and another fainted. That didn't distract Minayuki from his gruesome task. He was whistling when he delivered the killing blow and used a towel to wipe himself clean. He used a soft cloth to wipe the suka, the handle of his katana, flicked his hair back and smiled at Nishikawa. Like the show? I bet you haven't seen one like it before. The police chief didn't answer. Nishikawa was pale, breathing audibly, shock and revulsion on his face. Minayuki came towards Zeb and eyed him curiously. How did you escape every time, Carter-san? Shinoda, my killer, is the best in Japan. You evaded him each time. Luck, Zeb replied, wondering what Minayuki was getting at. He got his answer soon enough. The YAKUZA-san picked up a katana from the floor and tossed it at Zeb. We'll see how lucky you are. Zeb made no move to catch it, and the sword clattered to the floor. No. Nishikawa recovered and darted in front of Zeb. You have killed enough. Why don't you escape? Escape. I will kill all of you and walk away. I will rebuild our clan and make it great again. Escape is for losers, Nishikawa-san. I haven't lost. He shoved the police chief away and turned implacable eyes on Zeb. Pick up the katana, Carter-san. Fight like a man. That's not my weapon. You are in my country, my dojo. You are my captive. I will choose the weapons. Are you scared you will die quickly? Are you thinking Naoki put up more of a fight than you? I will make it quick. Because you are a gaijin. Zeb picked up the katana, ignoring Nishikawa's horrified whisper, and felt the blade. Tamahagain. Japanese sword-making steel. It is. Folded several times, forged and beaten into shape by hand, and the end result is the katana. I know, Zeb finished for Minayuki, who chuckled. You know my country well, gaijin. Let's see how well you fight. Kenjutsu was the umbrella art of Japanese sword fighting. There were several schools that originated from it, and all drew from its basic moves and principles. It had 5 postures: sword overhead, sword to the side held horizontal at the middle and pointing down. From these moves several strikes and thrusts could be made, either single-handed or with 2 hands to the sword. A master swordsman could feint and cut, attack the wrists or the eyes, go for the groin or the head, in balletic movements that had not just grace but also speed and power. Zeb stood with both hands to the katana, held to the middle, a position that could be both defensive and offensive. The katana felt comfortable in his hands. He was alert, blanking out everyone except Minayuki. The YAKUZA stood a few paces away, his katana in its scabbard clutched in his left hand. No one breathed. No one moved. A cough sounded, and that triggered Minayuki. His right hand blurred and swung out, drawing his sword so fast, slicing it in an arc, that Zeb was taken unaware. He fell back several paces, his breath caught in surprise. The tip of the attacking katana cut through air, just inches away from his throat. Minayuki didn't regroup. His sword swung back instantly and instead of slicing, thrust forward. Zeb lunged to his left and brought his katana to deflect. felt steel slide against his chest. He leapt back and glanced down. First blood to me. Minayuki pointed with his sword at the thin red line across Zeb's body. The YAKUZA attacked without waiting for a response. A two-handed grip this time. A strike from the top of his head, angling down, a killing cut. He changed course at the last moment when Zeb parried. A thrust to the groin that Zeb sidestepped and attacked. Minayuki was waiting for it. Steel struck against steel as the two katanas met and slid. The YAKUZA turned it into a blow aimed at Zeb's wrist. Zeb got his sword out of the way quickly, while Minayuki laughed. Still laughing as he leapt high in the air, over Zeb's head, a piercing yell deafening everyone's ears, his sword coming down intent on decapitating Zeb. Zeb dove and rolled out of the way. Move. Rise. Snick. A section of his sleeve fell, cut by Minayuki's return action. The YAKUZA had read Zeb, had landed, and had twisted like an eel to attack. How can he recover so fast? He didn't have time to answer himself. The YAKUZA came again, his blade moving blindingly fast, cutting and feinting, going for different parts of his body, putting him on the back foot, desperately defending and ducking. A wicked slant cut reduced the hair on his head by another fraction of his head, and it was only a sudden crouch that saved him from a beheading. Minayuki's face was covered in a light sheen when he stopped for a breather. Zeb was several feet away, panting lightly. You have some training, Carter-san. No stranger to the sword could have lasted so long, the swordsman admitted grudgingly. Hi. Who trained you? It must be someone from this country. You have the moves and the grip. Takashi Sakai Kokawa. Minayuki cocked his head, trying to place the name. His jaw dropped when it came to him. The Kambei. Hi. He didn't, realization flooded his eyes. He was rumored to have only 2 students. Hi. I was one of them. The other was his son, Yoshisa. Zeb watched him with narrowed eyes as Minayuki's jaws clamped shut. He knows I was trained by the greatest swordsman of his generation. That can't be an easy pill to swallow. You lie. Minayuki screamed and raised his blade. I'll kill you. And then I'll kill that monk. He surged forward, his face a mask of fury and killing rage. Zeb waited till the last minute. Till the attacker was a scant foot away from him. Till he could see the irises of Minayuki's eyes. And then he roared in the manner his master had taught him, drawing energy from the earth, letting it flow like a current from the soles of his feet to his abdomen, coming out in a burst of air and sound. He leapt high as Minayuki passed underneath him. His katana didn't move in a downward cut. Instead, it swung around and behind him, in a motion parallel to his back. He landed as light as a feather, turned tightly to face Minayuki, who was pivoting to face him. You missed, Gaijin, Minayuki taunted. Did I? Zeb flicked at something on the floor, and hair flew high and settled down slowly. There were droplets of blood where the hair had lain. A gasp went around the room. Minayuki's face darkened, and he felt the back of his neck. His fingers came away wet and reddened. He launched himself with a blood-curdling shout, his katana held straight, going for Zeb's midriff. Zeb charged at him, a suicidal attempt at first sight, until he tossed his katana to his left hand, caught it like a spear. He feinted and Minayuki corrected, losing his forward motion, and Zeb used that to thrust at his attacker. Minayuki swerved to escape the attacking point, leaving his throat exposed for a fraction of a second. Zeb's right hand clasped him and heaved him around, using the weight of his body in forward motion to fling Minayuki far and away. Shinoda had been watching, motionless. He had observed the Gaijin's movements and read a lot in them. He saw the way Carter had been ducking and weaving, and noted the way his oyabun hadn't been able to land any crippling blow. He tightened at the mention of Takashi Sakai. Every warrior in Japan knew of that name. Minayuki should have finished him off quickly. He always liked to talk, Minayuki. He acted when the gaijin tossed his oyabun away, even as one part of him admired Carter's spear move. "Carter-san," Nishikawa bellowed in warning. Zeb felt the breath of air behind him at the same time as the police chief's call. He heard scuffling and raised voices. He heard shots. He didn't pay attention. He was under attack on two flanks. It wasn't the time to be distracted. He slammed back and collided with a body behind him. A grunt escaped from the man at his rear. He brought his blade up instinctively, and it trapped the garrote that was settling over his neck. Mineyuki was getting to his feet. The garrote was tightening, his attacker exerting force to free it from the blade and get it around Zeb's throat. "Push back." Zeb kicked out with his feet as Mineyuki came silently, as fast as an attacking panther, both hands around his katana, ready to run Zeb through. Another grunt from behind him. The garrote snapped. Zeb flung his sword away. The attacker's hands loosened for a moment. Mineyuki was 3 feet away. Speeding. His mouth opening in a soundless yell. Zeb's right elbow bent, and he caught his attacker in the jaw in a backward blow. Bent his body, twisted it like a snake. Right hand straightening. Mineyuki close enough for Zeb to hear his harsh breathing. Caught the attacker's collar. Heaved him around and in front of him, and then Mineyuki was slowing suddenly, panic flooding his eyes, his katana trying to move away. Zeb pushed his attacker onto the oncoming blade, and dove out of the way. Hand-forged steel pierced through sinew and flesh, going into the front of his attacker, Shinoda, and coming out his back. A tortured groan rent the air. Zeb rose. Mineyuki cast an anguished glance at his man, pulled his blade out, and in one fluid motion came at Zeb. Zeb couldn't help marveling at Mineyuki. He had just killed his right-hand man by mistake. No loss of composure, however. His speed hadn't diminished, and now he had the upper hand since Zeb had lost his blade. A katana is just an implement. Like the bakken. The human mind, though, no other weapon like it. Takashi Sakai's words. Imparted several years back, as Yoshisa and he had sat down to dinner. Mineyuki's blade swung in a horizontal motion to slice Zeb's guts. It pierced the air a few inches away from his tee, and then Zeb was falling. His knees going limp, his body powering down in a move another master had taught him, faster than the movement of the blade. Faster than Mineyuki's reflexes. His right palm slapped Mineyuki's wrists, right on a nerve point. He saw the shock race through Mineyuki. His left palm slammed into the YAKUZA's belly. An iron fist meeting tight abs. No match. Mineyuki's katana started falling. Zeb caught it. Turned it around like a knife. Mineyuki's knee started coming up to attack Zeb's face. That monk Yoshisa. He's my brother. He's better than me. Much better. He's a better swordsman than both of us. Because he doesn't have to prove himself to anyone. And Zeb swung the katana deep. Chapter 46. Zeb stood slowly, panting. The police had overcome the YAKUZA gangsters while he had been fighting, and they now flooded the dojo. They were all armed, and from their appearance he guessed they were Nishikawa's elite officers. He went to Shinoda, who was being tended to by medics, and even as he watched, the killer gasped out his last breath. There were a few more YAKUZA bodies on the floor. A couple of them seemed to be injured, while others were dead. So much bloodshed. Mineyuki could have surrendered, and none of this would have happened. He would have had a fair trial, as would Naoki. He ran a tired hand over his face, and to his surprise, it came away wet and red. Then he remembered. Mineyuki had cut his cheek while fighting. His chest had the horizontal slash. The cut started burning, now that his battle high had started to wane. A figure came to him and presented a soft towel. Nishikawa. He wiped his face gingerly and then his hands, discovering tiny cuts on his palms. Another medic approached him and inspected the cuts. "They are not deep," the medic said to Nishikawa, thinking the gaijin didn't know his language. "Will they heal on their own?" "Hi." The medic looked startled for a moment when Zeb replied and bowed. "They will take a few days. I can apply some salve, but if you're okay with natural healing, that's best." "How did this happen?" Zeb pointed at the police officers in the dojo. "Carter-san, you think we couldn't take down a few YAKUZA?" Nishikawa proudly drew himself to his full height. "Everyone was watching you fight. The YAKUZA were distracted. My men are good. They are specially trained. We overpowered them without much resistance." "Weren't there YAKUZA surrounding the dojo?" "Outside." "Hi. My people took them out." "What about civilians?" "We cordoned them off." "Lost any men?" "No. Some scratches. Some YAKUZA died. Fools tried to take my men on. The police chief didn't have any sympathy for gangsters." "Nishikawa-san, how will you explain this?" Instead of answering Zeb, his friend turned to face his men. "Listen, all of you. Carter-san wants to know what our story is. We broke inside the dojo to find Naoki-san fighting with Mineyuki-san and Shinoda-san. It was a terrible fight. We tried to break it up, but we were too late. All three lost their lives," the police officer spoke in one voice. "Simple." Nishikawa beamed. He turned serious when he saw Zeb's bemused expression. "Carter-san, my country is very old. Lot of history and culture. Modern world exists with tradition. There are many secrets in my country. This will be another secret. It's for the best. No messy explanations or investigations." "You can do that?" "Of course, Carter-san. I am the Kisicho head." "Carter-san," Nishikawa said when the medics and ambulances left with the dead and injured, "was that true? Did Takashi Sakai Kokawa train you?" "Hi." Zeb couldn't help smiling at the awestruck expression on the normally taciturn cop. "I was privileged, Nishikawa-san. He taught me and Yoshisa. And I beat you. In the Kisicho dojo." His friend's eyes twinkled. "Hi Nishikawa-san," Zeb replied gravely. That night, when Japan was sleeping, Dana Contour and Jessica Whitley arranged a press conference in New York. It was held in the same hotel where Avichai Levin was staying, and had tight security. There were Mossad kidden masquerading as security guards, along with NYPD officers. In attendance were Levin, Mandel Leckler, and Sir Alex Thompson, along with Commissioner Rolando and several other dignitaries. The world's media was present. CNN, NBC, BBC, Asahi Shimbun, Asian broadcasters, and all the big news and TV channels. Holly Nicholson, Susan Thompson, Mulan Yao and several TKWC women flanked Contour and Whitley. Dana Contour introduced Jessica Whitley to the attendees as a special WES reporter, and handed the floor over to the ambassador's daughter. Jessica explained how she had witnessed YAKUZA gangsters kidnap women in a remote village on Hokkaido Island. She had reported the abduction to the police, but nothing had come off it. Determined to do something about it, she had approached Wiz and had persuaded Contour to be their undercover reporter. Her investigation had taken a year. She talked to women and pimps, former YAKUZA gangsters and police officers. She took statements and photographs. She wore a concealed camera and recorded interviews with current gangsters, who denied any involvement. Then, several women had volunteered to wear cameras. Jessica started playing videos, and the room fell silent. There were recordings of women in brothels, of YAKUZA gangsters herding young girls into rooms, their gang ink clearly visible. Several recordings of Masaki Hayagawa discussing drug deals with his sons. Similar videos of Kataru Hashimoto discussing illegal deals with his men. Recordings of the two other YAKUZA bosses. In one recording, Mineyuki Hayagawa, explained how new women would be distributed to various centers in Japan. Another recording showed two YAKUZA brutally beating a woman who had tried to escape. There was one last video, in which Jessica Whitley interviewed a girl who seemed to be no older than 17 years. "Why are you doing this?" Jessica asked the girl as she attached a concealed camera to her dress. "You know the danger. They will kill you if they find the camera." "I know," the girl replied calmly. "There is no hope left for me. But I can give hope for others." Masaki Hayagawa came to his Tokyo office early the next day. He greeted his elderly secretary, who had arrived before him. He closed the door to his office and watched a recording of the press conference for a while. He turned off the TV, settled into his chair and clasped his hands. His sons were dead. Newspaper headlines and TV channels had only one item to report on. "The end of the YAKUZA," ran one headline. The kumicho of the other gangs had gone into hiding. Kisicho and police in other cities had arrested hundreds of YAKUZA members in overnight raids. Several gangsters had turned themselves in. "And the press haven't even talked about the killings," Masaki mused bitterly. No article, no report mentioned the Hayagawa Gumi's role in Shira Levin and Teresa Leclerc's deaths. There was no item about Naoki turning witness or the information he had given. The police are saving all of that for the prosecution. He looked at his watch. 7 a.m. At 10, he had a meeting with Kisicho. Nishikawa had called the previous day and had made the appointment. "They will arrest me." A chair squeaked, and when he raised his eyes, he started. It was the gaijin, seated in front of him. Masaki's eyes flew to the door. It was shut. How had the gaijin come inside? Why hadn't his secretary warned him? The gaijin regarded him expressionlessly for several moments. "What are you left with?" he asked finally. "Nothing. I had everything 2 days ago. I had my sons. Mineyuki would run the Hayagawa Gumi. He wanted to be prime minister. He could have been too. He was capable." There was no pity in the gaijin's eyes. No sympathy. There was nothing. The eyes were dark tunnels, and Masaki shivered as he dragged his gaze away. "What will you do now?" Masaki pulled open a drawer in his desk and removed a silver revolver. He fingered its finish and pointed it at the gaijin. "This." Masaki Hayagawa's office was soundproofed, and the secretary didn't hear any sound from within. She tapped on the door at 9 a.m. to remind her boss of the Kisicho appointment. She pushed it open when there was no reply and screamed when she saw his lifeless body sprawled on the desk. Kisicho arrived soon after and questioned her. They checked security cameras and dusted the room for prints. The secretary hadn't seen anyone else enter or leave the room. Suicide, the police decided. The angle of the shot pointed in that direction. It was only when another cop pointed to the open window that they wondered. The window was high above street level. No one could escape from it. All one could see was the glass side of the building from it, and tiny insect-like figures far below. "That window is never open," the secretary insisted. Masaki Hayagawa hated open windows. The police shrugged. It was a mystery for sure, but it didn't alter their suicide finding. Only a bird could have entered or escaped through the window, and birds didn't fire revolvers. 4 hours after watching Masaki Hayagawa kill himself, Zeb was in a tiny village 2 hours away from Kobe. It had several gashozukuri, farmhouses, and small huts and houses. The village had no more than 10,000 people, many of whom were elderly. Zeb didn't go to any house. He went to the central shrine in the village, walked around it to the graveyard behind. It was lush green, and despite a steady rain, there was a poetic beauty to the graveyard. He went to a stone inn at the edge of the nearly deserted yard. It was plain simple and had a name on it. Heita Oyahashi. A young woman was holding an old man's arm in front of the stone. The two stood with their heads bowed, rain dripping off their faces. Zeb stopped a few paces behind them, and when he opened his eyes, they were regarding him curiously. "Did you know my brother?" the woman asked him. "I wish I had known him better." She waited for an explanation, and when he didn't speak, she took hold of her father's arm and led him away. She cast curious glances back at him until they disappeared behind the shrine. Kahoko Oyahashi, 23-year-old medical student at Kobe University. Megan had dug out Oyahashi's family details. She had found that the YAKUZA had cut off contact with his family. However, he had funded his sister's education at medical school. That funding was under threat now that Oyahashi had died. "Zeb, we can't allow that," Megan had warned him. "We won't. She and her father will not lack for anything." Makito Nakai was having dinner with his family when a neighbor pounded on his door. "Makito, there's someone asking for you at the dock. Says you ordered a trawler." Makito choked on his soup. Toshio thumped his back while his wife looked at him angrily. "You bought a new trawler?" "No. Where would I get the money from? There must be some mistake." He and Toshio ran to the flood-lit dock, past returning fishermen, and went to the edge of the pier. There, among the old boats, was a gleaming white trawler. A man waved his hand from its deck. "Makito Nakai." "Hi," Makito replied, bewildered. "Come and sign these papers," the man snapped irritably. "I have a 3-hour drive back to return the trailer." Makito looked behind him, and over the buildings, he could see the cab of a trailer. "I didn't order a boat," he exclaimed. "I can't pay for it." "It's all paid for. I don't care who ordered it. It has your name. Just sign this and let me go." Makito climbed to the deck and helped Toshio over. He inspected the papers while his son ran off to explore the boat. Yes, that was his name and address. The papers said he owned it. Surely there must be a mistake. He looked up to protest and caught the delivery man's angry face. He scrawled his signature, and the man left without any farewell. "Papa," Toshio called out excitedly while Makito was still scratching his head. "You have to see this." Makito joined his son in the cockpit and stared at the envelope attached to the wheel. The envelope had his name on it. "Open it, Papa." His son ripped off the envelope and handed it to him. Makito removed the sealed cover with trembling fingers and extracted a sheet of paper. It had a single line on it. "Hope you catch big fish, Makito-san." Makito let his son snatch the sheet from his hands and turned blindly towards the pier. He didn't know if the gaijin was watching. It was possible he wasn't even there. It was likely he was in Tokyo or back in America. That didn't matter. Makito bowed deeply once, twice, his tears falling to the deck of his new trawler. Zeb watched him from the shadow of a building on the dock and inclined his head in return. He could hear Toshio's whoops as he headed back to his rented car and drove away to Kobe. Kobe to Tokyo was a Shinkansen journey, and once he reached the city, he called Nishikawa. "Nishikawa-san, I am leaving." "Carter-san, you don't know how happy that makes me. Peace will come to my city at last." 2 hours later, Zeb was in the Gulf Stream as it took off from the land of the rising sun and headed in the direction of the sunset. 3 months later, he was reading a newspaper in his office when an alert sounded on his phone. Werner sent such alerts whenever it came across incidents related to their missions. The message directed him to a South African news site, to a specific report. 4 South African men had been killed at a hotel in Johannesburg. Shot, a single round to the temple. No signs of a struggle. No witnesses. No clues. The cops were mystified and suspected a drug-related killing. Zeb knew of the men. There had been a massive manhunt for them, but thus far, they had given all police forces the slip. Zeb went to an underground message board on the internet and looked the killings up. The first name jumped out at him. Mossad. It was suspected that the Israeli agency had killed the men. No one knew why, however. Zeb knew. Avichai Levin had acted and had brought matters to an end in the manner he knew best. The end. Bonus chapter from Scorched Earth, the next in the series. Low-tech usually beat high-tech when it came to counter-surveillance and espionage. In-person meetings were harder to intercept than emails and phone calls. The planners and perps applied those same principles when it came to the takedown. They knew that the office on Columbus Avenue was like a fortress. It had cameras on the outside, visible as well as discreet. They knew a supercomputer inside the vehicle was continually scanning street traffic. If a vehicle or a person passed the office more than a certain number of times, the computer was programmed to investigate. If a car or a bystander lounged over a threshold period, Werner, the supercomputer, kicked in. No, the perps had to go low-tech. It was the only way they could execute the grabs successfully. It was the only way they would live, because they were going against some of the most lethal men and women in the world. The office was home to the agency, a covert government outfit that didn't exist on paper. It was run by a female director, Claire, who was based out of D.C. and reported to only one person, the president. It had just 8 operatives: Zeb Carter, the lead agent; Broker, the intel analyst; Bear, Chloe, Bawana, Roger, and the twins, Beth and Megan Patterson. Zeb was ex-Special Forces, as were Bear, Bawana, and Roger. Broker was a former Ranger, while Chloe had been in the 82nd Airborne. The twins came from an illustrious cop family and ran the logistics and intelligence side of the agency. They were the glue that held the outfit together. The agency had a near-zero admin footprint, which was due to the cover the operatives adopted. They all worked for a security consulting outfit that was housed in the Columbus Avenue office. The security firm was genuine, had real clients, and had been Zeb's business before he joined the agency. The Black Ops unit went after terrorists, international criminal gangs, drugs, and human traffickers, anyone who was a threat to national security. It was a compact, tightly knit team that was more like family, and had never failed on a mission. It hadn't been attacked either, not directly. That was about to change. The perps knew the routine of everyone inside the tall, glassed office. They had contacts, very deep and highly positioned people who could find that information. They mounted watch. Werner would look suspiciously at any vehicle that lingered. But a NYPD cruiser? A real one? The cruiser was only one part of the surveillance team. There was an ambulance, a roadworks outfit, and a gas maintenance vehicle. They took turns and made a note of the comings and goings. They knew all the operatives weren't present. That was okay. They were interested in only 2. When it went down, it was ridiculously simple and proved that low-tech and ingenuity beat high-tech. Beth and Megan were returning to the office from a visit to a nearby coffee joint. They went to the cafe every day. Talked about work as well as life stuff. Beth was dating Mark, an NYPD cop. It was going well. Megan was single by choice. There was a lot to talk about. They might be sisters, but they were also close friends. Zeb had drilled it into them to eliminate routine. And the twins tried, but it was hard. Humans were creatures of habit and liked to stick to a timetable. That didn't mean the sisters were careless. They were watchful, their eyes ceaselessly moving, observing as they talked. They were armed, their Glocks in shoulder holsters concealed by jackets. They had been trained by Zeb in deadly killing arts. They had been on missions. They were battle-hardened. They were vigilant. And yet they fell into the perps' trap. The garbage truck came roaring down the street, which was experiencing heavy traffic. Its driver was on his cell while he drove, arguing with his girlfriend. One eye on the lights and vehicles in front of him, his ear jammed against his phone. He didn't see the ambulance backing out of its parking spot. When he did, it was too late. The truck crashed at full speed into the rear of the ambulance. It climbed onto the sidewalk when he turned the wheel desperately and plowed into a suited woman. It injured another pedestrian and finally came to a halt against a lamppost. Megan stood frozen for a second and then ran to the scene, Beth hot on her heels. The sisters bent over the injured woman and saw she was bleeding. "Call 911, Megan snapped at her sister. "Not necessary, ma'am," said a uniformed man who came out of the wreckage of the ambulance. "My vehicle's still serviceable. Just the rear door that's dented. I was off duty grabbing a bite." He crouched next to the fallen woman while Beth snapped her phone shut and tended to the fallen man, the second injured. A crowd gathered and helpful comments started to pour in, the way they did. "Ma'am, I'll have to take both to the hospital. Better care there." He hesitated. "Can you two come along? Normally I work with a buddy, but like I said." "Let's go." Megan rose and helped him place the woman on the stretcher and carry her inside the ambulance. She and Beth assisted him in taking the man inside. A cruiser rolled to a stop and a uniform rushed out. He asked questions, took notes and made calls. He arrested the truck driver and waved the ambulance away. Relative calm returned to the street. The twins had disappeared. Zeb was lounging on a couch while Broker was on Werner. Werner was the name of an artificial intelligence program that he and Zeb had bought from a couple of Stanford kids. The software was housed in a supercomputer in the building, but they all used the name Werner interchangeably to refer to either the program or the computer. Bawana and Roger were in Thailand, on the trail of drug runners. Bear and Chloe were in London, working with Scotland Yard on uncovering a terrorist cell. Zeb and Broker. They weren't doing much. Work was light. There weren't many active missions. Broker glanced up and looked at the door. The twins hadn't returned. He had seen the accident go down on his cameras and had seen the sisters climb inside the ambulance. It was the way they were. He figured they would catch a cab back. But heck, that was a while ago. He tried their cells. No answer. He looked up a GPS program on the computer. All of them had sensors in their jackets and shoes. It was how Werner kept track of them and reported any anomalies. No signal from the sensors. Might be still in the hospital. Those sensors don't always work when there's a lot of electronic equipment around. He looked up the ambulance's plates. Mount Sinai Street, Luke's, on Amsterdam Avenue. They'll be back soon with a story to tell. He returned to his project, a bulletproof vest that could be worn like a tee or a shirt. It was something he was working on with the NSA. An hour passed. He fidgeted and tried the cells again. No response. He glanced irritably at the couch. Zeb hadn't moved. His eyes were closed, but Broker knew he wasn't sleeping. His friend was aware of everything that was happening around him. He can probably hear me breathe. Hear me think, he grouched internally. Another hour passed. No sign of excited voices. No sign of the oxygen that the twins were. "Zeb, we have a problem," he said, striving to keep his voice calm. His friend rose lively, instantly, as if he had been thinking the same thing. "Call Mark," Zeb told him. "Mark, buddy, have you heard from Beth?" Broker said into his cell. "There was an accident outside our office a while ago. They went with the ambulance. No, we didn't see who was injured. Hold up a beat." Broker brought up the camera feed. Looks like a woman and a man. On the sidewalk. There was a NYPD cruiser too. He gave the plate numbers and hung up. "He'll check," he told Zeb unnecessarily. Mark called half an hour later. Broker snatched his cell and listened, his face turning gray. He hung up, tossed his cell and turned to his friend. "No record of an accident. That cruiser, it was in the Bronx when the accident went down. That ambulance, it's down for maintenance. Has been out of circulation for over a week. Zeb didn't reply. His breathing didn't change. Only his face gave him away. It had turned pale. That, and the trembling of his fingers when he raised his hands, were his only displays of emotion. All 10 fingers shaking imperceptibly. Someone's got them, Zeb. Zeb still didn't speak. A faraway look came over his eyes, one which Broker recognized. His face shuddered and became implacable. The trembling became more noticeable. An onlooker would have mistaken the shaking for fear or nervousness. Broker knew better. It was anger. Not red-hot fury, but cold rage inside his friend. A cold rage that would drive him relentlessly till he rescued the twins. A burning that would take him wherever he needed to go, even to the far corners of the world. A cold rage that would scorch the earth. End of bonus chapter. Author's message. Thank you for taking the time to read Trigger Break. If you enjoyed it, please consider telling your friends and posting a short review. Check out Ty Patterson on his website, typatterson.com. Search for the Facebook group of Ty Patterson's readers on Facebook and join it.